Boy fan to begin with, but oh my goodness, it was terrible.
Oh.
He sounded like a really old dude trying to sing to me, and it was really, really bad. So I would recommend you not put that on your tube.
Okay.
Keep that off your tube.
Come here.
Would you say
Mary
he's still?
had a little lamb.
Is it David Bowie does Mary Poppins?
Mary.
Mother Goose? That's what I was thinking of.
Yes, that's what it was. You know, they always do the classics when they get old, so he went super classics.
Would you say he's still good at judging male models down the catwalk, though?
Oh, it's a walk-off.
Does he do that? No, I know. Oh, yeah, Zoolander. Good call.
I was going to say, really? You haven't
Yeah,
seen
no, I
Zoolander
totally
yet?
forgot he was the judge.
Okay.
I bet he could still do that, yeah.
Okay. All right.
But you have to have Billy Zane to compete against.
No.
No, it wasn't him.
Owen Wilson.
No. Oh, it was Owen Wilson and
Wilson?
what's his name? But his friend Billy Zane was there. Yeah.
He was one of the coaches
Put a
in the
cork
corner.
in it, Zane. What's new on my tube? Thanks for asking, Paul.
You read my mind.
Is not Zoolander, but it is same as last week. This new game that's coming out that's being kickstarted called Pixel Press.
Oh, it's an old tube.
Oh my gosh. But how it relates to Labyrinth is I'm probably not going to get it done in time for this level competition that they're doing, but I'm going to make it each level in sort of like a maze. Very similar to how if you took graph paper as a kid and made mazes with that. I'm going to do it, though. It's going to be a little different since it's a 2D platformer, but I'm going to make a maze out of each level. So that's my idea for the game.
That's
You
cool.
know what that is?
What?
Amazing.
How do we make it this far in without using that? And you just ruined it, you horrible troll.
That's awesome. And just to recap for people that maybe didn't listen last week, Pixel Press is this Kickstarter project that you take a piece of graph paper, and if you're watching the video, I'm sure I'm showing this a video of it right now. But you take the specialized graph paper and look that way, Paul. There you go. And you take the specialized graph paper and you draw out 5 levels, like with platforms and traps. And essentially, you will take a picture of this with your iOS device, and it creates an actual game level that you can play. Yes, just like that. And you can design it with pre-built sprite sheets, like it's going to come with like a ninja theme, I think, and or you can upload your own sprites and music and make it really your own game, and then you can share it with friends. And I'm just really jazzed about this game coming out. So the Kickstarter is going on right now. There's, I think, 20 or so days left, and they're 30% or so funded. And I was telling you, I think Kel and I will go for a run every so often. Though I've totally slacked these last couple weeks.
It's been raining.
Sorry. Yeah. But I was telling Con about this, and he's like, is it for Android? I'm like, well, that's one of their stretch goals. So definitely support it. Turns out, I just got word, since I am a backer of this, that... Sorry, Paul is totally distracting me with what he's doing.
I'm trying to figure out how is this working because my face is covering, yet it's showing through the iPhone.
That's pretty impressive.
How is this working?
It's like
I'm listening.
A wall of mirrors or something. Anyway, Paul on the wall is Pixel Press, the awesomest of them all.
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, it's
I
because the
digress.
camera's facing this way.
Turns out, back to Pixel Press, they lowered that. So now if they hit their goal, they will release for Android as well.
Oh,
it will just
good.
be delayed by a few months. But if they hit one of their lowered stretch goals, it'll release at the same time. So definitely, Kellen, I suggest going out, support this.
Yeah, so we
Kickstarter.
can get enemies on there to jump on Goombas and stuff.
I think that may be
That's
one
one
of
of the stretch goals. Yeah.
Oh, did you go and look at it, Paul?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. Oh, well.
Everyone should and support it
Yeah, totally.
because I don't know if it's going to get made at this rate.
It
If
will.
It
It will.
It
We
will.
will get it
Faith.
made. Yeah.
All right.
I actually upped my goal so I get a cool poster.
Ooh.
or up my backing, I should say.
All right, everyone, we need this made. So go ahead and donate $1.
Yes.
Do it, or Francisco won't get his poster.
Yeah. You want me to have a poster, don't you?
Yeah, and you
Don't
want
you?
the maze to be made because it's
Yeah.
amazing.
Sigh.
I'm all ears. Follow that. Well, think about that.
That'd be a
Kellen
weird
got it.
creature.
All right. So I recommend Pixel Press, and you can find that at pixelpressgame.com. Alrighty. Alice, why don't you see if the communication satellites are up?
Wow, she can see now.
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
Alrighty. So we do have some feedback that we've gotten on past episodes. I want to say again, thank you to Valerie and Emma for posting on our Facebook about Labyrinth. That is awesome to get your feedback as part of the discussion. In addition, we got another Facebook mention on way back in episode number 5 that was on Mega Man X.
Oh, okay.
Edward posted. So he heard the episode and he couldn't believe that we didn't talk more about the music of the game.
Yeah.
And I responded back, that is totally a slip in our part because the music of Mega Man X, we touched on it a little bit, but we didn't really go into how amazing it was. So
Are you kidding me? That music is so lame. It sounds 16-bit and everything. No, I'm kidding. It's
I thought you might be kidding. I'm like, really?
Well, I have to say, it was an accurate criticism, if that's a bad thing.
But thank you, Edward, for sharing that. And I think we covered the music fairly sufficiently, at least in our
this
dislike
movie?
of it, and for Labyrinth.
For Labyrinth,
yes.
yeah.
I feel sorry for the David Bowie lovers, though.
Yeah.
They'll get over it.
We still love you.
No, I just feel
David
sorry for
Bowie
them that they like that junk.
Oh.
I'm joking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So Florida and David Bowie fans are all tuned out now.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, everybody likes different kinds of music, so it's all good. Unfortunately, we just had judges that didn't like David Bowie music. That's all.
Pretty much. And then the next two feedbacks we got were both from Emma. And first was on the last episode we did, Star Trek Episode 4, which was retrorewindpodcast.com/RRP12.
Except it wasn't Star Trek Episode 4. It was Star Trek 4.
I'm sorry, Star Trek 4. I don't know why I was thinking episode.
Star Wars.
That's why, yeah.
Star Trek A New Hope.
I was,
Wow. No, J.J. Abrams hasn't started yet.
Yeah, right.
Anyways, I'm just gonna. She gave a great, lengthy response to the episode, so I'm just gonna paraphrase here that she loved the movie, but she loves all things Star Trek. She liked how we talked about time travel, but she really wished that we just would have gotten to the point sooner.
Yeah,
with
we
the
like to
podcast.
ramble.
Yeah, and she sort of the whole the new tube segment and things like that. She's like, just get to the meat of this episode. So. That's one of the reasons we switched it up this time. Is
well, not just because of her, because other people said that too.
Yes, I
right.
was just about to say that, Paul.
Oh,
but
sorry.
So let me move on to. She thought that you're right about number 4 being a good one to give to first-time Trek viewers. She totally agreed with you there, Paul, because the Star Trek: The Motion Picture apparently is not a good movie.
Terrible.
Yeah.
And then 2
Everyone agrees
is
with that.
a little too violent, and then 3 is
Disagree
confusing.
with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
2, I would actually recommend for
Yes.
even more than Star Trek 4.
For
So-
kids.
For
anyone
new
jumping
Star Trek.
on to
Yeah.
the Star Trek franchise.
She said Wrath of Khan is too violent for kiddies. So
Oh, well, kiddies, yeah. Why are you showing kiddies? I mean, like 4-year-olds don't need to be watching Star Trek movie.
Well, yeah, they probably do. I mean, if you want them to grow up well-rounded.
Like Scotty.
Yes. No, I'll agree with you, though. I think Star Trek 4, you have to be careful as an introduction to Star Trek for people, because part of its charm is that you know the characters and they're from the future and space. And if you have no idea who they are, then you don't care that Scotty's talking to a computer. He just looks like a dumb old man.
Yeah, totally. And
And it's cheesy.
Yes, it's very cheesy.
Where Star Trek 2, there are a couple cheesy moments, but not nearly as many as 4.
True.
So thank you for that comment, Emma. And also, Emma responded to our Anne of Green Gables episode, which was retrorewindpodcast.com/RRP7. I believe it's 7.
Or 07.
No, it's always...
Okay, just check.
We should have done James Bond for 007.
Oh my gosh. I always leave off the zeros in the URL. Anyway, again, she left a very thoughtful comment. So I'm, again, just going to paraphrase. She loved reading the series. She read all the books multiple times, which is amazing. So that reminds me of Valerie, your wife, Paul, who read the books and loved them.
Yeah,
She saw all 3 movies, even the 2000 one, which I didn't realize existed until we did our episode. She thought that Anne was a great role model, and that
to a point.
What was that?
I said to a point. Yes.
Well, sure. She was smart, determined, genuine, yet often full of self-doubt.
Yeah.
And she still triumphs through that.
Yeah. Well, that is a great aspect. Yes.
Yeah. The music was award-winning. She really liked Gilbert and Anne's relationship as it progressed. Something that I had no idea about was, and I'm going to go ahead and read this because I found it very interesting. Anne was especially popular in Japan. I wrote a paper on the Japanese fascination with her character in my first year of college back in the mid-90s. Influences from the book series were seen in cartoons, dress, even architecture. A line of prefab houses were marketed to the Japanese based on a selling point that they looked like Green Gables.
What?
That is awesome.
Wow.
They even had a theme park in Japan at the time, but she wasn't able to find anything online about it now, unfortunately. But the only one I know of now is the one on Prince Edward Island. So apparently there's some sort of park there to memorialize Anne of Green Gables.
Wow.
But so yeah, I had no idea that there was such fascination from the Japanese with it. But it is very cool to find that out. So thank you, Emma, for that new information and for all your thoughts on the episode, and hope you liked it. Sounds like you did.
Continue to listen or watch or however this direction is going.
Listen and watch, since we're not going to be doing our video regularly, but we will still continue to do it every so often. So watch
and
out
every
for that.
5th episode will be animated.
Are you going to rotoscope us?
Oh, I'm leaving town, you know.
Ah, dang it.
To rotoscope us.
Yes, in another town.
Yeah.
Paul, will you do that?
No, well, if I have the help of Kilowatt, yeah.
That still might take a while.
Yeah. Alrighty. Let's move on to ways that people can get in touch with us. Kellen, let's go ahead and start with you.
Best bet. Find me on Google Plus, I'd say. That's the easiest way for the public to get a hold of me.
Awesome. And speaking of Google Plus, I will be starting a Retro Rewind podcast page on Google Plus in the near future. I just want to make sure I get to a point where I can update it at least as often as Facebook.
All right.
Takes a little bit of learning.
Yeah. Paul, how about you? How can people contact you?
People can always contact me at pauljpowers.com. From there, there's links to the different social medias, Twitter, Facebook, Google+.
MySpace.
Not MySpace.
Friendster.
Well, go to pauljpowers.com, and that's where you can
Angel Fire.
Including my old CompuServe email address. No, that's not.
That's good. That's good.
Oh, I thought you were on Prodigy. Okay. Never mind.
No. CompuServe is way better.
Net zero.
AOL, fellows.
Oh,
yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Paul. And if you want to contact me, the best ways to do it are probably through the show, which is feedback. Our email is feedback@retrorewindpodcast.com. Our Facebook page is facebook.com/retrorewindpodcast. And of course, you can always find all our episodes and leave us comments at retrorewindpodcast.com. .com. And if you do fancy yourself to Twitter me, you could find me at FXRUIZX. I know that's a little off, that X at the end, but
We'll have to rewind.
the other one, yeah, you'll have to rewind. The other one wasn't available. Sad face.
Sad face.
Yep.
Oh, wrong one.
No, that's happy.
That's happy. Alrighty, guys, thank you so much. I want to say a special thank you to Paul for always being an awesome co-host, coming on once again, and
Yay,
all
Paul.
Go me.
and my hat to you for besting me in the postulate.
It was close, guys. It was close.
Yeah. I also want to say a very heartfelt thank you to Kellen for coming on the show once again. You did an awesome job giving us your opinion. Good job, Paul. Giving us your opinion about Labyrinth. I was about to say Return to Oz.
I did that too.
Yeah, but Labyrinth specifically this time. It is great to have you.
My pleasure.
And listeners, I want to say the biggest thank you to you, because it is so awesome that you join with us in reminiscing about these old movies, and that you listen to us. Whether you agree with us or not, I still appreciate that you take the time to listen to our opinions. And I love it when you let us know what you think, if you agree or disagree. And it's always awesome to hear back from you, and really appreciate you guys. If you'd like to support the show, I mean, just listening to us is support in of itself. So thank you for that. But if you'd like to go further, we'd very much appreciate an iTunes rating and or review. That's a great way to help other people find the show on iTunes. The best way to get to our iTunes page is retrorewindpodcast.com/iTunes-RRP.
Ah.
Wait, iTunes RRP is one word?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And that'll kick you right to the iTunes page for us.
Okay.
And from there, you'll have to launch into iTunes because it's kind of janky how that works. But
Oh, Apple.
from there, you can would very much appreciate an iTunes review and rating. You can also find us on Stitcher Radio. And you could rate us there as well. So that's one way to support the show. Another way is just sharing us, telling your friends about the show, saying, hey, go check out this podcast if they enjoy podcasts and old movies and old video games. We hope that you like us so much that you'd like to share us.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Sweet.
And the last way to help keep the lights on is to buy a riff track. On the side of our website, there's a little button that buy a riff track, support the show. Don't know what riff tracks are. They're like, if you know Mystery Science Theater 3000, it's that same thing. Same people that made Mystery Science. Apparently, Paul's not a big fan.
That means I like it.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, because I can
Obviously,
really tell from
It's me gusta.
Okay.
that's no me gusta.
They do pretty much a running commentary, funny commentary about the movie, and they just give you an MP3 that you can play during the movie. So
It's hysterical.
yeah, buying one of theirs, we get a little affiliate commission from that. So that's a great way to support the show. All right, for me, for Paul, for Kellen, thank you so much. And like a Pokemon, we'll catch you later. All right. Yeah.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
Bumping the microphone.
I thought it was shooting me.
This is where we should have fart noises from the swamp.
Karaoke edition.
That would be awesome.
No, bad.
No. To the chopper.
I'm going to cut it there.
Yeah, I'm stopping the video.
Connor friend.
If you're the size of boogers, then you're ready for episode number 14 of the Retro Rewind podcast.
Retro Rewind podcast initialized. Mission identified. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. 1989. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
Welcome, everyone, to the Retro Rewind podcast. This is the podcast where we look at movies and video games from 15 or more years ago and let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad, a designer, and...
What's the D word this time?
Oh, and I have a diminishing hairline.
Okay. I could see how diminishing and shrinking go together. All right. I'll let this one slide.
And that, as always, is my co-host, Paul Powers. How are you doing today, Paul?
I'm doing well. Of course, I'm doing well every week, it seems. So, good.
That's okay. You can do well every week.
All right.
Paul, your question this time is, do you prefer stories where characters are really big or really small?
Really small, because then everyone else is really big.
Ah, well, how apropos to our episode.
Yes. I think I enjoyed Honey, I Shrunk the Kids more than Honey, I Blew Up the Baby. In fact, I know I did.
Hey, don't give anything away.
I'm not. I'm just saying. Between the two, I got to go with one. And I gave that away.
And guest hosting this time is my friend and neighbor, Katie Arb. Welcome, Katie.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for being on the show. How are you doing today?
Pretty good.
Awesome. Would you tell us what you do for a living, and also who do you think you would win in a fight, a battle robot or a battle mutant?
Oh, that's a hard one. Okay, well, I'll start with I am a web project manager for a living, and I think if I had to go, I'd have to go with robot. I mean,
just because
robots are like indestructible. What's a mutant gonna do? Like,
think
destroy
creatively.
They could destroy, but like I guess mutants typically have like one special power or something interesting that they can do, but robots can do anything because they're robots.
A good point.
And you can't kill a robot. If you the worst you could do is like take it apart and you just put it back together again and it can come back.
Case in point, Sigma from Mega Man X. Anyone who's listened to our episode 5.
Or Mega Man.
Or has played Mega Man X, yes. Alrighty. Well, let's go ahead. And Paul, will you tell us what we're doing today?
We're listening to this podcast.
You always say that. We're actually creating the podcast.
Oh. Well, I'm incorporating the listeners. We're going to be...
That is very nice of you.
Yeah, but we're going to be changing things up a bit. After hearing from some of you, we decided to get right to the round table pizza first thing and eat it all up and give you our classic second-class rating on the movie Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Then we'll wrap it up with some feedback and show announcements.
Great. Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go ahead and Alice, do you have a target for us?
Alert, alert, target located. Spoilers, incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
From Walt Disney Pictures, when Wayne Selinsky accidentally shrinks his kids.
Where are we?
They must battle their way back to the one place they think is safe.
They're gonna head right for the house.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, playing together with a special added attraction. Roger Rabbit's back in an all-new maroon cartoon with Baby Herman and America's favorite nurse, Jessica.
Thank goodness for modern medicine.
Going up. Tummy Trouble, playing only with Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, rated PG. Now playing at a theater near you.
Oh, my tummy is troubled.
No, I remember that. That was a good cartoon.
Yeah,
I
it was
enjoyed
actually.
Roger Rabbit.
I always enjoyed Who Framed Roger Rabbit as well. But we aren't talking about that.
Oh, darn. Because I was going to go into, that was cool how they used to open up for movies and like that was, and then Roller Coaster Rabbit and open in front of Dick Tracy. Why don't they do that anymore? Anyway, go for it.
Since that TV spot was only really 15 seconds devoted to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Katie, would you please read us the synopsis for what this movie is about?
Sure. A preoccupied inventor just can't seem to get his electromagnetic shrinking machine to work. Then, when he accidentally shrinks his kids down to a fourth of an inch tall and tosses them out in the trash, the real adventure begins. Now the kids face incredible dangers as they try to make their way home through the jungle of their own backyard. Hurricane sprinklers, dive-bombing bees, a runaway lawnmower, and much, much more.
Great. Thank you so much. Paul, could you tell us something, any of the technicals of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids?
Yes, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, rated PG, 93 minutes long, came out on June 23rd, 1989 in the US of A. Now, do you realize what this means?
I do not. What does it mean?
It means that this thing doesn't work at all. No.
I should have picked up on that. Darn it.
It means that this opened the same day as Batman.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I think I read that in Wikipedia.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize, but man, what a time for the box office because they both did really well.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That was Tim Burton's Batman.
Tim Burton,
with
yeah, the
Michael Keaton
1989, yes.
Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson, excuse me, not the golfer.
It was directed by Joe Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember what else he has directed?
He has directed episode number 2 of the Retro Rewind podcast. Well, the movie we covered, The Rocketeer.
Yes. And
Captain America.
All right. Very good. This cast stars Rick Moranis and Matt Frewer, who was also Max Headroom, and a couple of other kids and wives and people in there, nice. But no really big names. Let's see.
I'm sorry, but the I forget her name, unfortunately. You should know this, but the woman who played Buffy's mom in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, she got pretty big.
I don't know. Which was that?
That was May.
Wife? That was May. That was Christine Sutherland.
Yes, that's right.
Sorry, I've only saw a couple episodes of Buffy. Unless you're talking about the movie.
No.
Okay.
She is not, by the way, related to Donald or Kiefer Sutherland.
Oh, interesting. All right, the budget of this movie was about $18 million, and it grossed over $130 million in the USA alone. So this movie did really well.
Not too shabby.
Yes.
Very cool. Well, anything else, Paul?
Well, there's a lot of other stuff, but it's more boring.
Okay. The gaffer for this movie was... no, we appreciate movie gaffers. But we're going to move on. Let's start out...
We don't appreciate them that much.
Let's start out our roundtable with our quick-fire predictions of how we thought we would rate the movie before we watched it. Let's go to Paul first.
Classic.
Katie?
Classic.
And I was going to say second class. So we will see how our predictions panned out as we go through the roundtable.
I predict why you rated a second class before viewing. Because it's not in Letterboxd anywhere on DVD right now. It's so frustrating. Anyway.
Okay. Random.
I'm sorry. It's a frustration of mine.
You know what? Would you like to talk about the frustrating things we didn't like about this movie first?
No, let's go in order.
All right. Well, let's then start with not frustrating things, but things we remembered loving about this movie before we watched it again. Katie, let's start with you. What's something that you remember was just really, really awesome in your memory banks of this movie?
What I remember the most was the girl leading the aunt away with the piece of cookie. That's like what stuck in my mind, and I don't know why, but I thought that was one of my favorite parts. And I guess the fact that it was their pet. So
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Auntie was a big thing. I'm going to read some of our. We've got several responses to some Facebook posts I did asking about people what their memories of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids were, and several people mentioned Auntie. I'll just read a couple of them here. Valerie Ann posted, "Eep, I love this movie. Also, it was on TV a few days ago, and I watched it again. Just as good as I remembered it. Definitely a classic. Loved Auntie and loved Quark, the dog Quark. Funny, scary, imaginative, Rick Moranis plays a perfect science nerd. And the music, classic. Oh, the scene with the lawnmower. Ha! The expression on that kid's face. There's so much to love about this movie. So that's from Valerie. Yeah, lots of people loving the Auntie. Paul, how about you? Did you remember Auntie at all?
Yeah. I thought it was a cool idea to be able to ride on a ant's back. Very fun and creative. But I didn't. I remember at the time thinking, well, it's one of the frustrating things. So there were parts about it I liked and parts about it I didn't like. Should I go into that? Are we covering the subject of Auntie, or should I wait till the first?
Let's go with the flow.
Okay, the thing that frustrated me about it was a really good idea, and as amazingly detailed as Auntie was, it just still didn't. You could tell it was fake. I don't know how they could have done a better job, but it was kind of frustrating. This is such a cool concept, and you could tell they put a lot of money and budget into it, making it move and everything. But you could still tell really isn't real.
Kay, when you rewatched it, how did Auntie compare? Did you agree with Paul, or did it still hold up to you?
It definitely comparing it to modern special effects. Yeah, it didn't look as real as like Gollum or something. But for what it was, thinking about it in terms of like 1989, what the technology was and what the audience was, I thought it was really, really actually they did a really good job with it.
Did you have something you wanted to respond, Paul?
Yeah, I thought they did good. I mean, I thought it was nice, but even as a kid, I remember thinking it's still fake. But I don't know how they would do it for real.
You know what I think sort of is the tipping point in making it fake? Because for those of you who listen regularly, we covered Labyrinth last time on the Retro Rewind podcast, and all the characters in there are certainly fake. They're all puppets, but a lot of them have a lot of life in them. I think the thing that sort of is a marker of distinction is that they used a lot of claymation for Auntie and or stop motion animation to be more technical. And that, as cool as it is to see, that is very, very disconnected from reality, at least in my mind. So if you use that as your source of animation, I don't think you're going to have this sense of realism. I think they probably would have been better off to have somehow created a full-size puppet.
They did.
But for all the and use it for all the shots. Make one that could be used for all the shots.
I was actually thinking when I was watching it last night, they should have gotten Henson Studios to help out with the ant.
Oh, yes. Yeah. That would have rocked.
Yeah. But I will give this to them. They didn't, of course they couldn't, but they didn't use a CG ant. So they could actually get on the ant's back and have it look like they're actually on an ant's back. So I give props to them for that.
Yeah, totally. Very cool. Paul, so you just aired something that you didn't like. What's something you remember liking, though, about
the whole idea, the fun adventure of being shrunk and going through the jungle of your backyard. And that I didn't really remember. Again, I know this is like the same song as episodes, but I didn't remember a lot of specific details. I did remember lines, some funny lines that were said back and forth. But just the fun adventure.
Was that one of your memories, Katie, or how is that something that you found when you rewatched it?
I definitely feel like one of the cooler things about it, it's a way of reimagining like everyday objects. What a smart way to make a movie, not to make something big and bombastic, but to take really simple things like a bowl of cereal and turn it into a major plot point. I thought that was really clever, and you just don't get a lot of movie making that's based on something so simple now.
Yeah. You could tell if a movie is doing a good job if they can take the ordinary and make it extraordinary.
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with making something that is ordinary extraordinary.
Okay, I'm glad.
But going back to the whole idea of this adventure through the backyard, it didn't feel all that adventurous to me. I think that
beforehand or after.
Oh well, yeah. I'm sorry. I should say I didn't really remember the adventure aspect of it. So This is rewatching it just a few days ago, there's certainly lots of elements of adventure. So it seemed like it. I mean, it seems like it should have been more adventure. Like, wow, this is quite the journey, similar to like Labyrinth, where it's very similar. It's this adventure story through a labyrinth of lawn, which was interesting.
So are you saying it was adventurous or wasn't?
On rewatching, I did not feel it was that adventurous, though it had all the elements of being adventurous. So I don't know what that was about.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Something that I remember liking about the movie, though, was, again, the ant. That, of course, stuck with me. I also liked the Lego, the big Lego. I remembered liking that. And, yeah, these are just really small things. That's why I'm going through all of them. This is an Inception moment. Kind of. Well, I'll let you guys be the judge.
All
I
right.
remembered the big dog hairs, like them hanging on to the big dog hairs. But what I remembered as the dog hairs was actually them holding on to the broom bristles.
Oh, they were very similar.
Okay. So hold off on the being incepted.
Oh, because they held on to both.
Okay. All right, then.
Right?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
I didn't know.
I don't know.
Did you guys, either of you, remember the Legos or any sort of the other effects of big items to make the actors appear small?
I remembered the bee ride. That
The
was
bee
something
ride?
that I remembered very clearly.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
The bee ride was something that I totally forgot, and then rewatching was amazed that I totally forgot it because it's such an epic ride, like on a bee. So I was like, how could I forget this? This is so awesome.
Yeah. There are a lot of other parts of the movie that I forgot. Like I'd forgotten about the Legos and the giant cookie and all of that stuff. I'd forgotten about it. But the bee ride and the big ant were the two things that I remembered
Yeah.
my way
Totally.
out.
Yeah, I didn't remember the Lego. But I did remember, one of the things that I did remember was French class.
Okay. Let's take a moment for French class. When I watch this movie, every single time I've seen this movie, and I'm sure I've seen it a dozen, possibly more times in my lifetime,
Wow.
I never understood that joke.
Oh, wow. Well,
From when it started, when they said, "Where'd you learn to savor?" or whatever, and French class, and he's like, French class, and then at the end he's like, "Oh, I get it, French class." I had no idea what he was talking about. I was like, "What is so funny? I do not get this." But this time watching it, I finally got it.
Well, don't spoil it for someone who didn't.
We
Which
already
I don't know
said
if there are
spoil
many.
it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh goodness!
I don't think I got it
Katie?
either the first time
Oh,
I saw
yeah?
it, but I was, I think, probably 5 the 1st time I
Oh,
saw
okay.
it. So it would be weird if a 5-year-old knew what French kiss was.
Right. What age was Nick? Would you guys say like? in
Ooh,
his
good question.
10, 11 maybe?
Yeah, I would say 10, but he looked kind of small for a 10-year-old.
Yeah. I was thinking 7 or 8.
Oh, really? Okay.
I remember he seemed older than I was when I first watched it.
Yeah.
So I don't think he was like 5 or 6.
No, definitely not. But he did. It was amazing because I've seen the other movies more recently than this, and it's amazing how young Nick, the young brother, looks in this movie compared to these other movies. Like
Is
if you
it
go
the
to
same actor?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
and if you go to Disneyland, he's in Honey, I Shrunk the Audience.
Oh yeah, I've been in that. Yeah.
So I remember him, and I remembered him being younger, but when I recently watching this, I didn't remember he was that young. I was like, oh
Gotcha.
my goodness, he looks so young.
That was honestly one of those things. I predicted the movie would be classic, and then it started, and I was like, oh crap, that's a really little kid in really huge glasses. This is going to be terrible. But I was actually really impressed. He did a really good job. He was funny without being obnoxious.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, he
Oh.
was a good little actor there.
Yeah.
I'm going to share that. I'm going to share some of Josh Powers, which is Paul's brother, and you've also heard him on episode 3 and episode 9, 8 or 9 for Barry's not included. He says, "Classic." It still holds up quite well, better than it should anyway. The previews for when Nicholas, I guess Nick, is about to be eaten by his dad gave me nightmares. And the scorpion versus ant scene was pretty intense. You can watch.
Go.
Let me finish.
All right, yeah.
You can watch the whole thing in one piece on YouTube. There should be a 1080 widescreen version floating around out there too.
Oh, that'd be nice because I could only find the 4x3.
Well, I watched it on Video, which is Ardio's sister site. It's just another place where you can download movies.
Mm-hmm.
And I think theirs was widescreen. I don't recall exactly though.
That's cool. Yeah, the whole eating the kid in a Cheerio thing frustrated me when I saw the TV episode or the TV preview, because the whole idea is them shrinking and then they have to get through the backyard back to the house. They set that up in the TV. And then there's an episode where he's about to eat the kid, which shows you that they made it through the backyard.
Wait, there's an episode where they're...
Not the episode, sorry. The TV spot. The commercial. When seeing the preview,
I see.
The whole idea is like, okay, are they going to be able to make it survive the outback, you know? And then they show him in a kitchen inside of a bowl of cereal, which tells you that they made it. And of course, he's not going to eat his kid. And so it's just so frustrating to see that. Even as a kid, I was like, are you kidding me? You're spoiling it. But
I would think you could make the case that, that happens before they even go out. I mean, do you really, especially kids seeing this preview, are you really connecting the dots that well that maybe...
I did.
Oh, you did?
I was 12.
Well, you are exceptional, Paul.
Yeah, well...
I was little. I don't remember connecting the dots at all. I thought it was awesome.
Exactly. That is actually one of the parts I forgot about the movie, but I'm surprised that I did forget it because it is kind of iconic for Honey, I Shrunk the Kids lore.
Yeah.
Katie, were there any other memories that you remember just loving or really liking about this movie before you watched it?
I honestly didn't remember that much about it. I know that it was one of those that I watched like 100 times, that I really loved it, but I had no real memories of the actual movie.
Paul, how about yourself?
Same.
Yeah.
No, like I said, I just remember lines. Like
I thought you were going to say lying. I'm like, what?
No, just it's weird things like $80, May, non-refundable. I don't know why the weird lines like that stuck in my head through the years. But or like when Rick Moranis is looking through the magnifying glass. Look, it's the rest of them. You know, with the really big lips and
all those are parts I forgot. But they're like they come right back as soon as I watched it. How about you, Kay? Did you remember a lot of the lines, or did they just come back to you when you rewatched?
As soon as I watched it, I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember this. I remember this." It just I haven't watched it probably in 15 or longer years.
Yeah, it's been a while for me as well. The one that's still stuck in my mind, though, I've forgotten a lot of the one-liners, but the one that's still there is, "We're all the size of boogers." For whatever reason, I can't shake that line. It keeps coming to my mind. So we've touched a little bit on how our memories have compared to rewatching it. Were there any other things that you guys want to call out about how when you rewatch the movie, you still like certain things, or maybe things that didn't make much sense?
One of the things that right away that I noticed was the opening title sequence.
Oh,
it was
horrible.
Animated. You said it was horrible?
It was horrible.
Oh my gosh, I loved it. I wished more movies were like that. It was fast action. Here comes the title sequences. You know, the who's in it, and just I thought it was a lot of fun and creative, and I wish more movies did that.
I just thought it was really poor quality animation.
Well, it is compared to Disney's like.
Oh yeah, good point.
But it's better than anything else out there at the time, even nowadays.
Yeah.
But that's my opinion.
But that is kind of a contrast isn't the right word, but disjointed, I guess I want to say. When you see the Disney logo come up and you're so used to really high quality animation, and then this like title sequence that looks like it's almost Simpsons quality, I want to say.
Right.
Yeah.
I will say this. I remember at the theater watching the Roger Rabbit cartoon, and in front of it, which is a stark contrast to the animation opening to this movie. And I remember thinking, this isn't good quality, comparatively, but I think it is fun for what it is.
Mm-hmm. The thing that stood out to me the most was we started watching this movie, and I say to Christy, "Oh, I think the music's done by not Tim Burton, Danny Elfman." And then it turns out no. And so I was like, "Oh, I didn't call that one very well." But some other people had commented on the title. Christy, my wife, said, "I remember owning this movie on..." She has other things to say, so I'll just read the whole thing. "I remember owning this movie on VHS and watching it a lot as a kid. I love this movie, and I'm not even sure I could tell you why. Haha, I love the dog, the giant cookie, the ant, so sad. All four kids, the parents, the lawnmower, the opening credits, the music. I just remember so much when I was rewatching it and grinning the whole time. I rated it a classic because I loved it so much as a kid and really enjoyed it again. I would also tell anyone to watch it who hasn't, or to watch it again if they haven't watched it in a long time."
Yeah.
And then Kellen, right after that, said, "I totally forgot the opening credits. Caught me off guard when they started playing."
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. That's how I felt about it. I was just really surprised. Like, what is this?
Am I watching Honey, I Shrunk the Kids?
Yeah.
I don't get this. All right. Any other, Katie, were there other things that rewatching you're like, "Oh, I'm not so sure about that," or "This is really cool," or "Much cooler than I remembered"?
No, it was all, I mean, as a little kid watching it, I was just completely impressed by all of it. I thought it was all amazing and incredible. And as an adult, I think the thing that surprised me so much watching it was just, it was actually as good as I remembered it being.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, even
Very nice.
Yeah, even with 20 years of perspective.
Yeah, it's funny how some of the movies that doing the show, I'll like, "Oh yeah, that movie was awesome," and I'll be like, "Oh, that wasn't so good," and vice versa.
Yeah, there were parts that it was surprised me that there were a lot of jokes that I forgot that I was laughing out loud through a lot of the movie
Really?
that still hold up. But that's on one side. On another side, this movie came out in 1989, and you can tell it came out in 1989 by some of the. I think it's a dated movie just by, I guess, lack of technology, the clothing. I don't know.
I loved all the references to the mall.
Oh yeah.
I was like, that's so 80s. Everybody's going to the mall.
Yeah, totally.
Wait, you're not?
No.
Oh, too bad.
I was so desperately trying to think of a line from a movie that had to do with the mall, but I just could not come up with anything.
I only remember Tiny Toons where they practice speaking with rocks in their mouth, and they're like, "The walls at the mall are totally, totally tall."
Yes. I totally forgotten about that.
Oh wow! I just remember. Oh no, that's Animaniacs doing the Meteor Man, da 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 da. The sort of music videos. I think it was Tiny Toons that did.
Yeah, that was Tiny Toons.
But we digress. Let's get back to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Something that, comparing when I rewatched the movie, I thought a lot of the stuff that I remembered liking was fine. I thought Auntie was cool, cooler than I remembered. I was surprised how much I connected with Auntie as a character. I don't remember having that much just feeling that much emotion for him or her, I should say. Well, let me ask you guys: would you say Auntie is a him or a her?
It's an it.
Yeah.
See, I actually did some research, and most ant drones, which from everything I can tell, Auntie are female, infertile females. So,
Very interesting.
Auntie.
So if you're a fertile female, you become the queen?
Yeah, essentially.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. So Auntie, I remember her, and though I think as a kid I thought Auntie was a guy, but I I really
Maybe
like.
it is the guy. Maybe it's one of the guys who fertilizes the queen.
They don't leave the. I don't think
Yeah,
they
they have
leave
wings.
really. Yeah, they have wings also.
Oh, wait. Males have wings? I thought the queen had wings. No.
Maybe the queen does too, but no, the males
Males have
typically.
wings.
Oh, but
I'm
it was
certainly not an entomologist, but
You're not a what?
entomologist. I think that's the right term for it.
No.
I'm pretty sure. Anyways,
He said ant-emologist. One who studies ants.
nice, Kate.
Ants who go to the mall.
Gosh.
Just
Anyway,
anti-way.
so I remembered him being an ant, but someone else that commented on Facebook, Edward Desian, said, "I'm pretty sure it was one of the sequels, but I remember one scene where Daddy Longlegs gives a ride to one of the shrunken people."
I don't remember that.
Edward, I'm going to have to play this for you because I think you're remembering Auntie, but it was actually
Or you just blew up Edward.
yeah, I did. I'm so sorry. But
Unless
yeah.
it was Honey, I Shrunk Ourselves,
Oh,
which
have
I
not
never
seen
saw.
that. Yeah.
Did you see part
Have
3?
you seen that?
Uh-uh.
Okay. Well, Edward, if it was part 3, then I apologize and I retract that Inception sound effect. But I think you were remembering Auntie. Anyway, I'll read the rest of your comment. After that, I never tried to kill daddy long-legged spiders. I'm sure they appreciated that. But for that movie, I remember vividly when one of the children is stuck in the bowl of cereal and it is almost eaten. Man, I looked into my cereal every day as a kid after that movie. These movies can really impact you. Like I was saying last time, that I didn't wish ill harm on anyone because maybe that Goblin King would go and do damage to that person if I wish something bad.
There is a certain age where you are really impressionable for life.
Yeah, right? Totally. But something I wanted to get your take on, guys, is rewatching this movie. They make a point of saying, at least I remember them making a point of saying, that this shrink ray shrinks you down to 1/4 of an inch tall. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Something like that.
Okay. So why are all the kids not the same size when they're shrinking down?
That's funny. I think it's relative.
Well, yeah, I know I'm being kind of a stickler, and
Yeah, but that's funny.
just something to throw out there. Think about that,
As-
movie makers.
I appreciate that question because you can ask my family. I am very much a literal thinker, so
I know
that's funny to me.
Kellen was really concerned because he started watching because we have to make sure that they like stay consistently the same size because sometimes in movies like the scale gets off.
Yeah,
yes.
I thought the scale was off in some parts, but
Oh.
that's me.
I did not notice that at all. But Kate, go ahead and finish. Then I'm curious, Paul, which parts?
Yeah,
don't
I didn't
remember.
really we were looking for it. And I didn't really notice anywhere where it was really glaring.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't change a lot, but there were some things like I don't really know how big things would be relative if you were 1/4 of an inch tall. So it's kind of hard to, I guess,
To know
guess
that.
or to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was really strange that everyone kept saying, "Man, your lawn is like so long, and so the grass is so tall. Everyone could tell this is your yard. It looks like the Amazon, you know."
Yeah.
And then when looking at it, looks just like everybody else's yard. It's not that overgrown or any.
Yeah. That was
man.
one part that I was always like, why is it so hard for them to get through this? It seems like a lawn you'd be able to see pretty easily.
And then he said, like, okay, that's like it's like 3 miles to them
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something
yeah.
like that.
I'm
And
like, you
Why did
could
it
book
take so
that and
long?
be like an hour.
Yeah. I was like, as a kid, that's a really long ways. But as an adult, you're like, dude, you'll be home in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Granted, they did have a lot of shenanigans, giant drops of water, and
That's true.
Those
And-
drops of water were amazing. I was looking at that. I was like, how are they doing this? Like,
I didn't even think about that, but yeah, I guess
Yeah,
that
it
would
was
be kind of
incredible.
hard to pull off.
yeah, I thought that effect was really well done.
Yeah. Were there other effects that you guys really like? What did you guys think of the scorpion, for instance?
Oh,
Yeah.
the stop animation scorpion?
Yeah.
that was
I-
probably the worst part of the movie. Like in terms of how well it was done, it was probably the part where I went, "Oh, this looks really fake." the most.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But you can kind of tell. But it's kind of nice as a kid. You can, at least for me. I don't know about you. When you were a kid, it's like, oh no, a giant scorpion. But it with it being fake, you can kind of let your guard down a little bit. You know it's fake, so you're not 100% invested in it. You know what I mean? So even if something bad does happen, you're kind of okay. It's like, okay, it's just a movie.
Yeah, and I remember the sort of the biters, not the pinchers, but the mouth of the scorpion as being the thing that freaked me out the most about it.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Sting me all you want, just don't get me to the mouth.
Just don't bite me. Yeah. But did you guys? Well, I'll say that. But were there any other memories that you found you really liked after rewatching it? Before we move on to things we hated about this movie.
I liked when Ron hit his dad in the head with a little arrow, and he had the little suction cup mark on his forehead. I remember thinking that was hilarious when I was little. And as an adult, I was like, oh, that's still pretty funny.
Nice. That's awesome. Paul, you?
With the neighbor's friend, Ron, that man's flying. just him on the contraption with the magnifying glass circling over the lawn is just, it's funny.
Yeah.
So something I did think, I remember thinking this time, I have a kid too now, so I would remember thinking at the end is, I can't believe they're all friends with each other now. Like, somebody shrunk down, like if somebody was irresponsible enough to have this weird shrink ray in their attic and they shrunk my kids, like,
how is that irresponsible?
I would be so furious. It's like
you keep your shrink rays in government facilities.
It's like
Paul.
leaving a loaded gun sitting out on your like kitchen counter or something. It's just so crazy.
It's
irresponsible.
upstairs in an attic.
But it's not like locked or anything. Anybody could just walk in and like.
You also don't own guns, do you?
I don't now as an adult, but I did when I grew up in Texas in the backwoods. Everybody had guns, but you didn't just leave them out. You kept them locked in a cabinet.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I was just thinking, how are they all friends with each other? I would be furious if somebody shrunk my kids.
You know what? That sounds like the perfect segue into talking about things we hated about this movie. Anything, but that's apparently more after you watched it. But Katie, was there anything before you watched it that you remember just grading against you about this movie?
No, I guess I was so little when I watched it. Everything was fantastic. I was pretty happy, easy to please kid.
This movie is totally hunky-dory. How about you, Paul?
The older girl falling for the older guy way too quickly. She is, in my opinion then, and even still after watching this movie, out of his league. I don't know why she would say, yeah, he saved her. Okay.
I was about to say, yeah.
So, so they become friends. They tolerate each other now.
And he also speaks the French.
He does?
He's in French class.
Oh. Yes. Okay. But I don't see why. It's like, I ignored you. I was stupid. That's fine. But then you go over and kiss him and make out with them. That's going too far. In my opinion, I didn't think he was, up in he's out of her league.
He's Screech and she's Kelly Kapowski.
Not quite, but almost.
All right.
I thought he was for A.D. Sanders. He was cute. He had the long eyelashes and the feathery hair. I couldn't figure out why he was like supposed to be this like weird kid. I guess the way his dad was always harping on him. I was like, he seems pretty normal to me. I don't understand why he's the geek.
Yeah. And I that is one thing that I remember not liking about the movie was I put down the mean neighbor dad. How he, I remembered him as being a lot meaner than he kind of turned out to be when I watched this movie again. But
as an adult, you gain a different perspective that he's just trying to do the best for his kids, but he doesn't really know how.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember thinking, this is terrible parenting. Like, just no, this is not how you're doing it wrong.
Exactly. But he certainly had a good heart in doing it, I think.
Yeah.
Though, again, like you both alluded to, he did it in a horrible way. Something that I actually remember not liking about this movie before rewatching it was that I thought Nick was this like obnoxious little know-it-all. I don't know why.
You were jealous.
Maybe. But he certainly wasn't when I rewatched it. So I don't know where that came from. But the thing that really I remember hating the most was the auntie getting killed. Like, I still remember that. And
It's so sad.
I'm laughing at that because Paul's making his patented Google faces at me. Yes, just like that. How about you, Paul? What was something that you remember not liking about the movie?
Besides that, she went for him when she was waiting for Paul at the mall.
Is that why you're jaded?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's a little underlying thing there, but I don't know. That was the main thing that stuck out to me.
Mm-hmm. Katie, was there anything else for you?
No, not really. I really liked it otherwise.
Oh yeah, and you said that you really liked it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Poor short-term memory. My short-term memory has been shrunk down. Let's see. One other thing that I remembered not liking was the scary lawnmower. That was something that.
Yeah, even as a kid, I was like, I know the chances of them surviving that lawnmower. I mean, they could have. There is that slight chance of being sucked in and then shot out without being cut. I know because I mowed a lot of lawns growing up. I know there is that chance, but even still, it's a big chance.
And rewatching it, that bugged me because I thought, come on, at least one of them is going to get cut at least a little bit going up there because
you don't get cut a little bit by a lawnmower. Size.
Yeah, and there was all 4 of them went through, which was pretty unbelievable that they all went through it unscathed. And even just getting thrown out of it, the force they got thrown out of it should have been.
Yeah. Now, and the fact that they were all holding on to each other, which makes a long object. It's like, how could you miss with that? But if they all came out separate, it would be much easier to believe that the blades could have missed them,
I suppose. And I guess you could also say, oh, well, it was winding down at that point, so it's not going to be pulling with that much force, but...
Right.
Does a lawnmower create suction? That was another thing I remembered wondering. Like,
it does?
Would it?
It does a little bit. It's hard to tell when you're that size how much of a pull. Mm-hmm. But it does, because if you've ever mowed with one of the mowers that had a bag in the back of it to catch all the grass, there's a suction. There's not a separate vacuum attached to it. It does create a little bit of suction that it catches all that in there.
And I guess it also depends on the blade. I mean, if the blade's designed similar to how like a propeller is designed, then yes, it would, or a fan, it would have that element of suction or.
That lawnmower propulsion. Certainly did suck.
I thought it was pretty cool with all its remote control isms.
Yeah, so cool. It makes me want to mow the lawn.
That's the way to get our kids to do chores, is make the things that don't want to do into robots.
And for all you people that ever watched the Hug-a-Bunch movie, the kid who mows the lawn is the older brother in the Hug-a-Bunch movie.
Have you heard of that movie, Katie?
No.
Yeah.
So that's for those fans who actually have heard of that or seen that. But anyway, moving on.
Thanks for keeping them in the loop. Speaking of some other fans, I did miss some of these Facebook posts that I did want to get in here. Jason Scott said, I loved it, but man, those ants scared me every single time. So I guess Auntie actually had the opposite effect from me on him. Sharon Collins said, I don't even know where to begin with my memories. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I assume a good thing, though. Katie Glenn said, I just remember wanting the cat clock they had in their kitchen.
Yes, that was a cool Felix the Cat clock.
Yeah.
What was so appealing about that? It had a circuit board on it, but what did it do? I don't really remember.
It meowed, but it just was a cool cartoon cat.
Its tail went back and forth. One of my babysitter had one, and so its tail would go back and forth, and its eyes would look back and forth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, all right, cool.
It's a novel.
And then Sharon also said, I wanted to tame and ride the ant with them. Totally understandable.
You know what I thought was weird? watching it again when
Tell
they
me.
slept in the Lego. I would not want to sleep in that hard plastic. I would rather sleep on the ground where there's a little bit of cushion to it.
But if you're just done, well, I guess they were sleeping in it before the scorpion, but afterwards, definitely, you get that added protection being inside the Lego. You have something to your back. Whereas on the ground, you're out in the open.
Maybe. I don't know. It'd just be so uncomfortable. Would you want to sleep on a hard surface now?
I guess not. No.
Okay. That's my point.
But if I don't have a choice.
Oh, no, there's dirt and grass all around you. Snuggle up to those blades, you know. It's a lot softer than the hard plastic.
I suppose.
Anyway.
How about you, Katie? What do you think about
I'm totally grossed out by the entire concept of sleeping outside. So
okay.
all of it's just really appalling. I guess you don't have to worry about I was thinking, for me, the biggest reason not to want to sleep on the ground is the bugs. But when you're that size, you're the size of the bugs.
Yeah.
So
they're too small. The pollen won't fit up his nose. Oh, wait.
The one thing that did bother me about the Legos, though, the Lego was that when they're wake up in the morning and they're all sleeping in the one peg, I think Nick is at the bottom. It seems like he'd be crushed from being underneath the other three.
Yeah, they were so exhausted.
They're so exhausted they killed him.
Yeah,
but
smothered
apparently
him.
not. He had a rough time of it, getting eaten and
up by the bee.
So we've sort of been weaving in and out of things we remember hating and things we hate now. Is there anything else that you guys, after watching this, you really didn't like about the movie? Katie, how about you?
Just the parent stuff. Just that. I couldn't believe that the parents would also be friends, or that. I don't know.
Wow.
And I thought the neighbor dad was really. I was like, that's not cool to you. That's just a mean way to be to your kids.
Something else regarding the parenting, and I guess it may just be a reflection of the time, but it really bothered me that they go pretty much the entire day and their kids are missing, and they're like, man, where are these kids? Man, geez, I can't believe they're not around. I'd be like, oh my gosh, where's my kids? And
she
the
was
police way
supposed to
sooner.
go to the mall, so she wasn't supposed to be there.
But
so
where was Nick then?
She could have taken him with him because she didn't want to leave him home.
Then what about the other kids?
I don't know. They're lost. That's why they called the police.
Yeah, but I thought they did it way too late, and
The movie's only an hour and a half.
I think maybe we forget in the 80s nobody had cell phones.
Right.
It was normal to be apart from people and not to be able to get
That's a really
immediately
good
in
point,
touch
too,
with them. Especially kids. Kids had more freedom to go do things than they do now.
That's a good point. Yeah, I did as well. I remember biking to a store just on my own, and I'd be gone for a couple of hours, and
Nobody would panic unless you didn't make it home for dinner.
Yeah, something like that. How
Then
times
you're in
have
trouble.
changed. Anything you didn't like rewatching it, Paul?
I thought the music, as good as it was a little bit cheesy here and there. It was a little too silly and a little over the top at some of the parts, but it was appropriate others.
Yeah, I really liked the music. That was something I remember thinking as soon as the opening credits came up. That's what I thought was, the music is really perfect. It has the mad scientist adventure kind of feel to it.
Yeah,
Very much like a kid's movie.
It worked in the opening sequence and it worked in some other places, but there's some others that it seemed it should have been a little more dramatic, and it had this little upbeat music in the back. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, I thought the music on the whole served the movie well. I didn't notice anything about it that was like, or why that doesn't belong there. I thought it was Danny Elfman from the beginning.
Well, it's kind of biased then.
Yeah. Why? I don't know.
Because you like Danny Elfman, and so if you think he did it, you're gonna like it.
You know what? I will have to say, if I see who the composer is, that does bias me. If it's a composer I like, I'm like, oh yes, I like it. And if it's one I don't like, then I'm like, exactly. What are you doing? Paul and his video antics.
Sorry.
That's okay. Since we're on the topic of things we don't like, though, I wanted to read. I think this is. Well, we have two more, but this is. I'll read Emma Elderlock's comment from Facebook. She said, "I can't stand Rick Moranis, so no."
Sorry, I like him.
I can't help you on this one. I still haven't caught up with Labyrinth yet. I'm behind. Oh well, no worries, Emma. Thank you for listening to the podcast. It's going to be there for a long time, so catch up whenever you like. But Paul, so you're a fan of Rick Moranis, eh?
Oh yeah, big time.
Did you hear? I said you're a fan of Rick Moranis, eh?
No. Yeah. What is that? Cold brew?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, someone was asking, what is he up to now? He's actually retired. Lives in New York. His wife passed away from cancer, I think.
Oh, sorry.
So he's decided to retire from show business, work off the royalties, and just raise his kids.
That's not
Good.
bad.
Well, good job. But that's sad about his wife.
It
Yeah.
is. And it's sad for all the rest of us who like Rick Moranis.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I enjoyed him probably most in Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
and Spaceballs. Spaceballs, actually. But
Two classics off the top of my head.
but thank you for sharing anyways, Emma. I'm sure you're not the only one who doesn't like Rick Moranis.
Nope.
Well, actually, I think that's all the things that really came to my mind as things that I didn't like after rewatching. Any other things, guys, or actually, let's just go to any random memories we had or things that came back to us when we rewatched it that were kind of just like, oh, I didn't remember that and didn't like it or hate it, but it was there.
This movie.
Okay, Paul.
Well, there was a lot of it that I was like, oh yeah.
Well, for me, the bee scene, I was like, oh, whoa, yeah. I forgot about this part. How about you, Katie?
Yeah, there was a lot of that. I forgot the dog entirely.
Oh, yeah.
The breakfast machine, or I guess the thing that sends the message upstairs and how they communicate each other. Proto-text messaging, I guess.
Yeah. That actually made me think of Wallace and Gromit. I'm not sure. I think I forget which one's the dog, but sends a message when like food's ready to the human.
I was thinking about how many like 80s kids movies had some sort of machine that did things. Like I remember one, it made breakfast for people. Like I can remember the machine cracking the eggs and then frying them, or
Back to the Future.
Yeah, that sounds like Back to the
Pee-wee's Big
Future.
Adventure.
Yeah.
and there's the one, the Goonies, where at the very beginning, like I think to open the door or something.
Yeah. There's this whole like mousetrap type contraption.
So I just thought that was really funny that the 80s was like this whole thing of like weird robot things that very Jetsons.
Yeah. Oh, totally. That's a good comparison.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about the what's it called? Not the ding dong, but the cake thing.
Oh, the cookie, the giant cookie.
I was like, oh wow, and I was actually surprised to see it there. I had completely forgotten about it, and it wasn't like it came back to me. I'm like, oh, what happens at this part of the movie? And then it was where they found Auntie.
Yeah. I remember the kids having the cookie for the aunt, but I couldn't remember where it came from.
Oh, interesting.
I remember thinking, wouldn't it be more airy, like just full of because they're so small? It's like the cookie and the frosting is like be a lot more air. It wouldn't be this big goop
dense.
like it was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point. I think the cookie was kind of like how a cookie would be, but
The cream filling or the icing, I couldn't really tell.
yeah. Was there a part where they actually where Ron, I think they said, was the one who tossed that away? Did they show that at the beginning? I don't remember. Because that would have been an awesome continuity thing.
That would have been cool, but I don't remember it.
Yeah,
No.
okay.
So that's another thing I was thinking is how old is that cookie and how stale is that?
Yeah, right. But I guess if you're dying of hunger, then
Yeah.
all right, cool. Then before we get to our final review of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, let's each say one thing that if we were to rate this movie a classic, what would put it over the top? Katie, let's start with you.
So I think for me, the things that would make this a classic would be, I think it's a lot of the little character stuff that they really built up. The dog and how they kept kind of revisiting that plot point, or just really going back to that, making ordinary things really extraordinary. And I think especially when you're talking about kids movies, kids are a really unique thinker, so really appealing to that sense that the world around them can be magical and adventurous, because that's the sort of thing that a little kid would watch that movie and then want to go play in their backyard and have that same experience, and they can imagine that.
Be sorely disappointed. It's not big.
Well, kids are different than us. We go stand in our backyard and we're like, well, the grass doesn't even cover our feet, so it's not a big deal. But kids go in their backyard and they can see that, they can imagine all around them. And they can imagine, making friends with an ant. Like, I just thought a lot of the ways they, I guess, anthropomorphize some of the animals, making the dog and the ant, more human than they actually are, and really playing to that was kind of what makes it classic.
Cool. Paul, how about you?
This is a fun adventure. It's a family kind of film that the whole family could enjoy together. It has some laugh out loud moments throughout. Those are all reasons why it would push it towards a classic for me.
Cool. For me, I would say that the execution of Auntie as a character, again, I said before, but
what do you mean by execution?
well, not the stop motion animation.
Aww.
How the way they, I guess, wrote the character, so to speak.
Okay, so not how he died.
Oh, I didn't think about
What makes this a classic is the execution of Auntie.
Oh my gosh. No, the how they brought Auntie to life and then executed it. No, okay. Just the character of Auntie, I actually connected with her the most, and I thought it was just really cool how this creature that at first you think is this crazy scary enemy, and then you're just trying to tame it, it's not working, but then it actually learns to really like you and follow you and act like a pet. I really liked Auntie, and I was really sad when she died.
So kind of like E.T.
Does E.T. die? No, he doesn't.
Well,
die.
you think he does.
Oh, that's
But
right.
you get him to follow you and mimic you, and
So we need E.T. to come back and revive Auntie.
yeah.
One last thing on Auntie.
One more thing.
One more thing. It seems like the size ratio of Auntie to the scorpion was way off. Like, that's one
that was
big
a-
ant compared to a scorpion.
That's
or that
a
scorpion
really
is massive.
small
Or
scorpion.
really small. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah,
Any thoughts on that?
I agree.
That's one of those things I can't really see it in my head, how big those things would be relative to each other.
Gotcha. Okay. No
I've
worries.
seen too many movies with like a giant scorpion.
I guess I need to watch some YouTube videos, like ant versus scorpion. Maybe somebody has one.
There you go. All right. Katie, I'll start with you again. For if you were going to rate this a second class, what would be the thing that makes it that puts it down there?
I think probably the special effects are, they were good for the time, but they don't necessarily hold up very well. And so that would definitely be one thing that would make it second class. And like you guys were saying, there's not always a lot of action there. Like, it's supposed to be an adventure movie, but sometimes it just kind of falls flat. So there's not as much dramatic tension there as there should be sometimes. So, and part of that, I guess, is just that it's a kid's movie and you know that nothing really bad can happen to them in their own backyard.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Paul, how about you?
The same thing that Katie just said. Plus, I totally blanking. Sorry, it's
No
like my
worries.
brain just rebooted, and I have to get back on track.
I can go if you want some time to reboot.
Yeah, please.
Okay. For me, and is similar to Katie and apparently you, Paul, what I wrote down was there's just something that was off about this movie. It had all these elements, I've said before, it had all these elements of potentially a good movie, but it's almost like they didn't jive together or there was just something missing. And as I thought about it, I think it's that none of the characters seemed all that real. They all seemed yeah, they're shrunk down, and that's okay. They'll just make the best of it, unless they're about to die or be crushed or something. Then they're, oh my gosh, this is the horrible. But up until then, they're like, yeah, we'll just get back, and they'll make us normal. I mean, it seems like they'd be a lot more stressed and anxious about the whole situation than they are. They're just they seem more or less blasé about it. And
Well, that's how kids were in the late 80s.
okay. And then again, the parents just being like, oh yeah, they're just out there. I know that I could see as being because of the 80s, but those two things, or just the lack of reality, I guess, in the characters was what put it down there for me. Did you remember what you were going to say, Paul?
Yes. I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with your analysis, Francisco, on that. I thought they were great characters. But I will echo that this is definitely a younger movie, a kid's movie. It's a well done kids movie, but as far as adults are concerned, I don't think the average, let's say 40-year-old who hasn't seen it would be excited watching it as much as an 8-year-old or a 12-year-old would be. Okay. And I think this movie is, like I said, dated in some good ways and in some bad ways. And I think that hurts the movie more than it helps.
Okay, cool. Thank you both. And with that, let's get to, what do we get to, Paul?
The moment of truth.
The moment of truth, also known as the Retro Rewind Roundtable Review. Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
All right. Let's start with Katie. I was about to say the Retro Rewind podcast. Is Honey, I Shrunk the Kids a classic or second class? And go ahead and give us our rating, and then how you rate classic or second class.
I definitely think it's a classic.
Okay.
And I rated that looking at it in terms of what kind of film it is. So it's family film. It's made for kids. And it's definitely something I was thinking when I was watching it, I really want to watch this with my daughter in 3 or 4 years. So that, to me, that's what's classic. If it holds up enough that you want to watch it later with your own family for a kids movie.
Very cool. Thank you so much. Paul, how about yourself?
What I rate as a classic is if a group of my peers were around and I'm in my mid-30s, let's say, my 30s, who haven't seen the movie and we want to watch a movie. And I was like, oh, you haven't seen this? Let's put this on. This is a great movie. You'll like it. That's what I consider a classic. This has been a hard one for me. Personally, based on that prerequisite, because the past couple of days I have flip-flopped many times on this, because it is a great kids movie. I'm gonna have to say right now, if you asked me last night, I would have said classic, but right now I have to say second class, because it is a great kids. It's a great family film, but if you haven't seen it before and you're getting older in age, I don't think it's something that, oh, you should watch this. It's not that kind of a movie. But if you have seen it when you were younger and you watch it again as an adult, if you haven't seen it in a while, yes, it's a good film to watch. But based on if you haven't seen it, that unfortunately, that's the criteria I set on episode 1, and I'm trying to stay to it. So
even though we talk about whether you'll like revisiting, but still, that's fine.
Yeah.
I stay with your.
I enjoyed rewatching it very much. Like I said, I laughed throughout, and it's like I said, it's a great family flick. But based on my criteria, it's not a classic.
Do you think like kids today who've never seen it before, do you think they would get the same kind of enjoyment out of it, or?
I think they would enjoy it. I don't know if it's exactly the same, because they'll be like, "Oh, what's a Walkman?" You know.
Why don't they just call their parents on their cell phones?
Yeah, there's some things that, like I said, it's a little bit outdated, but it's fun. I think they would still enjoy it.
Very cool. So far we have Katie with classic, Paul with second class,
So whatever it is, it's disputed.
Whatever is disputed. Before I say my reign, I do want to read one last comment from Facebook, and this is again from Kellen, Katie's husband. I loved this movie as a kid, but had a really hard time believing that the effects and humor would hold up. Very much a second-class prediction. On rewatching, though, I was super impressed at how well it held up. Classic.
Yeah, the humor did hold up. And the special effects weren't bad.
No.
Especially with the storyline, you kind of like give it some leniency.
Mm-hmm. But even though I would like to agree with Kellen and Katie, and like you, Paul, I was okay. So after watching it, I had sort of this intuition that I would say it was a second-class movie. But then I saw all these comments on Facebook pour in and say, "Oh, it's such a classic. Oh, I loved it. I just watched it again, and I love this movie." I'm like, did I miss something? Did I watch the same movie? And I felt like I almost felt like I can't say this is second class because it's so popular. But if I'm going by my rating of how I rate classic as a movie that's enjoyable and a movie that I would show Sophia, I wouldn't mind showing it to Sophia, but it's not something because I didn't enjoy it that much. Like I said, there's just some secret element missing from this movie that made it really gel for me. I just did not find that much enjoyment in it. And the character that I loved the most was the one that got killed off. And
maybe that's why you didn't like it as much.
I don't think that was the reason, but yeah.
That's interesting because based on your criteria, I would rate it as a classic because I enjoyed this movie.
Oh, well, that's why we have different criteria.
Just so we can agree?
No.
Okay.
We didn't agree last time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my reign is Honey, I Shrunk the Kids is second class. And with that,
it's disputed. I'd feel really bad if it was unanimous because it's a good movie.
Well, that's how I felt about Labyrinth, but you guys lampooned it last time. And I'm not doing this out of spite or anything.
I didn't get to listen to it yet. Did you rate Labyrinth the second class?
You'll have to go back and listen to it.
Goodness.
Which will be at, you can find it now at retrorewindpodcast.com/RRP13. The number 1 and the number 3.
Honestly, Katie, I don't remember. I remember what I rated it, but I don't remember what other people rated it. But I do remember it finding interesting a reason why they rated it what they did. So yeah, I would go listen to that.
Yeah. It is a long one. The video version, which it will be coming up shortly, is 2 hours in length.
Wow.
The audio is, I believe, only an hour and a half, an hour 20, something like that. So, but it is a lot of good conversation, I felt. Similar to tonight. Mm. All right. So, again, with that, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, according to the Retro Rewind podcast, is a disputed second-class movie. If you like the type of movies that, or if you feel like you're the same type of movie viewer as Katie, you probably want to go see this movie and share it with your kids. But if you're more of the mind of me and Paul, then probably want to just leave this as a fun memory that you have, but not pick it up again.
Well, I said to share it with your kids. That's fine. But my criteria of a classic is peers, and kids aren't my peers. Sorry. Go ahead. Go forward with the show. Sorry. Keep going.
Alice, will you please bring up the communication satellites?
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
All right. Katie, would you please let people know where they can get in touch with you if they'd want to just reach out to you?
The best way to get in touch with me is to email me. My email is katie.arb@gmail.com. And that's katie.arb.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for being on the show today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely.
.erb? You said that was Katie, KATIE .erb?
.arb.
ARB. Okay.
Yeah. It's a weird name.
Thanks a lot, Kellen.
Right?
Paul, how can
blame him for her saying I do?
That's true. That was my fault.
And you legally changed your name
I did.
on purpose.
Well, it's much more interesting than my maiden name, so there you go.
Oh, nice. Paul, Mr. Powers.
Is it? Sorry, I don't know the maiden name. It makes me curious. I'm sorry.
How can people reach you, Paul?
They can always go to my webpage at pauljpowers.com. You can find my email, Facebook, Twitter, all that social media stuff is there, and get a hold of me there. Or go to the Retro Rewind podcast page and leave a comment. I read those, or leave a message on Facebook.
Yes. And you can find this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/RRP14, the number 1 and 4. Yes. And if you want to reach me or any of the co-hosts you've heard on the podcast, you can email us. Send those emails to feedback@retrorewindpodcast.com. You can also get in touch with me, Francisco, on Twitter. I'm at FXRUIZX. And before we close out, one thing I want to say is today, when we're recording, which is June 7th of 2013, Pixel Press has funded.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
So if you've been listening to the past couple episodes, I've been promoting this game, or soon-to-be game, app thing called Pixel Press on Kickstarter, and it funded today. So
wow, I didn't think it was going to make it. Good job.
Yeah, totally. And so I want to thank once again Katie for being on the show.
Yay.
Yay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Paul, thank you as always for co-hosting.
My pleasure.
And to all you listeners, thank you so much for listening to the Retro Rewind podcast. We'd love iTunes review. We'd love you to share us with your friends or just leave a comment. That'd be awesome too. And with that, like a Pokemon, we'll catch you later.
Bye.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
The man of 1,000 faces, Paul Powers.
Sorry.
Hello, good listener. Before we begin, I want to let you know that schedules got on the way this week, so you're not going to get a regular Retro Rewind podcast recording. But instead, I actually have the prototype episode of RRP that I recorded with my wife, Christy, before we sort of knew that the format was going to work. I wanted to call out, though, that it's going to sound like I'm trying to play it off like this is just a normal episode that could have been inserted anywhere, but because of all your valuable feedback, the show's evolved into something where you could definitely tell that this is a retro RRP episode and certainly not like the current ones. But I think it's still enjoyable and hope you enjoy it too. Let us know on our Facebook page or retrorewindpodcast.com. And don't worry, next time we will be kicking some alien butt with Independence Day. But for now, make sure that you have your Corbin Dallas multipass for episode number 15 of the Retro Rewind podcast.
Retro Rewind podcast initialized. Mission identified. The Fifth Element. 1997. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
I'm your host, Francisco Ruiz. Paul's not with us this time, but standing in for him is my lovely wife. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm lovely wife,
Oh,
Christy.
hi, Christy. How are you doing today?
Fabulous, thank you.
Awesome. I tend to say awesome whenever you say fabulous.
That's good. We're complimentary.
It is complimentary. We're going to be looking at the film, The Fifth Element, as you heard from our intro. We're going to go through our usual NewTube segment, talk, and then do our roundtable about the episode or about the movie. And then we'll close out the show with any announcements or feedback. Let's go ahead and get into it.
NewTube systems engaged.
So our NewTube segment, where we talk about any sort of new forms of media that we're watching or playing these days to help you get a sense of what types of things we like, which sort of plays into how we rate movies from the past or media from the past. So what new things are you watching or playing these days, Christy?
I've been watching Doctor Who.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I skip some episodes that are, I feel, a bit too evil or focus too much on demonic things. I skip those, but I am very addicted. The storyline is just so intertwined, and they changed doctors. I liked the first Doctor I was introduced to, and then they changed doctors, and I was like, no, I don't like this Doctor, but now I love this Doctor.
Like it's different Doctor characters or different actors?
Different actors.
Oh, okay.
But you have to get into Doctor Who in order to understand. It's a little confusing when you talk about it, but my knitting friends and buddies all talk about it all the time. And I was like, fine, I'll just watch a stupid episode of this Doctor Who. And now I'm like, the TARDIS, Doctor Who, and the sonic screwdriver. And yeah, I'm a fangirl now.
That's pretty awesome. Very cool. Well, for me, it's not so much a new media item, I guess you'd say, but I'm the iPad Mini was released a little while ago, and I'm thinking I might want one, but I'll probably end up saving for the iPad Mini 2, which would come out long from now. Like, I'm not sure how many months, but because they just released the first one, so they have announced the second one. Anyways,
You just want a new Apple gadget every time it comes out.
no, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Yes, I want one, but I certainly don't get one each time one
I didn't
comes out.
say you get one. Ooh, so defensive.
Oh my gosh. Moving forward, and I'm sure if Paul was here, he'd talk about some emulation thing that he's been doing, like old school video game emulation, which really isn't new media. So come on, Paul.
Well, neither is Doctor Who.
Oh, is it not? What do you mean it's not new? Well, I guess it's new to you. You said you just started watching it.
Yeah, I'm
But
watching it on Amazon Prime, which isn't really even new.
When did it come out?
I don't know. I didn't do research on this.
Oh, okay. Instead, you did research on what?
On The Fifth Element?
Oh, good job. And that's a perfect segue into our main roundtable discussion.
Alert, alert, target located. Spoilers, incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
250 years into the future.
Any survivors?
The world is on the edge of destruction.
Do you understand Big Trouble?
And the only way to save it
Me? Protect you.
Okay.
is to find the fifth element. Bruce Willis. The Fifth Element, rated PG-13. Opens everywhere May 9th.
Oh, that was awesome.
All right, so I'm going to let you break down the Fifth Element, sort of the major stats, like who directed it, the cast, things like that.
Well, if you haven't seen The Fifth Element, you have to stop listening. I'm
Yeah,
just kidding.
by the way, thank you, because this is going to probably have lots of spoilers. We're not going to try to keep it spoiler-free, so definitely go see The Fifth Element. It's available on Netflix, most likely. I haven't looked, but it's also how we saw it was on this site called Crackle.com, Crackle. And you can watch it for free with ads. That's the only thing.
And the ads are louder than the movies. so
Yeah,
be careful of
it's
that.
and put in odd places.
Whatever, though. At least we could watch the movie. The Fifth Element was put out by, directed and written by Luc Besson and produced by Patrick Ledoux.
Ledoux. He's done good work.
I'm pretty sure you don't know him.
Calling
And
me out.
the best part is who it's starring: Bruce Willis, Gary Oldman, Ian Holm, Chris Tucker, and Mia Jovovich, which we all enjoy her. It came out in May 7th, 1997,
Oh, okay.
and runtime was 126 minutes.
How many hours is that?
I don't do that math that quickly.
That's 2 hours and 6 minutes.
And the music was by Eric Serra.
Yeah, we'll talk about the music a little bit later.
I know, I saw your notes.
Oh, yeah, breaking the fourth wall, as you usually do.
There's no fourth wall when not acting.
Oh, right.
Because there's no stage here. Just 2 turntables and a microphone.
And where's that from?
Toby Mac song.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Not that I don't like Toby Mac. Anyways, though, so I'm going to go ahead and share my thoughts on what I thought about sort of those technical parts of it, the director and the direction and the acting. So I thought Bruce Willis, I like him as an actor, but it seemed like he was doing a lot of his usual John McClane, Bruce Willis-ness throughout the movie. Like, I kept wanting him to say, "Got that, Hans?" Or "Yippee-ki-yay."
I think that's how Bruce Willis always is. I don't think I've ever seen a movie where I'm like, whoa, his acting really touched me.
Sixth Sense. I don't think he's very much like that in the Sixth Sense.
Oh, no, that's true.
Yeah.
But I think I've only ever seen that movie once or twice, so it's not really embedded in my memory.
Unbreakable.
Sixth Sense and Unbreakable are interchangeable to me. They seem like very much the similar movie.
They're not really the similar story, but tone and sort of the type of twist is similar, yes.
And Bruce Willis just seems to act the same in every movie.
Yeah, for the most part, it seems. But
that's why we like him, because he's like the big muscle
action guy
that
has some funny deadpan humor. Which I like.
Yeah. Sex appeal too. Some when he's younger.
Oh, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, it's believable. It's not like Nicolas Cage.
You don't like Nicolas Cage?
Well, I wouldn't really use him as Nicolas Cage synonymous with sex appeal.
Oh, I'm sure some people would. But I thought the direction was fine. I think the main thing that sort of was confusing to me, and tell me what you think about this. It seemed like they tried to pack in too much into one movie. Like they should have broken this up over maybe 2 movies, or left out a lot of extra stuff. Like in the first 15 minutes, they introduce a ton of characters, most of which you don't see the rest of the movie, and it is like, why are you giving so much screen time to these people that don't really matter that much? Like our 90210 star, Luke Perry.
Our 90210 star?
Yeah,
It's not my 902.
You didn't hang out at the Peach Pit?
No, I really didn't. I wasn't allowed to watch those shows. Wow. I don't really care about that so much because the movie wasn't like life-altering or so inspiring. It was just cheese, and that was just the part of the cheese. That was the first part of the cheese bite, and so in come waddling giant mechanical ducks, like
yes.
So if you have like some agent pitching for a role, man, Luke Perry hasn't been anything for 10 years. We have to get him. Oh, we got a 5-minute bit where he tries to shoot a duck thing. Okay, he can do that. Like, here's $1,000.
I think he's still on 90210 when this came out. I think that was still on
well, maybe
air.
he was just trying to start his acting career, and so they gave him a bit part. And all of these people were just to set up for explaining the beginning of the story. They're not important people. The priest was important.
I think they could have done the same amount of everything, just with the priest and really just with the priest and maybe one of the boys that discovers these ruins. I don't think they needed to go into the archaeologist and the archaeologist's son, I guess.
It was his assistant.
Okay. Luke Perry was the assistant.
Yes.
I don't think they needed to have all those characters, and I'm thinking, are they going to come back?
If you're going to talk about needing, the whole movie didn't really need to have most of what it had in it.
The whole movie didn't really need to happen. I don't know why it did.
Truthfully. So if you're going to talk about need, that's not really valid. No, it didn't need to be there, but they wanted to find a weird way to introduce these things, so they just threw a bunch of stuff in.
I can say it. I can have an opinion over what it needed or didn't need.
Do your hands need to be on your hips while you're talking to me defensively?
Why are you? Okay. Yes, I wanted to look all imposing. We're digressing though, but you brought up the mechanical ducks, or duck robot things. I'm not sure what
the aliens.
Yeah, the aliens, and that actually made me want to takes me to my next point of the puppeteering and the use of practical effects. I thought was really, really cool. I thought the way the ducks moved was very awkward, but the
They
look
move
of
kind
them,
of like penguins.
yeah. But their overall look and the look of, I think anything that wasn't human, I liked how the projection design on it and the puppeteering of it, except for the pig goblin alien guys, they all look the same to me. It's like
They're supposed to.
why?
They're indisposable. They're just this stamp, like same stamped species that is replaceable over and over again. This big, massive, mindless warriors that they're not even smart enough to ask about a red button on a gun. Like that's the whole point of them.
But they have a leader.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be able to identify who is who. You just need to. They're in mass. You hate them. They're evil in mass. Mindless evil in mass.
I was about to say, well, but them as they'd be a lot more engaging, or you'd hate them more if each of them had their own characteristics to hate. But then I just got done saying how there's too many characters, so I guess that wouldn't be a really reasonable argument.
You only know one. The leader is the one who talks.
But here's the thing: I never knew who the leader was.
The only one who was talking.
Well, yeah, but if I think I only would have known that on like multiple viewings. I don't think I even when we were watching.
Why is that important? Why are they important? They're not really the key.
They're not. It just bothered me that I didn't know who. If guy was talking, was this the leader or was this a grunt?
Why did that matter?
Just so that I could understand the movie more.
But what I just said about those guys being unintelligent in mass, basically cannon fodder, why do you need to invest emotionally into that character?
You bring up a valid point. And since I don't have an answer, what did you think about the technical details of the Fifth Element? I'm going to stop there.
Stop while you're ahead. Oh, wait, you're not. The technical stuff.
Yeah.
I like I said before, it's a lot of it's unbelievable, and if you begin to pick it apart, then it just sort of unravels at your feet, and you're just like, none of it makes sense. But if you stop thinking so technically or so detailed and just enjoy it for a cheesy sci-fi, then it's fun. It all matches oddly together in a mishmash of eclectic parts.
You know what? That's a good point. It seems like there is a lot of things that you'd see in multiple different types of genres, and it's like they put it all together in sort of like a collage of a movie, and because it's a collage, it works.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I didn't think about it that way. Did you have a particular character that you liked?
Yeah, I like Lilu.
Who was Lilu?
Lilu is the Fifth Element.
Oh, that's right. I kept wanting to call her Lilo, like Lilo and Stitch.
No.
I'm like, wait, this isn't right. What was it? Oh yeah, wait.
Lilu.
What? Lilu. I was about to say Luli.
Lilu. Multipass.
Corbin Dallas Multipass. Yes, there are some quotable lines from this movie. That's one of them.
Multipass.
Any idea what language, if that was an actual language she was speaking in the beginning?
No, I didn't actually do any of that research. I wondered that when we were watching it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well,
no idea.
Thought you might know. Maybe it was the cheese language for cheesy movies.
No.
All goopy and
too
stuff.
Eloquent. I like how she, even if it was made up syllables and sounds smashed together, that the way she inflected and used her facial expression and her body expression, it was you believed she was saying something.
Yeah, and overall the acting, even like Bruce Willis, who was doing, I thought his just usual action hero guy, I thought it was all good acting. Gary Oldman was interesting to see as this sort of Texas, or it seemed like a Texas accent to me. I don't know. I'm not from Texas, but
just call him really a swindler accent.
Sure.
Stereotype.
Southern swindler. It sounded like a Southern accent.
I don't know.
You don't know? Oh yeah, you're not from the South, so why would you know?
Oh my gosh, we digress.
That's what we do. We digress.
Yeah, we do. Okay. I liked him as a bad guy.
Mm-hmm. He does play a good bad guy. Did you see him on Air Force One?
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. What did you think of Air Force One?
Why? Why are we doing this?
It's just to have fun. That's all.
Oh, well, it's like a giant diversion from The Fifth Element to Air Force One.
What?
I thought the special effects were pretty good.
Actually, yeah. I really thought the spaceships looked cool, and how it didn't look. I'm betting they used, instead of a lot of CG, they used a lot of compositing of like actual models, because everything looked very real. It didn't look like it is. Movies that came out in '97, you can definitely, for the most part, tell when it's CG or not. So
Yeah.
that's a good point.
I thought Ian Holm was fun.
Mm-hmm.
His bumbling priestess.
Yeah.
And Chris Tucker was slimy but hilarious.
Well, yeah, Chris Tucker did his usual loud, crazy shtick. Yeah.
He was funny in that one.
Yeah, totally. The last thing I want to talk about in terms of the production of it was the music. Well, I'm curious, what did you think about the music?
It's not memorable because I don't really remember the music. I know there was music, but it wasn't like listening to Hans Zimmer or I just forgot the other guy's
John
name.
Williams?
John Williams is another one, but there's one that I really like that has two last names. That's all I can remember.
James Newton Howard?
Yeah. I think that's who that is. Anyway.
James Horner?
Thank you. Point being.
I was about to say Jeff Goldblum, but that's not right. Jerry Goldsmith?
Point being,
there
was music, I know, but I don't really recall going, whoa, this is good.
Yeah, and I had the same reaction. I almost, during one part of the movie early on, they were playing music, and I'm thinking, this sounds kind of like you went out and bought a stock track of music did a search for sci-fi themes and came up with stock things, and you sort of put them together. The only musical part that was really memorable was the opera part with the blue alien girl.
Oh, yes.
That was beautiful. I love that part.
Yes.
I can see why Corbin Dallas Multipass would have stood up to give her a standing ovation.
Yes. I do enjoy that.
Why was his last name Multipass?
You're funny. His last name wasn't Multipass. He thinks he's adorable, everyone. Write that in the comments. The host is adorable. We can tell by the way he giggles.
my fast breathing, that's how my giggle is. All right. What did you think about the story? Did you think it made sense? Were you able to follow it?
It made sense. I was able to follow it the first time I watched it, but it's cheese.
I was not able. A lot of it didn't make sense to me. I think for me, it got off on the wrong foot just with all the characters that seemed to be introduced. But where did this planet thing come from, and how was it going to destroy everything? I didn't understand that.
It's evil. That's what the priest said.
It's just evilness?
It's evilness eating everything. It's pure evil eating everything in its path. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and swallows up everything. And the only thing that can stop it is the fifth element combined with the other four elements. Because she is the opposite.
She's everything good?
Yeah. Perfection.
Why does she need other elements to be completely good?
I don't know.
It's almost she's a conduit of those elements as opposed to being her own element.
No, she's her own element. She unites them all. I don't know. It doesn't like I said before. When you start picking it apart, it becomes a mess at your feet.
You know what? And maybe I shouldn't try to understand it too much. I mean, look at what happened with Star Wars. When I wonder if a lot of people said to George Lucas, "What is the Force? What is the Force?" And finally, he's like, "I'm sick of people asking me this. I'm just going to make it midichlorians." And then he ruined it for everyone because he made it into actually something scientific.
I don't know.
I'll get off my soapbox now.
All right.
So that didn't make sense to me, the whole planet thing, though I could see how it's evil, and that's how they want to embody it, was in this this planet thing. What was the deal with the goop? Whenever the planet would talk
That's
somehow
blood.
to people, it
Blood.
wasn't red.
Yeah, it was. It was dark red.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It was like it looked.
It was dark red.
Mercurial.
It was dark red.
Why were they bleeding though?
The same way the hands in blue guys make people bleed from the inside out.
Those were out of their pores though. This was just out of like the top of their head off camera, as if some sort of odd candle maker is dripping red wax onto their heads whenever they're being talked to. It's like this little demon planet guy is like up above them.
Yeah, that's what's happening. See, I'm telling
wax.
you that when you start picking it apart, it doesn't make any sense. Yes, that's true. It doesn't make sense. I always thought that it was like half of his head had been injured or something, and so there was like some gap in his brain, or it was just dripping from his brain. It drips from their brain, or wherever it gets the evil thing. Like is so evil that it starts to squeeze them, and then they bleed.
And well, that would totally make sense for Gary Oldman's character, but that's not the only one who had the stuff coming down his head. There's another character.
Yeah, the guy that came really close to it. Right
in
blew
the beginning,
up. Yeah.
the guy who thought more nukes would do it.
Yeah.
One doesn't work, try 5.
Yeah. Because it was just like really, really close and he was face to face with it.
Mm-hmm.
So it squeezed his brain to death or something. I don't know.
Okay. I'll buy that.
I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. That's how, see, when I watch movies, I don't really, sometimes, most of the time, I don't really dig too deep unless the movie warrants digging deep into it. Because if you start digging too deep, then you totally ruin the fun of the cheese that is the movie.
Well, not all movies are cheese, though.
That's what I'm not saying you shouldn't dig into all movies. There are some that warrant layers, but this movie doesn't warrant layers. When you look at a Cheeto, you don't want to examine the Cheeto, figure out how the Cheeto's been made. You just want to put the Cheeto in your mouth and enjoy it. Or candy, like pure chocolate.
I don't like Cheetos, but okay, that makes sense.
Just a Hershey's chocolate bar.
All right.
If I were to tell you Kit Kat, see, then you would want to lick the chocolate off and then bite the wafers in half and then figure out what the Kit Kat looked like from the inside. But this isn't a Kit Kat, nor is it a Snickers. This is more like just a plain chocolate bar.
No, but we said it was a collage, so it's more like...
those are two different things. Now you're just trying to throw me off.
A little bit.
I'm trying to talk about if you start picking apart the technical
And you're
things.
doing an awesome job. I am very impressed with how you're defending this movie.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just junk food.
Oh, yeah.
With a cute little storyline and somebody that you can attach to.
But here's the thing. It could be thought of as just junk food, but if you go into sort of the themes that they talk about of how this perfect being is the thing that conquers evil, I mean... you and I, as people of faith, certainly can see a reflection of how Jesus, as the perfect being, conquers evil and Satan in the world.
Yeah, but Jesus didn't need a man to love him.
Yeah, that's
or men to love him, or people.
Oh yeah. No, that's even better. Like I wrote down here in my notes. Let me see what I put. Can you be perfect without love?
You need to talk into your microphone.
Thank you. Can you be perfect without love? What Lilu
yes,
said, and that she was built to protect. I know what that makes. What?
Nice. I like how you're reading your notes on air and no one can understand. When you read your own notes, mind you, these are things he has written, folks. He has to read them like he's never read them before.
Talk a little more while I figure this out.
Do you need love in order to fight evil? Is that what you're talking about? Dead air.
No, well, yeah, because no, that's not what I'm talking about.
Can you get to your point?
I wish I could.
Maybe you should review your notes before.
Yeah, well, that would be ideal. Well, here's another thing, because I don't really know what that meant.
Nice.
But, so the theme that love is the key to unlocking true power. And that's in terms of in order for her to really come alive, to take the other elements and project that and conquer the evil thing, she needed to have the love of Corbin Dallas Multipass.
Its name is Corbin Dallas.
Yeah, him. I don't know why you keep leaving off the last name though. she needed his love in order to
He can't hold it together, folks. I'm making faces at him. He thinks he's funny.
What do you think about that idea that you need love in order to really unlock your true power?
Yes, let's examine the junk food.
That's part of what the Retro Rewind does.
I know there are themes in that, but I don't think that they go too deep. And I think that sure, love. You do need love. If you don't have love,
all you need is love.
Yeah, nice. Knew you were gonna do that. I think that love is important. I think combinations of things unlock power, and love is one of them. But I don't know. I really like her character.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not trying to.
I like her because when you're introduced to her, she's like a little kid and she's scared and innocent and cute, and there's just something she's just very exposed and in need of help, and then the strong man comes and rescues her. I think it's the first time I saw the movie. I wasn't married. I didn't have a boyfriend or anything, so it really resonated with me to be the damsel in distress and to have the strong guy come and rescue you, and then you fall in love.
That makes sense.
I mean, and I also like her character being, she fights, but it takes everything out of her.
And actually, you know what? It's kind of interesting that typically a movie like that, the male character would be the one who's the hero, and so like he would be the one who saves the day. But it was actually it was a combination of both of them that ultimately saved the day. Yeah, so that's kind of nice to see. Not the usual fare. Were there any? I know you keep saying that it's just a Cheeto, don't look at it. But were there any other elements that sort of struck you, or emotions that it made you feel like you said when you saw it the first time, you weren't married, you felt like, that's someone to protect me, and any other emotions sort of bubbled to the surface while you were watching it?
No, just the same. When I watch it again, it's just I don't know, nothing like, oh my goodness, life-changing. It's more nostalgic now when I watch it.
That makes sense. I mean, it's an older movie, so.
Well, nostalgia from the first time I saw it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
Well, all movies, unless they're being released right now, are older movies.
You bring up a good point. It's half. So we're in our 30s. So it's half of our life old. That makes sense.
Yeah, you just wanted to say that because it made you sound really old.
It does. I don't want to sound really old.
Well, I don't know why you said it like that. It was a long time ago, yes.
And with that, since it was so long ago, something that we do, as everyone who listens knows, is we share what our prediction was. Before we rewatch the movie, we write down what if we thought we'd like it again or not. So let's go ahead and share those. So let's go ahead and start with your prediction. What did you think you would like it, not like it?
Yeah, I remembered liking it, and I knew that watching it again, I was a little nervous because you said you weren't sure, or that you remembered not liking it, and I was like, oh no, maybe I won't like it. But then I thought, no, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be fun for the fun sake of it. That I remember it being fun, so it will be fun again. Some parts of it might seem a little bit more like facepalm worthy, but
yeah, sure,
it was still fun. Yeah. I remember.
Anything that stuck out with you that from your first time watching that like stuck with you up until this time you watched it?
I really like Mia Jovovich. I've liked her in everything that I've seen, so I knew that I remember her. That's the biggest part of the movie, is that I remember her.
Oh, okay.
And just her character, and I remember the song, the Sarah Brightman song, The Blue Alien.
Not Sarah McLachlan.
No, my goodness, no. And anybody who knows the difference would laugh heartily at you. I remember just enjoying the ride in general. And the love story, I think.
Okay. For me, I didn't think I would enjoy it that much. I remembered it kind of being confusing, and it kind of still felt the same, though having watched it again, I was able to follow it a little bit better. But it still seemed like way too much stuff happening. The things though that stuck out in my mind was Chris Tucker being all kinds of crazy,
I forgot
like
about
usual.
that.
And the pig monster alien guys, they didn't really look like pigs. I remember them looking like pigs, but when we rewatched it, they're not really pigs. They're more goblin-esque, I guess. But they stuck out with me. And then Bruce Willis being, John McClane, as usual.
Corbin Dallas.
Corbin Dallas multipass. What's his line? Anyone else want to negotiate that thing?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Crickets. That's fine.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh. This is a funny thing that I wrote down for my prediction, so I'm going to read it. I mainly don't think I will enjoy it because I remember the movie trying to fit too much macro stuff into the main story, like what I was saying before, with lots of stuff going on. And the story of John McClane trying to protect the Joan of Arc. I don't know why I put that in there.
the Joan of Arc.
The Joan of Arc. So did it meet that prediction that you had for it?
Yes.
Why are you laughing at me?
But it didn't meet
I said all those?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. I am trying not to.
I know you're a lot better than when you first started doing podcasting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You said it met those predictions, and same for me.
It was just as funny.
Those. All right, so now we come to the verdict.
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
Would you recommend someone who hasn't seen this movie before watching it, or someone who has seen it before but a long time ago rewatching it?
Yes, to the person who's never seen it, I would say it's an old cheesy movie.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't give them high expectations. Unless they like Mia Jovovich, and then I would say, it's got Mia in it. You'll love it. Because she makes the movie. I love her. That's a setup for, we should have watched Run Lola Run.
I've never seen that.
It's got Mia in it.
No.
It's a foreign movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I watched it with my cousins.
Oh, interesting.
I remember liking it for the pure and simple reason that Mia was in it. So I don't even know if I liked it.
What were we going to say?
That's a good question. Would you recommend the movie?
To someone who hasn't seen it before and wants to be a sci-fi completist, I'd say yes, of course. You gotta see it. But if someone who saw it a long time ago and is debating like, do I want to watch a new movie or this older movie, I'd say just go with a newer movie.
Well, yeah, so would I. Unless
you didn't say that.
You didn't preface it if they were picking between a new movie and an old movie.
Oh, okay. If it is between two old movies, I'd say go with the other movie.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. It depends. Most people who've seen it have the multipass line in their head and like big bang, bada boom, bing.
What?
It's from the movie. Never mind. You're not a fan.
Apparently it didn't stick out with me. Oh, yeah. No, that actually... No, I remember this part. That's like...
Please.
What?
Please.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, thank you for saying that. I should have brought this up in the technical part, but how is it that she can read?
She's the fifth element. She's the perfect being.
How can she read, though?
That's the explanation that they give you.
I understand how she would learn words by hearing words and sort of associate meanings.
That's just the explanation they give you, that she's the perfect being. You're unpacking something that isn't meant to be unpacked. The explanation is she just is perfect. How does she know how to run a computer?
That's another point.
See?
Well, no, I would think that the priest set it up for her or something.
How does she know to wring out her clothes when they got wet and then put them back on?
Yeah, how does she know any of this stuff, actually?
She's the perfect being. That's the point. She just knows.
Yeah, but Jesus was the perfect being, and he had to learn all that stuff.
Really? We're comparing this character to Jesus?
We're comparing perfect beings to perfect beings.
One is real, one isn't.
Oh, yeah, I guess there is that. Cricket.
Well, that was fantastic.
Let's get out of this nosedive.
Pull up.
Oh, we died. Oh, no. Well, I guess we should close out the show on that note then.
Yes, that very, very sour note. Jawbreakers over here, folks. Jawbreakers.
Is that from something?
It's candy. Very sour candy.
Well, okay, but was that line from something?
My head.
Oh. Okay.
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
Do you remember playing great PC games like King's Quest, Command & Conquer, and X-Wing? Do you remember spending hours tweaking your config sys and autoexec bat files to eke out just one more K of conventional memory? If you do, then you may be interested in my show, The Upper Memory Block. Every 2 weeks, we talk in-depth about a game series, company, or technology from the DOS and pre-Windows XP gaming era. We'll discuss the story, gameplay, and technology of the games of the time. But more importantly, we're going to focus on what made each game special, interesting stories from their development, and how they shaped what PC gaming is today. If you remember gaming in the late 80s and early 90s, or you're interested in finding out more about it, come join your host Joe in the Upper Memory Block. That's the Upper Memory Block podcast at umbcast.com, or find it on iTunes.
Thank you for joining us this week. All you great listeners, we really appreciate you. We'd love to hear your feedback. You can leave a comment in the comments field of this podcast episode post. You can also email us at feedback@retrorewindpodcast.com. How else can they contact us? Oh, or you could send us.
Call Francisco at 503-493.
No, that's the wrong. Yeah, keep going because that's the wrong.
What is it?
Phone number. I'm not gonna say.
03.
I will be saying up. Oh my gosh. I will be setting up something called SpeakPipe, which allows people to actually record voicemail in their computer and just send it via that way. But I haven't set that up yet. So that'll be another way you can contact us. And please.
Also, you could probably just do the sending by yourself because it's tanked. We send way too much.
Sad. See if I have you on as a co-host again.
You don't know the information you're giving out, so maybe you should practice the information you're giving out before you actually give it out.
Oh my gosh.
You can email me at, I hope you can email me at feedback@ just email fxrdesign@gmail.com and tell me how great I am. Give me 5 stars. Use that as a...
But, yes, please leave us a review on iTunes. Just let us know what you think.
Just give me 5 stars because I'm awesome.
5 stars would be awesome too, but I'd love to hear your actual... Review us fairly and honestly.
5 stars.
Well, yeah.
That's fair and
honest. I think so too. 5 stars for you, my lovely wife.
Thank you.
Yeah.
4 stars for you, my lovely wife. Husband. Got that?
A little confusion over there?
No, never. Purposeful.
I think that's all for this week. Any way that you want people to contact you specifically?
No, just through whatever information you give.
Thank you all again for listening. And thank you, Christy. And we'll see you next time
Bye.
On the Retro Rewind podcast.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
Kick the tires and light the fires for episode number 16 of the Retro Rewind podcast.
You didn't say it in a southern accent, like
Initialized. Mission identified. Independence Day 1996. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
Now, what was that, Paul, as you rudely interrupted Alice?
No, well, people should be used to her by now, but I was saying you didn't say it in a southern accent like Harry Connick Jr. Let's kick the tires and light the fires, or however he says it. But
I should have had you do it. That was much better.
No. Anyway, but a good intro.
Welcome to the Retro Rewind podcast. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad.
Hi, Francisco.
Hello, Paul. I'm a dad, a designer, and a destroyer of aliens. No, not well. In video games, I am, but not in real life.
Oh, okay. That's you're awfully mean to ET.
And I'm joined, as always, you hear him talking over Alice lots of the time, Paul Powers. Welcome, Paul.
What's up?
Paul, my question, as is our custom for you today, is do you have a favorite movie dog?
Oh my gosh. Off the top of my head, no, I do not.
Okay. I asked because you recently got a dog, correct?
Yes. We got Bentley from the rescue. We rescued Bentley, who is a Pomeranian, because my wife likes foo-foo dogs.
Okay, cool. Very nice. Well, welcome, Bentley. Maybe you can be, if Paul ever can't be a co-host, Bentley can take the reins. And we are joined for guest hosting, pinch hitting for us because I had trouble lining up another guest host, Josh Powers. You have heard him on a few other episodes, but thank you for joining us once again.
Hey, no problem.
Is it pinch hitting? I always thought it was pitch hitting.
So me and Christy actually cleared this up with Christy's sister, who's a novelist, and it is in fact pinch hitting because they
when
hit
in a pinch.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes more sense.
Why a novelist classifies her as a baseball sports person, I think just because she's good with words, so that's what does it.
What a novel idea.
No.
Oh, where's the sound effects on this? Oh, this isn't morning radio. Okay, never mind.
I only have a limited bank of sound effects. And
okay.
Later. Josh, could you remind us what you do, and do you have a favorite movie dog?
Well, I do comedy stuff, writing and stuff. You can see some of my work at Treacherifs. Well, that's the group that me and my partner Jordan, we riff movies. If you're familiar with Riff Tracks or Mystery Science Theater. And yeah, favorite movie dog.
Yes.
Yeah. The first one I think of is Toby from The Great Mouse Detective.
Oh, that's a fun one.
I do remember there's a dog in that movie. I haven't seen it.
But I was just recently reminded of the dog in The Artist. He was fun and cute and stuff, but
I have not seen that.
But he's no
either.
Benji.
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of great dogs out there in movies, but those are two that come to my mind.
Very cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
And if anyone's curious, I'm a fan of Bolt. I like Bolt.
Yeah, Bolt's fun.
Let
it begin.
Wait, Goofy. There we go.
Oh, nice.
Booyah.
Not whatever.
Doesn't matter. He has two movies.
Wait.
One is extreme, too.
We are digressing a little too soon on this episode, so let's get back on track. Paul, will you tell us what we're going to be doing today?
Today we're going to be listening to the podcast as we light the tires and kick the fires. No. Sorry. We're going to be changing things up a bit. After hearing from some of you, we decided to get right to the round table first thing and give you our classic or second class rating on the movie Independence Day. Then we'll go into YouTube and finally going to wrap things up with some feedback.
All right, Alice. Have you found our target today?
Nope.
Alert. Alert. Target located. Spoilers incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
Movie clip. Now.
We should be entering our atmosphere within the next 25 minutes. Take us to DEFCON 3. This holiday weekend. The countryside. The only safe place to be. is inside a theater. Independence Day. That's what I call a close encounter. Rated PG-13 at theaters now.
And that's what I call a cheesy TV spot. But that's beside the point. And we're not going to judge Independence Day on its TV spots. But...
although I may bring that up later.
Oh, well. That is
Yeah.
completely within your rights.
Speaking of TV spots, what's that latest Will Smith movie where it's Return to Earth or something like that? After Earth. I always thought, seeing it in theaters and on TV, they should have ended it with Will Smith from this movie when he's talking to the alien who says, "Welcome to Earth."
Only he would have to say, "Welcome to After Earth."
Well, no.
Yeah, it's Welcome to Earth. Still Earth.
Yeah, it's still Earth.
Welcome back to Earth. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could work.
All right. Anyway,
I like how we devolved into analyzing TV spots. Anyway, Josh, could you please read or just give us the synopsis for Independence Day?
The aliens are coming, and their goal is to invade and destroy. Fighting superior technology, man's best weapon is the will to survive. You want me to do a different one?
No. Let's just go with that. Paul, how about
Storyline.
Hopefully you
Okay,
have
never mind.
a bit more fleshed out technicals for Independence Day.
no, let's bore people with Independence Day.
If you haven't seen this movie, why are you listening or know what this is? Why are you listening to this?
This came out on July 3rd, 1996 in the US of A. Let's see. It was directed by Roland Emmerich. Do you know what else he's done?
Several
Yes.
things. He's done.
Ooh.
Well, here we'll see. We'll name movies, Josh, you and I, and see who ends up not knowing. So 2012, he did.
Stargate.
He's going to be doing Independence Day 2.
Yes.
Ooh.
Also, without looking, let's see. 2012.
I said that already.
That's why he was able to do it without looking. I said it already.
Day After Tomorrow is what I meant.
Okay.
And I guess I lose because I can't think of any others.
Godzilla! Boom!
Oh, did
Oh,
you?
Godzilla, yeah.
Okay. All right. Yes. So
did
he
the
is.
Most recently, he did White House Down.
Oh, yeah,
dang it,
White House
yes.
Down.
Anyways, he's a big disaster movie director for the most part.
He also directed a Shakespeare movie called Anonymous, but I didn't see it, but I hear it was a disaster.
Probably why you didn't see it.
All right. It also stars Will Smith and Bill Pullman and Jeff Goldblum and a whole bunch of people. Randy Quaid, Vivica A. Fox. The list goes on and on and on. So, do you want me to keep going?
No, that's fine.
Oh, okay. This movie was actually made for an estimated $75 million. Its opening weekend grossed. Do you think it grossed over $75 million?
Yes.
In its lifetime or its opening weekend?
Opening weekend.
No, 75 million in 1996. That would have been like huge.
I'd say it was in the hundreds.
No.
It actually opened in the USA for opening weekend was $50 million.
Yeah.
Darn it. All right, hold on.
Yeah.
In 2001, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man died as Mario.
No,
I'm
Spider-Man
I'm
broke
sure I-
records in 2001 or 2 when it grossed 114 million.
It finally wind up to gross over 300 million though.
Yeah.
Less than a year.
Let's get our perspectives right, okay? Avengers was the first movie to break 200 million on opening weekend, okay?
Yeah,
but
like you're
it
saying,
cost
it's
more than that to make it.
Yeah.
Do you know what? If is any movie made more in its opening weekend than it cost to make it?
Yeah, happens all the time.
Yeah, I was about to say Star Wars Episode 1 in 3D.
Blair Witch. Any movie made under any blockbuster movie. Let me think. Paranormal Activity. There you go. There's another one.
Okay,
Probably.
All right, moving on. Let's
move
talk
on.
about different.
Let's talk about
Independence
the
Day,
subject.
right?
Independence Day, yes.
All right.
I declare independence from these off-topic topics. Yeah.
This is going to turn into a drinking game of how many times we get off topic.
Oh, goodness. All right. So let's go ahead and start with quickfire predictions on whether we thought we would rate Independence Day classic or second class.
Josh.
My prediction before watching the movie, I would say classic.
Awesome.
That would be my prediction.
Cool.
Or was
My prediction is second class, just because I haven't seen it in a while.
Okay. And
The fact that I haven't seen it in a while means that it may probably not.
Okay. And my prediction was classic because I had fond memories of the movie.
All right.
Now, let's reminisce a bit on the things we remember loving about the movie before we rewatched it. And let's go ahead and start with Josh.
My memories, I remember the anticipation when this came out was huge. Like, this was going to be like the biggest movie ever.
Yeah, I remember seeing
and it
for it, yeah.
They had a really awesome trailer too. Like, the teaser was just like it was just like people in the road and that, the fireball coming, and it's just like aliens.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. That's the entire thing. Nothing else was sold on other than this movie had aliens blowing up the earth, and that's all you needed to know. And they did a great job on that. So yeah, I remember that being like huge thing. This is all about like building up to that opening weekend, which genius.
Yeah, this is the first time that I could remember seeing national monuments exploding on an epic scale. I mean, it's not that uncommon in movies, but it wasn't the start of like the disaster movies. I remember seeing things like Dante's Peak and Volcano and things like that.
Disaster movies go back farther than that. You know that.
Oh, I know. But, there's plenty of movies before that. But this is the first time I remember seeing like throughout, around the world, national monuments being destroyed. Do you think that's correct?
Yeah, as far as like I can think of like Planet of the Apes with the Statue of Liberty, but as far as like active destruction of monuments, this is like pretty much I think I would want to say kicked off the trend.
Actually,
yeah, and I think this was multiple. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say it wasn't multiple, but you gotta remember Superman 3 with the Leaning Tower of Pisa being.
Oh, good point. Good point.
There we go.
Yeah. Because he also straightened out the Statue of Liberty too. No, but it wasn't unheard of to do a monument in the movie, but have multiple.
Or maybe at least the selling point of the movie is watching,
the explosion of the White House,
explosions of memorable or of landmark monuments.
I would disagree that that's the selling point of the movie. For me, it's almost. Maybe as a kid it was that, but I think more so like fighting the aliens was the selling point. Like, these things are out to get us, and we have to fight back. I thought that was more compelling to me as a kid than I want to see stuff blow up.
For me, it was the whole package.
Oh, okay.
Anyways,
so I guess just to finish up, so I remember I was a young teen, so of course I enjoyed the mess out of it, but I didn't love it so much. But it was great. It was very fun. Brent Spiner, hit that whole scene, especially when he gets the thing around his throat, was like one of the most intense things I'd ever seen in a movie in my life at that point.
Yeah, look what they did to Data.
So the special effects, were, I think were pretty amazing.
Yeah, I would totally second that.
I found out that it actually has the most miniatures ever for a movie.
More than Lord of the Rings?
Wow.
I was thinking more than stop motion camera.
Just to give you an idea, every single aircraft was a model. There was no planes, like everything. The ship itself, like the mothership was like 65 feet long. So when you got...
And Jeff Goldblum was a model too.
Model. So I was thinking maybe Lord of the Rings, but there was, all of Independence Day was like practical effects. So
good point. That's cool.
So that's what I remember.
Awesome. Paul, how about yourself?
For me, Will Smith was fun to watch. I liked Randy. What's his name? Cousin Eddie from Christmas Vacation.
Randy Quaid.
He was, Randy Quaid. He was fun, and Bill Pullman and that guy from Jurassic Park, and
Jeff Goldblum.
and a lot of other memorable.
I don't remember Bill Pullman, who we better know as Lone Star from Spaceballs.
Yes.
Lone Star.
He will always be Lone Star. Anyway. But there's also, and like the scene, I'm not a smoker, nor do I condone smoking because, I've lost loved ones to it. But the scene where they smoke the cigar at the end with the fat lady, that scene, that's a touching scene.
Yeah, totally.
And I still remember that Jeff Goldblum still had his wedding ring, even though that he didn't, even though he was divorced, but it showed that he didn't give up on his marriage. I still remembered that.
I certainly didn't remember that as a kid, but totally, that's an awesome thing to pick up on.
Yeah.
You know what?
What about you, Francisco?
Well, I would totally agree with you with Will Smith. I remembered him like this for me made him an action star, and he is a very fun action star. I totally disagree though with Randy Quaid.
Not Men in Black.
Men in Black, I believe, was the year after this.
Yes, it was. It was the July 4th of the following year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And the July 4th of the following year was another Will Smith movie, Wild Wild West.
Oh. that one.
I was going to say
Godzilla.
But so you didn't like Cousin Eddie in this, huh?
Oh my gosh, he annoyed me
What?
so much. And
and
this is
kooky, but great.
I remember him annoying me a lot. As after watching it this time, I was a little less, just slightly less annoyed by him. But he's just not a fun character. He just annoyed me.
Oh, well, you've seen Christmas Vacation, right?
Yeah. And he annoyed me in that too.
Well, okay. So that says a lot. Okay.
I could see how that character can come across as annoying, especially when I was younger. But after rewatching it now, it was more endearing to me now that I'm older. The fact that he won his son over is because he was trying to save the life of his other son, and then his son looked at him as a hero at the end. It just really touched my heartstrings this time. But that's me.
I can totally get on board with the sentiment of it. But I just don't. I think when I've seen Randy Quaid in more serious roles, I think he's fine. But for whatever reason,
I don't know. I don't know if that phrase has been ever uttered in human history. Randy Quaid in more serious roles, such as what?
I think
Paul,
he is.
Randy Quaid is an Oscar-nominated actor.
Yeah. I guess.
What? I thought I heard he went kind of off the deep end, kind of Lulu,
because he was abducted by aliens. No, he was in the 70s. He was a very a dramatic actor, or at least a very respectable one. I mean, he still played goofballs, but very respectable actor. But of course, as the decades go on, he has gotten kookier. But his last movie that he did was Brokeback Mountain, and he played a very small but dramatic role.
Okay.
You serious, Clark?
Nice.
Anyway, so and I also agree with moving off of actors. I also agree with Josh about the special effects. I remember thinking they're just amazing and loving everything about it, special effects wise. I could not remember anything that I didn't like.
The movie's only Oscar was for special effects.
Well, there you go. It's well deserved.
Yeah.
I also
I didn't think the. Oh, go ahead. I'll talk about it later.
No. If it's
go for it.
If it's on special effects, please go ahead.
No, it was actually on being nominated.
Oh, then seriously, Paul,
I was surprised that. Oh, good one.
I'll finish, and you can
point
bring
to Francisco. No, I'll wait for it for the different section when we talk about what we liked when we saw it again.
Okay, cool. I also remember really liking Bill Pullman and his speech, just like you guys. His end of
Someone else wrote that speech for him, just like all the other presidents.
Well, fine, but he still delivered it very rousingly. And then,
well, he's an actor.
And I really remember loving how the way they went about defeating the aliens. They didn't just brute force it with like more jets, more nukes, more anything like that. They actually, subverted their defenses and got at them that way. I remember really loving that.
That's like a good Zelda boss. You try to you go right up to it and you just try to attack it. But really the way that you get it is you have to think, there's got to be one, clever way around this.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's so clever that the aliens don't even have anti spyware.
They didn't get the latest edition of McAfee, obviously.
Yeah,
I do think
they're so advanced. They're like Apple. They don't know what antivirus software is.
This is sort of getting into. I'll use this to transition to the things that we liked after watching it. But did you guys get the feeling that the whole idea of uploading a virus and that defeating the aliens was an homage to War of the Worlds, where an actual virus is what defeats the aliens?
Oh, I didn't think about it that way. That's cool.
On my research of this movie, it had never occurred to me until this time watching it.
Until this time watching it. I thought you said until this podcast, when I revealed this amazing information.
During my research for this podcast.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
What? They're both viruses. Whoa.
Yes, Paul. But since you want to talk about that nomination, let's move into those things that we loved or liked after watching the movie recently.
I was surprised how good the music was and some of the scenes.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I was about.
I was like, I really don't think the scenes would have been as emotionally poignant for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
As very rousing.
Definitely the way the music swelled when his wife died, when the first lady died. That was, I thought, really touching and sad. And then toward the end when they're like, dun 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 dun. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Yeah. I enjoyed the music better this time.
Yeah, and I had forgotten about the music, but yeah, it is a really well done score, I thought. I would agree. Josh, what's something that you loved or really liked on rewatching it?
I still think well, I don't know if I still think, but I do think it's probably the best, or at least my favorite Independence Day movie to watch. July 4th movie.
Okay.
Yeah, it's July 4th. If you're going to watch a movie, it's hard to go wrong with Independence Day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of patriotic movies. Oh, like The Patriot, which
like Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Didn't Roland Emmerich direct, I believe. But
I thought Randy, the guy who wrote Braveheart, I thought directed The Patriot.
That's possible. Anyway,
that's what it was. I think. I don't know.
So, yeah, there's a lot of, Celebrate America, Frank Capra movies that would kind of hit the nail on the head, but I think Independence Day is just probably the most fun. Maybe captures the spirit, maybe best. I don't want to say that, but it's one I like to go to. I wonder if it's Roland Emmerich, if it's my favorite Roland Emmerich movie. But, I mean, I really enjoyed Stargate, too. I haven't seen some of his others. It's.
Do you know Roland Emmerich directed The Patriot?
Oh, did he? Okay, sorry.
Okay, there we go.
Well, so I misspoke. I'm sorry. You had it right, Josh.
Okay, thanks. Something I picked up on this is that the best word for I think it was really iconic. In the sense that, it's not the best movie of the 90s, but it's one of the most iconic movies of the 90s, especially for alien invasion movies. Because the 50s, you had War of the Worlds, and you had all the sci-fi B movies. And then the late 70s and early 80s, you had The Pinnacle. of what I think of the quality Alien movies, like Close Encounters, Alien, The Thing, E.T. You know, but then you fast forward to the '90s, like the first movie you think of is Independence Day, and
I would think this was more disaster than Alien. Even though it is an alien invasion, there's a series of disaster movies in the '90s, like Armageddon, The Day After Tomorrow, 2012.
I'm talking about Alien Invasion.
2012 is in
and if you,
I know it was a joke. Sorry.
movies, and I think there are two really iconic things from the movie. You know, the ship coming in, over the city, and the explosion of the White House. I mean, those are things I think that I really liked. And I also really liked something that it's not the it's not, like I said, the best movie, but boy, does it build tension well, It really knows how to set the stakes and just kind of move on in a very intriguing way. And I also liked seeing Mae Whitman, who plays Anne on Arrested Development as a young little girl. She's in Parenthood and a bunch of billion other things.
So was she the daughter of the president and first lady?
Yep. Yeah, she was the little girl.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, so she went on to have a whole, and now she's the voice of April O'Neil in the current incarnation of Ninja Turtles.
Oh.
On the TV?
Nickelodeon.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I thought Sarah Michelle Gellar was the voice of the last CG movie.
Right, but that's why I said current incarnation.
Well, I didn't realize there was a Nickelodeon cartoon. So the current incarnation to me was...
Dude, what sewer have you been living in?
So yeah, those are all things I liked.
Okay,
just
very cool.
Those elements of it.
Awesome.
And the humor. I didn't even get to talk about all the humor that I adored. Like, there's one thing that watching it, I enjoy most is some of the character moments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fat lady.
Well, yeah,
the fat lady, yeah. That one.
Judd Hirsch, Jeff Goldblum's father. Anything he says, he has all my favorite.
He was. I remember not, and this is more like the things we didn't like, but I remember not liking him as a kid. But on rewatching, I really liked how real he felt because of all his mispronunciations of things and his inflection. I thought he was a very genuine character, and I really appreciated that.
I thought he was just slightly over the top for the typical Jewish character, but he was still fun to watch.
He does borderline caricature stereotype of it.
Borderline. He's on the other side of the line.
Oh, but where it's just too far, he's just a cartoon version. But I think he played it very, very well. I mean, there's a lot of one-dimensional characters, I think, but they're at least entertaining to watch.
Right. Well, there's so many characters. That's one of the things that I forgot about the film is that there are a lot of side stories, and it was fun to see a lot of actors in it that you recognize now, like Jane from Firefly, and
I love that. I was like, the hero of Canton's in this movie. Sweet, I forgot about that.
But a lot of little actors like Kevin's dad from Wonder Years is in there at the beginning, and so there's so many different little actors in here.
The girl that's the daughter in Mrs. Doubtfire is in this also. She's the daughter of Randy Quaid.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And I think the boy she's
kissing... And Harry Connick Jr.
And Harry Connick Jr.
The boy she's kissing at first, like that. He played the same role in all his films.
Well, no, was he from Seventh Heaven though? Me and Christy were wondering where I thought that's where I knew him from, but maybe it's from something else.
Well, he's also one of his bigger roles is 10 Things I Hate About You. Okay. He's the main villain, and he's been in a lot of things like that.
Okay. Well, cool. Sorry I felt like I hijacked it from you, Josh, but I'm going to continue with the hijackery.
Oh no, I think I said a lot.
I thought that was the job of the host.
Yeah, it is. So good on me. Anyway, I really liked the REM song at the beginning. I thought that was highly appropriate.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the end of the world as we know it. I did too. That brought a smile to my face.
Yeah, I remember watching that. And yeah, go on.
And I also
knew a little trivia about that, but I forgot. It was supposed to be a different song.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Give me a second.
I thought it was appropriate because it came out around that time. And
Well, no, it had been out for a while, but
Oh, had it?
That was a
yeah,
song, I believe. Yeah. But I also liked, while Josh is looking that up, I liked how quickly we got to the aliens. It seems like, especially a movie where, Paul, you were saying there's lots of characters. It seems like they take way more time to set them up, typically, and go into more backstory. So I really appreciate that they only sort of touched on them, and then we got the aliens right away. I really appreciate that.
I agree, but did this movie seem a little on the long side to you?
Yes, it was 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
It
was that long, and it did feel that long.
The song is "Everybody Wants to Rule the World" by
Yeah.
Tears for Fears.
They made the right choice in going with
I
that.
believe they did too.
Yeah.
It was a long movie.
Yeah, I'd agree. And so we can talk about that more in the next section. But one last thing that I really liked was, and this sort of taps into the music that you brought up, Paul, but the way they demarcated the days, like July 2nd, July 3rd, July 4th. I really loved the one between the 2nd and the 3rd, the way the light goes out and then you get July 3rd. There's something about that's just like, all this destruction happened, and now a new day, and here they're still here, still fighting or surviving, I should say, at that point. Something was just very appealing to me about that, and those are the main things that I remember that I really liked after watching the movie. Alrighty, let's go ahead and move into things that we remember hating or just really disliking about this movie before we watched it, and I'm going to kick it over to Paul this time.
Two things that I didn't like before watching it. I remembered Will Smith yelling, "What is that smell?" And to me, I know it's supposed to be funny, but for me, it was a little bit over the top.
What?
It's
It was
like,
so funny. I don't know.
It was improvised.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Well,
and, apparently, like where they filmed it, it was like it smelled really bad.
For me, I mean, the fact that he was yelling about it so much after going through all that, it was like, I know the adrenaline's supposed to be up and it's supposed to be funny, but
I think I gotta say that works though, because
I agree.
If you're annoyed by what has happened, and like smell is like the thing that's like super offensive, and you're like, that's the straw that broke the camel's back kind of thing. It worked for me.
Well, after rewatching it, I didn't think it was that bad.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Oh.
But you remember not liking it. Got it.
Yeah.
And what was the other thing?
Well, hey, Josh, do you remember the story what Dad told us about the explosion in the tunnel and the dog?
The story? No. I remember it being super cheesy.
Well, apparently before this movie came out, they did some test screenings, and the dog actually died in that scene, and they got so much feedback that they really didn't like the movie. A lot of it was because that dog died in the tunnel scene, like he didn't make it. So they put it back in, and then they got rave reviews.
That is one of the rules of screenwriting. Never kill the pet.
You can kill the first lady, you can kill everybody, annihilate them, but don't kill the
You can kill any human, but as soon as you kill one animal, boom, you lose your audience.
Pretty bird. Pretty bird.
That's probably the case with most movies, but I gotta say that with I Am Legend, speaking of Will Smith, that him killing his own companion was pretty integral to the movie and his sort of like where it went from there. So
yeah, like
as far as pleasing mass audiences, though.
Yeah,
it pleased me to have a movie that I cared that much about an animal and what the character had to do.
The scenes.
I am mass audience.
All right. Anyway, Independence Day.
Independence Day. Josh, what are some things that you remember not liking?
like I said, I didn't love it at the time, and I kind of wish I did. Like, I really liked it a lot, but the pinnacle of the movie's moment, the movie has its moments where it's just great. Like I said, anytime that Brent Spiner, the whole Area 51, that was really great. Like, if the whole movie were at that level, I would love it. But it was just
I was kind of bored with some of the scenes in Area 51.
Oh, well,
but some of it were really cool, but other parts were kind of like, all right, let's get on with it.
Yeah,
but
I kinda felt the same way, Paul.
Okay, well, I enjoyed that scene. There's just Will Smith and Harry Connick Jr.'s. I get what they're trying to do, and it just wasn't like it seemed like it was on its way to being really good, but never tried to be great.
Yeah, I thought Harry Connick Jr. was just okay. I thought he was like Paul thought Will Smith took it a little too far over the top. I thought Harry Connick Jr.'s character was a bit too far over the top.
Oh, I totally disagree. I thought he was great.
So basically, I didn't have any like I said, I was a young teen.
Mm-hmm.
So there wasn't anything I hated so much as just the worst, I guess, was I was bored sometimes.
Got it. For me, I'm going to say that the things that I remember not liking was the First Lady dying. I really liked her, and it was sad to me that she died. I didn't, like I said before, I didn't like Randy Quaid. I really thought he was just like... We were talking about how the movie was a little long. Cut out that whole... Yeah. Cut out him and his whole family.
There were sides...
Yeah, he was a side story you didn't need to tell. I mean, I know in the end, he's sort of the way they... or the instrument they used to destroy the ship over Area 51, but you could have done that a different way, I felt. And then the only other thing was that, all right, so this is kind of a very technical thing, but and this wasn't the first time I watched it, but later on, sort of in my college years watching this.
No.
Yeah, it was in my college years. I noticed that Will Smith, he's a fighter pilot, and he goes and flies a helicopter to go rescue or go see if he can find his fiance, girlfriend, whatever. And you cannot. I mean, I guess it's possible that he's flown several aircraft since he's a candidate for NASA, but to me, it just seems unlikely that he would be able to just fly a helicopter because the aerodynamics of a helicopter are much more difficult to do than flying an airplane. So that was just a little annoyance that I had.
Oh, okay. The easy of the adaptability.
The ease of adaptability.
Sorry, the easy adaptability of Will Smith's character to basically to be able to fly any vehicle he comes across.
Well, I don't know if I don't think it was really Oh, actually, that's a good point because then he flies the alien aircraft really easily. All right, okay, then never mind. I'll give you that as just his own adaptability.
Yeah, he's an alien.
No, he would never be accepted in Men in Black if he was.
No, they use his intelligence. That's why he was never accepted into NASA.
Oh.
I don't know. Never mind. This is silly. Anyway.
Anyway, let's move on to things that we hate or really disliked after watching the movie. Paul, let's start with you.
I didn't really hate anything. It just felt a little long.
Okay. Yeah, I'd agree. It did feel a bit long. I think going back to Area 51, I think that's where it kind of felt a bit long, and then the Randy Quaid storyline.
Oh, I did hate the fact that Will Smith shows up with an alien in a truck, and they let him onto Area 51 along with 100 other RVs.
But that's his clearance.
Yeah, but not for all those other people. Clearly, the writer's never been on a military base.
And, especially when they're at war with another Well, aliens.
Oh yeah.
And apparently you can just having testing the veracity of the alien itself is just like, look at this, an alien. It's like, oh yeah, that's an alien, and you can go ahead. I don't have to call my supervisor about this at all. You just go ahead.
And that's not a guy in a costume.
By that time, they knew there was aliens, though. So it's
exactly
that's
why
true.
you want to beef up your security in that point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I can understand letting Will Smith's truck through, not everybody else.
Yeah. Good point. Okay, how about you, Josh?
On that note, plot holes.
Yeah, that's the main thing I have. But
this
go ahead with
movie
yours.
has a lot of plot holes. Now, the biggest plot hole, the one that it gets the most flack for, rewatching it, it totally makes sense for me, and it's basically the how does he upload a virus onto the alien's ship? Or do they run on the same user interface and all this kind of stuff? Mm-hmm. It's like, how is the compatibility of the software? And it totally made sense to me rewatching it, because the whole movie is predicated on Jeff Goldblum being the only one to actually figure out their technology they used our technology and used it against us. That's where he decodes the whole thing and finds out the timer. So
that he said was from the binaries, which is based on a combination of zeros and ones, and they were slowly decreasing. He said so. That's really basic, but the alien technology is way more complicated than that.
Yeah, I could see the aliens using our own technology because they may have had like a prehistoric version of ones and zeros, but I would think that theirs would be much more advanced to use zeros, ones, and twos.
Well, it seemed, I think I counted that off just as, technical jargon kind of thing. The thing was just like, okay, so the movie's implying that he understands their technology. So I could, that's how I interpreted that. But I understand if, the complications, but as far as the movie's intent, I'll grant it that much leeway.
Now, I could see both sides, because just because you get a DOS prompt doesn't mean you can run an operating system.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, but so it's just kind of the movie's intent. I'll grant it that. But
yeah,
and
what other plot holes?
Oh, just like you said, just letting them through. Gosh, I don't even know where to begin for the rest. Let's move on to the other things.
Okay.
That you hate.
Please, because I know there's a bunch and I'm just pretty much forgetting. But the movie does take a lot of liberties. Okay, here's another one where they say, oh yeah, there is an Area 51. It's like divulging this huge secret to just everybody in that on Air Force One. There was like, oh hey, by the way, did you it's like, just, hey, here's, no clearance. Just like, we're just going to let everybody here know this thing, you know.
But at that point,
well,
as long as I've grown up, Area 51's been about aliens. And if you can see that there's aliens, then there's no real point of having it be a secret anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just seemed, I don't know, it's just very sensitive information. Just seemed like, hey,
everything.
What I thought it was a little bit too ridiculous. The president says that there is no Area 51 when everyone knows that there is.
Well, no, he said there's no Area 51, as in like not how you're thinking. I do think it was a little extreme for him to say there is no Area 51.
Yeah,
I'm trying to say there's no Area 51 as you see it, as a place for housing aliens. But moving on, Boomer.
Oh, I was gonna say before you continue, the only thing I disliked after watching the movie was also a plot hole, so I wanted to step in. It was that toward the end, in the later parts of the movie, some of the characters are watching news reports, and the news reporters look like completely cleaned up, no issues, and most of the cities at this point are destroyed. So how is it that they're getting these TV signals of reporters just being like, the aliens are doing such and such? It just seemed really like,
From the satellites they're still using to communicate with the aliens.
The anchor people are too nicely dressed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for at that point in the movie, and plus the cities that would be broadcasting that would be decimated. So where are those reports coming from? Just local news, but then why are people wouldn't be concerned with how they look on TV at that point, I would think.
Except anchormen. The one group of people who would care about that would be anchormen and women.
Maybe. I don't know any personally.
Oh, okay. So that whole part with the dog being saved and all that, I should have mentioned this earlier as we were talking about it, but that is the biggest eye roll for me. It's like, in fact, if you're familiar with the web series Nostalgia Critic, he makes it a running gag of just how blatantly super important it is just saying, yes, but does Boomer live? Does the dog live? It's just like, that's the only thing. It's like, it's just so, it's cringe-inducing sometimes to just think about it. Also, V, do you remember the TV movie series,
Yes.
the movie and the series V? If you go back and
Recently
rewatch,
remade,
if you go back like to the original, it is Independence Day. Like, there should have been a lawsuit level of similarities.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like the ships coming in, the like over the cities and all that kind of stuff. It is, so that's another thing. It's like, because I've seen V since, it's like it's hard to watch Independence Day knowing like, oh, this is the original. There's no allusion or anything to the series V.
Well, how else are the aliens supposed to get there?
Well, no, it's like the way V is not just like a ship is overhead. It's just the way they're hovering. It's just like, it's almost the way the story unfolds is almost identical, and it's like I said, I can't.
There's other sources where they use giant flying saucers.
On the same note of Independence Day borderline ripping off V, I think it's really funny that you remember Star Fox 64?
Oh, I love how they homaged Independence Day.
They blatantly rip off.
No, it was
Independence
homage.
Day.
They don't rip it off.
Oh, okay. They blatantly homage.
Yes, okay. I'll take
Independence Day. So it was like kind of this, like, I just thought it was kind of funny. It's just like kind of one from V to Independence Day to Star Fox, just this kind of progression here.
I love that level so much because it was like, I'm playing in Independence Day. It was so cool.
It was better than the actual Independence Day game.
Oh, I'm sure. I never played that one.
Yeah, it's a PlayStation 1. Okay. Star Fox was better.
Alrighty. Cool. Thank you, Josh. Anything else from either of you guys about things you disliked after watching the movie?
The characters because I know more about screenwriting and how characters are written, and it's just, the characters are just blatantly they are there to serve this role, and they have to have this personality.
They're very one-dimensional.
Very one-dimensional. Harvey Fierstein, who has a really, he's fun to watch, but that is a typical one-dimensional character.
How would you make him two-dimensional, considering that the story is already as long as it is?
Cut him out?
No, but then the tapestry isn't as rich and colorful.
Okay, you can't have both.
Exactly.
Well, you take some of those. You take some of the one-dimensional characters and you combine them to make three-dimensional characters. So you save time and increase the quality.
Disagree. I like the variety of characters.
What I'm saying is, I like the variety of characters too, but it seems also like there's a lot. Who's the straight man in a lot of those scenarios? It's almost all comic relief.
Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum has some funny lines.
Yeah, but so do straight men.
I'd say the president's a straight man.
Oh yeah, the president. Oh yeah. Anyway, so yeah, those just some of the characters were not. They're just very flat. So.
Like Paper Mario. Alrighty, guys. Well, that, I think, rounds out our roundtable. So, with that, Alice, do you have a firing solution ready for us?
Oh, okay.
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
already.
I guess the moment of truth has arrived.
It has indeed. All right, we've discussed Independence Day. Now, would we rate Independence Day a classic or second-class movie? Let's start with Josh. And can you remind us, after you tell us how you rate it, what makes it a classic or second class?
I rate it a classic.
With a question mark?
A classic, but it's a close call because it's
it's a 60% classic.
Yeah, it's like a guilty pleasure. Like rewatching it's like a guilty pleasure, but it's in a blockbuster summer action movie kind of way, which it absolutely is, and you can't fault anybody for enjoying a blockbuster summer action movie.
Yeah.
So
sure you can.
For what it is, I will say it's absolutely a classic.
Cool. And so how did you define classic then? Just something that
I think
means to be?
Yeah, just transcends time of being like, it's like this is a great movie whether it's made in the 90s or the 50s. If this were made in the 50s, I'm not sure it'd be quite the same thing. But the fact that it was a product of 90s blockbuster action disaster alien invasion movies, it's a relic of its time, but it's better than that. So
okay, cool. If you could say there's one thing that would have made it a second class, would that have been?
What would have made it a second class movie?
Yeah, like what was the worst thing it had against it? I'm just curious.
Like everything I didn't like about it.
Okay, all right.
It just seemed like it was pandering
Plot
sometimes.
holes.
And the plot holes, and it just like you expect big action movies have some of the biggest plot holes. And you can forgive it. That's just part of the genre, it seems. So it's easier to forgive that,
Cool. All right, so that's one classic. Paul, what say you?
Well, a classic for me would be if my peers were over and we had time to watch a movie, wanted to watch a movie, and they hadn't seen it, would I recommend it? If everyone was in the mood for this type genre movie, I would recommend it. So I would call this a classic.
Yes, it appeals to the masses.
Yeah, well, it has a wide variety of characters, a lot of actors that people might recognize, some of the B actors. It has some good, funny moments, humor in it, and it has eye candy as far as explosions and all that. So it's fun.
And let me ask you the same thing that I asked Josh. What would be the biggest thing you would have against it, though? Like, if you were to rate it a second class, what would have been the reason?
It runs a little bit on the long side.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Cool.
And it's a little bit dated. I mean, when the aliens are coming, no one's getting out their cell phones.
That's true. You do have pretty much everyone on either a really old cell phone or just standard landline phones. So,
and the Mac logo is the old rainbow logo.
It is. That's true. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, and so two classics. So we definitely have a classic on our hands, but is it disputed or unanimous? And I got to say that it is...
Boom. Boom.
A unanimous classic because
I thought that was a negative noise.
I know, it sounds like we were going boo.
The unanimous second classes smell like poop. That's the sound clip we use for that. Anyway, yes, I rate Independence Day a classic as well. It is a very enjoyable movie. Tons of quotable lines. I just a lot of them I forgot, but now I remember them all coming back to me. It's just a really fun movie. I would certainly show Sophia when she's like teenager. It's just really fun. And if I were to rate second class movie, though, I think it'd be because there's too many characters that you don't care about. It's fine to have lots of characters, but you can really muddle it and drag a movie down by adding lots of characters that you just don't care about.
And for first-time listeners, first-time listeners should know that Sophia is your daughter.
Yeah, actually, thank you, Josh. Yes, Sophia is my daughter. I thought I said
Who
my
is how
daughter,
old?
not Sophia. She is currently 15 months, so we got a ways to go, but
Gotcha.
these movies will still be around, I would think.
Unless the aliens come before then.
And take all the movies.
Destroy them all.
What?
Well, they destroyed Capitol Records building. There goes all the music.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All the music.
Yeah, it's all stored there.
Unfortunately, Apple.
That's where the internet
now,
is.
So anyway, let's move on to our new tube segment. Alice, go.
New tube systems engaged.
Alrighty. Now, guys, it'd be great if your new tubes had something was at least tangentially related to Independence Day, but if not, no worries. Josh, what is new on your tube?
Star Fox 64. No,
you
I'm
actually
just kidding.
replayed it? Oh,
No.
I am.
Oh, I know. I did
Nothing's
actually.
going to compare to that now.
A couple weeks ago, I was playing it.
Cool.
The emulator on my computer. I need to get the N64 controller to hook up to my computer so I can really get the feel back. But the first time I was on the show, I actually mentioned a kind of
Carnival Paradise or Palace?
Caravan Palace.
Yeah,
Caravan Palace.
Yeah.
Their song "Rocket for Me," which was a kind of a swing jazz electronic kind of thing. Well, there's something else I've been kind of listening to in the same line. It's Macklemore's song "Thrift Shop."
Nope.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's like it's like number one on Billboard forever. And anyway, so there's this cover of it called "Vintage Grandpa Style," and they do the whole song basically. It's a rap song, in case you don't know it.
Okay.
But it's a novelty kind of really funny song, and they do it in a kind of 20s ragtime kind of style, which is really fun. But what's even more fun is somebody took that cover and made a electro swing remix, is what it's called.
Okay.
And it's actually really fun. I had a lot of fun listening to that.
Very cool.
And who's it by? Like, if I were to go on YouTube and look for that, the remix of the remix that you're talking about, what would I?
It's
look
called
under?
Barton Baker Electro Swing Remix, and then you can just thrift shop Macklemore.
Cool.
And Imagine Dragons' song "Radioactive," but I've been listening to that for a while. But it's kind of making a resurgence back in my playlist.
Nice.
Mm.
Cool. Well, thank you, Josh.
Radioactive.
Alrighty. Well, Paul, what is new on your tube?
For some reason lately, somebody at work mentioned it a week ago. I was like, oh, I installed Plants vs. Zombies on my Kindle Fire. And I'm like, I haven't played that in like a year or so. And I restarted playing it, and I spent hours re-killing, going through them all. And it's one of those silly, addictive games for me that it just absorbs my time. It's really addictive. And Plants vs. Zombies 2 is coming out, I think, next month for the iOS for Apple products.
And do you know the name of it?
It's something about time.
Oh.
Where you go through time in different settings is like in different times.
Oh, then what I saw was maybe a joke. It was called Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare.
Maybe that's what it's called. I don't know.
Okay. I thought that was a great play on Modern Warfare.
Garden. Oh, modern. Oh, that is cute.
Yeah, I didn't get it until you explained it. Maybe if I saw the type treatment, I'd get it. But...
Yeah, that probably, yeah.
Awesome.
So,
Paul.
Francisco.
Yes.
What is new on your tube?
Well, unlike both of yours that had nothing to do with Independence Day,
Hey, I said Star Fox 64.
That wasn't your real one.
And mine is like a war of invasion
of non-human versus
It's
plants.
non-humans versus non-humans. Yeah, what are you talking about? All right. In the vein of Independence Day, I recently got the game.
Oh, sorry.
What?
No, I'm so sorry. I just talked over you. That was so rude of me. I'm sorry. I
You
was
do that all the time.
I know, but like it was totally blatant. I feel really bad. Anyway, the title for Plants vs. Zombies 2 is called It's About Time. Which is the tagline for Back to the Future
But
movie.
is it spelled time like the spice?
Oh, no, because they actually travel through time.
Oh.
Anyway, I'm sorry, Francisco. You can edit all this out. Please go for it.
Yeah.
Garden Warfare is so much better.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So what's new on my tube is also on my, speaking of iOS devices, it's on my iPad. I downloaded XCOM Enemy Unknown. And you might be saying, I've heard that before on the Retro Rewind podcast. And that's because my brother Kitos recommended it for, I believe it was episode number 11 of the Retro Rewind podcast. So just go to retrorewindpodcast.com/RRP11 and there he will recommend it. Anyway, XCOM is a tactical strategy game where you control a squad of like army guys or marine guys. They don't really have a division of the military affiliation, but you can upgrade them and you send them out to essentially just kill these aliens that keep abducting people and keep trying to destroy the planet. So it's a really fun game. It's one of those games where you play it so long, you like sort of binge play it for a while, and when you start falling asleep, you see the game. I don't know if you guys ever.
There's a term for that. There's something about Tetris. There's an actual term for it. I can't remember though.
Okay, cool.
But that's true of any game that you play too long.
Well, yeah, but that's the point. I haven't really had a game recently where I played like that. That held my interest.
That's a good thing. Though.
Yeah, no, I'm not complaining about it. It's a good thing that there aren't that many games that do that.
Yeah, because that means your life isn't totally wrapped around mindless.
It's called Tetris Effect. It's on Wikipedia.
That's kind of a
also
lame
known
name.
as Tetris Syndrome.
Nah, I need a cooler sounding name than that, but okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I would highly recommend XCOM. It's a fairly pricey iOS game. It's $19.99, but it is the full console. It is the full console / PC game. It's like the full game, just with slightly reduced graphics, but it's still awesome to play. And multiplayer is coming with a free update, but it's not there yet.
Cool.
I agree. It is cool.
And it has to do with alien invasion.
It does, exactly. A little more subversive style alien invasion than Independence Day, but still aliens nonetheless.
Yes.
So I think I win this new tube segment. Anyway.
Dang. I didn't know it was a
Should have said
competition.
Full House. My marathons of Full House.
Are there aliens in Full House?
No, but it would
Do
have
they
been better.
celebrate July 4th?
No, but
Wow,
that's how I
you
win.
are
Is because
batting
it's
1,000.
better. Yeah. I couldn't even
No,
stretch
but
that.
Michelle Tanner is an alien. No.
The Olsen twins are aliens. That's how.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Alice, do we have our show announcements ready?
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
Wow, that's kind of scary, Josh. Anyway, I don't believe we actually.
What's scary?
His tongue sticking out at me.
I was sticking out at me, not you.
Oh yeah, you can't see because you're on the phone now. But yeah,
And our listeners cannot see either. So,
So
that's
I'm
helpful.
describing Josh's tongue was sticking out and threatening me.
Like a dog.
Yes. No, dog's tongues aren't threatening. But
Yeah. But Josh's tongue is like, hey, Francisco, I'm intimidating. Go to the corner.
Exactly. I saw this like face on it, similar to the Thumb Wars.
Oh, I was thinking like Aliens, where his tongue is another face.
I was thinking. He means the tongue. The tongue has the tongue of its own.
Okay. Oh, wow. So while we are sort of, I forget what the term is, but I'm looking off topic. Yeah, I'm looking up. I thought we had some feedback. Oh yes, here we go. All right. So for Independence Day, we got some feedback, and I should have read this during the show, but it was Valerie Ann said, Independence Day is part of RRP. This makes me feel old. I'm sorry, Valerie.
Yeah.
But you are
Do you guys have like a cutoff year? Is it 15 you said? 15 years?
15 years or older. So
okay.
Magically we keep having more movies added each year.
And more second class films.
And then, let's see. Then, Paul, you said, we got a guest host. Thank you, Josh Powers, for stepping up. And
no problemo.
Thank you for stepping up. Paul posted that we were going to be doing Independence Day, and we had several responses to that. Sharon Collins said, classic. Elise Nicole Smith said, favorite movie of all time. Dixie Thompson said, I've always liked it. Paul J. Powers said, wow, a lot of support for this movie, smiley face. And Cody Smith said, classic movie all the way. Apparently, we agree with all these people, given how we rated the movie. All right. And with that, let's go ahead and move into just how people can reach us if they want to get in touch with us. Paul, how can people reach you?
PaulJPowers.com. There you can find me on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or whatever the social thing that you're on. I might be on it. Go to PaulJPowers.com.
Great. Josh, how can people find you if they'd like to reach out to you?
You can find me on Twitter. My name is @JoshuaPowers, where you can follow me and where I come up with funny, semi-funny, semi-interesting things. If maybe not. You be the judge on that. Or you can find me on iriffs.com, IRIFFS.com, and my comedy group, Treacherriffs, where we riff movies.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And so you can find me on Twitter. I am @FXRUIZX. You can also email the show. Send your emails to feedback@retrorewindpodcast.com, and you can always find us at retrorewindpodcast.com. Oh, and our Facebook page, facebook.com/retrorewindpodcast. See how that makes sense?
Be sure to like it.
Yes, please like it. And speaking of liking things, we would love if you rated us and reviewed us on iTunes. Easy way to get to our iTunes page is go to retrorewindpodcast.com/iTunesRRP. That's probably the easiest way to find it, so you don't have to do searching. But you can find us on iTunes. You can find us on Stitcher Radio. You can find us on Miro or just any. We have an RSS feed. You can plug into any podcatcher you like. But really appreciate all you who listen to the Retro Rewind podcast. It's awesome to see you guys downloading and responding and sharing your thoughts. It's really cool. And speaking of thanking people, I want to thank Josh for pinch hitting today with Independence Day.
I have to next March 17th. I want to pinch hit.
Okay, it's oddly specific.
Because it's St. Patrick's Day, and if you're not wearing green,
you'll pinch hit.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to be on the show again, Josh, for that lame joke.
Oh no,
I'm kidding.
Except when we need a pinch.
I'm the king of lame jokes, so no worries. We will not excommunicate you for that. Paul, I also want to thank you for being on the show, as always.
No. Thank you.
You are welcome.
For always being on the show.
You are very welcome. All righty, guys. Alice, thanks for being on the show as well. And will you take us out?
To the ball game.
To the ball game. Oh, and I almost forgot. Listeners, like a Pokemon, we'll catch you later.
Yeah, I think. Thanks to the listeners.
Retro Rewind mission complete.
Thank you. You're awesome.
Proceed to Nav Point Omega and return to base.
Now that's what I call a close encounter.
And scene. That was awesome. That is totally standard. Let's ride on the Thunder Road for episode number 17 of the Retro Rewind podcast.
Retro Rewind podcast initialized. Mission identified. Explorers. 1985. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
Welcome, everyone, to the Retro Rewind podcast. This is the podcast where we look at movies and video games from 15 or more years ago and let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I am a dad, a designer, and a discoverer of odd aliens.
You wish.
Okay, maybe not. But I am joined, as always, by my good friend and co-host, Paul Powers. Welcome, Paul.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing today?
Feeling kind of lonely. It's just the two of us.
Yeah. We don't have a guest host, unfortunately. Summer has arrived, and at least at the time of this recording, and lots of people have other plans. But you're here, and that's really what matters.
Oh, I'm glad I'm above everyone else. No.
I wasn't quite trying to put it like that. But
I
do have a question for you, and you are really the only one who usually gets these. Do you have, from all movies and TV that you've seen, do you have a favorite spaceship?
Ooh.
And there is a correct answer.
I was fond of the space shuttle growing up as a kid because it was an actual spaceship.
I will accept that.
But from movies and such, I don't know. The Millennium Falcon is cool, but it is a piece of junk.
Okay, Lando.
No, I think it was Luke who said that.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Geek cred. No.
The one in The Last Starfighter is pretty cool.
Oh, that is a good one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There's been several cool ones. We'll go with those for now.
Okay. So not the Thunder Road. That's kind of telling. All right.
Oh, that's a good one too. How could I not have thought of that one? That was definitely fun, but it's not like laser blasting fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Speaking of the Thunder Road, will you please tell us what we're doing today, Paul?
Today we're going to do the round table discussion and give you our classic or second class rating, and then we're going to be moving. This time, it's going to be the movie Explorers, and then we're going to be having our YouTube segment, and then we're going to wrap up the show with feedback and contact info and some show announcements, possibly.
Sweet. Sounds good.
All right,
Alice. Have you found our roundtable target this time?
Alert. Target located. Spoilers incoming. Engaging Retro Rewind reactor.
Explorers. The adventure begins in your own backyard. Explorers, rated PG.
Opens at a theater near you on July 12th.
Alrighty. Paul, will you please give us the technicals? Because that trailer is really, really short.
Okay, Explorers came out on July 12th, 1985. It is rated PG in 109 minutes. Directed by Joe Dante.
Or Dante, I guess.
Yeah.
He has a peak, I think.
Writer Eric Luke, and it stars Ethan Hawke, River Phoenix, Bobby Fight. He was the guy who played Steve Jackson, who's a little actually more well known than the third main guy of the trio, Jason Presson.
Mm-hmm.
But it also starred James Cromwell, who was the dad, who's the old guy in Babe, who got an Academy Award nomination for "Say That'll Do, Pig." And that's
anything else? Did it do well at the box office?
I have no clue.
Okay. I actually read up and it did not. It was a flop at the box office.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. But in the theaters, I would say. It's since become a cult hit, or a cult favorite, but it did not do well in the good old days. Apparently, it came out when the Live Aid concert in '85 was going on. So that took a big hit from people going to the movies, I suppose.
I don't know, but I remember going to the theaters and seeing Back to the Future that came out of that during that year. So,
well, okay,
I didn't see it in theaters that year either. I saw it on video.
Yeah, same for me. All right, cool. Well, before we've started getting into it a little bit, but before we go into this new test for doing our memories, let's give our quick fire predictions for classic or second class. Paul.
Second class.
And I say second class as well. At least that's what I predicted. Alrighty. Well, typically, if you've been listening to the Retro Rewind podcast for a while now, you know that we will typically talk about the things we loved and hated before we rewatch the movie, and then talk about the things we loved and hated after. But we are thinking we might streamline this discussion a little bit, and I'm actually going to just read what I call a memory synopsis, which is before I watched the movie, I just sort of did a quick, my own synopsis from all my memories of what I remember the movie being about. So I'm going to share that, and Paul, feel free to interject during this or after, and let's see how this goes.
All right. Can I tell jokes in between time, like whack, just like random jokes here and there?
If you think it's an apt timing, I suppose so. All right, my memory synopsis for Explorers. I remember. A boy in a wooded room receives a message on his computer to reach an alien ship that is in orbit around Earth.
Wait. What do you mean a wooded room? Like he grows up in the woods?
Like he's in a cabin or something. I just remember a room that's very wooded like a cabin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then then he convinces two other boys to help him construct a lunar lander type spaceship thing out of a trash can and a fishbowl, maybe there's an old TV screen, and just other random junk. They don't need to make spacesuits though, because their homemade spaceship somehow puts a bubble of air around itself, then launches itself into space. It also has an artificial gravity unit apparently, because they don't really use seatbelts. Once they get to the alien ship, two green potbelly aliens with snail eyes greet the boys.
Only one had a potbelly.
Again, a lot of this is Inception stuff. So as opposed to playing the sound effect over and over, I'll probably just play it at the end of this.
Right. Did they really show the girl's belly?
No, not really.
Yeah,
but
so
we're not there yet.
Have a potbelly.
Oh yeah, maybe she did. Waha. The female alien is happy to see them. The male alien greets them with contempt and shows them movies of how Earthlings hate and just want to destroy aliens. After this, the boys are guilt-ridden and they return to Earth.
Not quite, but all right.
I'm not done yet. When they grow up and see that aliens have returned on July 2nd, 1996, they go to the top of the Interstate Bank Tower in Los Angeles to greet the aliens warmly and prove that humans don't want to just destroy aliens. They, of course, perish in fire because the green potbelly aliens were liars. Liars! And in league with the Independence Day aliens. The end.
Oh, so you did a combo. Yes. Are we doing two movies here?
No, I just did a little bit of fan fiction at the end because that's... It seemed like, from my memories, that's where it sort of naturally led. Again,
Okay.
as we actually get into the movie, we'll see that a lot of that was false. Okay, Paul. So, are there any memories that you had? Did I trigger any memories from my little synopsis thing? It could be things you loved or hated, or just random things.
Oh, okay. Things that I remember liking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, before you rewatched it.
The idea of kids basically building and inventing their own spaceship and going up and meeting aliens.
Okay.
That idea, that plot, that I think is really cool, and I think it would still go fly well today if written well in today's. I mean, and the spaceship being made of junkyard parts and old carnival rides, that's a lot of fun, because as a kid you like building Legos. It's essentially doing that for real.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So those are things that I liked. Things that I didn't like. I remember Wolfgang telling the girl alien that he had a girlfriend back at home when he did it, and then that girlfriend wasn't anyone special. Because then that's like a double jerk move.
Yeah, totally. Why you remembered that? Wow, that's crazy.
Well, here's the thing.
Oh, okay. The thing
is, we had this on video, and I kid you not, I'm not exaggerating when I say I've seen this movie over 20 times in my life.
Gosh,
So
I've seen it like once. Well, now twice.
So, yeah. Anyway. But I haven't seen it in a while before now.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, maybe I'd seen it more than that, because obviously I remembered some things. Probably watched it more than once, but
yeah.
Okay.
And the other thing I didn't like is the girl that wound up with the guy Ethan Hawke's character at the end at the film. You know, where they flew and they kissed. It seemed kind of forced. At least. I felt like, oh, that's convenient.
Yeah.
But what did you remember?
Well, I gave you my memories in my little synopsis thing.
The whole synopsis.
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, I think I would hope that I read it in the style of to allow you to get the impression. Yeah, exactly, and that I probably didn't like care for much of it. At least
you
from my
didn't
memory.
care for much of the movie?
Yeah, not from my memory. Yeah, I had this memory of not liking it.
Oh,
from what I remembered of it, it seemed very implausible. The whole idea that they're making this somehow they make this spaceship that can go up. Like, because as I was remembering, I'm like, how are they getting the fuel to go up into space? There's no way they'd be able to get anything like that. And then
you're thinking this as a kid? About how old?
No. I wasn't thinking this as a kid, but just me trying to remember it. I'm thinking, because I remember not liking it much.
Yeah, what didn't you like about it as a kid?
I just don't remember. I don't really remember. So I was trying to formulate. Well, maybe this is why I didn't like it. And,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, sorry, listener. I wish I could give you more of my memory, but alas, it is gone. I do want to point out, though, a few of the Inception things that I had, that they do actually use oxygen masks. They don't have oxygen, so that was cool that they did that. That we'll get into the gravity part, but they did have seatbelts, so I was wrong about that.
But it said you couldn't feel yourself slow down or speed up, so there wouldn't be any need for seatbelts.
Yeah, and we'll get there, Paul. We will get there. Worry not. But I did want to point those out. Oh, and also Ben didn't communicate via computer or get a message on his computer. He got the idea. Ben is Ethan Hawke's character. He got the idea from a dream. So I got that wrong too. Alrighty, Paul. What was something you really loved after rewatching Explorers?
I loved the enthusiasm by the main character,
Ben, Ethan Hawke.
Just like that childhood optimism, that you had as a kid before.
Yeah. I totally agree. I really, that was so endearing. At first, it was like a little, I'm not really sure what to make of it, but as it progressed, and he was just always like looking at the bright side, wanting to just, yeah, it's just awesome how positive he was throughout the movie. I really did like that.
Yeah. It's idealistic.
Yes.
But it's also, you are idealistic as a kid, you know? So it reminded me of, hey, remember when times when you were really hopeful and excited about things?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's something that I really enjoyed watching.
Very cool. Nice. Yeah, for me, like I totally agree with that part. That is something I definitely loved. Something else I loved was I liked Darren's character. He was sort of the he wasn't a bully, sort of the tough, the
junkyard kid.
The junkyard kid, yeah.
Yeah.
Had a hard life at home or something. I don't know, but
I was impressed with all three characters, how different they were.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point.
Yeah, and it was refreshing to see. I mean, yeah, when you take a movie like Goonies, you can see how different each character is. But when you only have three, it was interesting to see the dynamics between the three and their backgrounds.
Totally get that. And something that I really liked about Darren, a couple of things. I really liked his, I don't know why, but I really liked his line when they found how they were going to get the Tilt-A-Whirl that they made the spaceship out of.
Yeah.
I think Ben asked, how are we going to get it out of here? And Darren's like, it's got wheels. We'll roll it.
Yeah.
Just that matter-of-fact statement, I really tickled me. And then I really liked how he kept saying, whenever there's like a threat, he's like, let's speed it up.
Yeah, we'll just kick their butt. Yeah,
So
it was
I like
interesting. I didn't notice this as a kid, but he was basically the engineer. He built the bikes and rebuilt the engines, and he was used to building things.
Yeah.
Which makes sense when you have to build a spaceship. It's like, okay, you have the idea, man. You have the builder. And then you have the
dreamer.
The dreamer, the builder, and then you have the technical aspects of the other kid.
Yeah.
So I thought it was cool how they had all three together.
I didn't think about that, but yeah, that was a nice trifecta of characters.
Yes.
Was something else you really liked?
I liked how they used other sci-fi movies in this.
Like War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
I didn't really notice any others except for that made up one with Star Killer.
Well, it's Star Killer, but at the end,
when
they showing the different when aliens are attacking Earth kind of thing, and it was like, wow, what a good use of reference that you don't often see.
Yeah, that's true. Certainly a lot of those movies are by today's era have probably been long forgotten. I never saw the original War of the Worlds as far as I know. And a lot of the other movies I actually didn't really recognize.
I tried watching some of these, especially after watching this movie. Because I thought they were all like this, but they were long and boring as a kid. So I didn't want... I remember starting a few of them and not finishing them as a kid.
Nice. That's funny. Something else I liked was the music. I was actually surprised at how much I liked the music.
Yeah, I thought the music was good.
Yeah. It is by Jerry Goldsmith, who does a lot of Star Trek scores, I believe, for the movies, and I think he did the Voyager theme also.
Oh wow, yeah, good guy. He's done a lot of. I know the name is very familiar.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's done a lot of good stuff like that. I'll believe you this time.
Any other things you really liked or loved about the movie?
Off the top of my head,
I'm out. So
yeah. All right, I fold.
I'm done.
There is one other thing that I forgot that I enjoyed. It's the fact that the same actor who played Star Killer.
Oh, yes. Robert.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also played Whack and the father, Whack's father.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize he played the father, but yeah.
Yeah, he played all three, and that's Robert Picardo, who
Most
later
famous for
the Doctor in Voyager.
Well, the Doctor in many of the Star Treks. I think he is the Doctor in
he's the hologram Doctor.
Yeah, he's the hologram Doctor. Exactly.
I talk about a range. As far as acting, like character acting, and really diving yourself into a character with, I was just amazed.
Well, here, okay. Let me just get.
Here's another thing that I enjoyed. Let me go into this, and then you can go into that.
Okay.
But the puppetry for the way the aliens moved, like with the antenna and the eyes and everything, and even though it was, you could tell it's a costume, but the way it all moved was great. I thought, man, if Auntie from the
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids
moved it and like this, that would be
that would have been awesome. Yeah. And I gotta say that when we first see Whack, I mean, I had this memory of what the aliens looked like, but when they first cut to him, I went oh. I was literally scared. He looked very monstrous and alien, and I thought it was interesting the connection that Ben, Ethan Hawke's character, says that. Well, I'm sure we look just as scary to him or them or whatever.
And then the alien reiterates that. He says,
yeah.
I know we look ugly to you, but how do you think you look to us?
So that's a good sort of moral takeaway. Not to just fear things that are different, but to fear aliens because they'll come back and kill you.
Well, some do. It's just like people.
A good point.
Some will, some
good point. Yeah, well, good point.
So what were you going to say before I?
So I was going to get the elephant out of the room because, Paul, I did not like these aliens. I am totally on board with Ben in the whole. So Ben's whole thing is he's like, the whole movie is like looking forward to these aliens, to meeting them and exploring this new frontier, to borrow a Star Trek term, of alien contact. And he gets there and he's just like completely underwhelmed. These aliens, they're just like, they watch TV and don't really do much.
But
and I feel that way about. No, it is not. It's like that Jodie Foster movie Contact, where she gets to see the alien and it's just they're alien. Oh, I didn't want to intimidate you by showing you my real form, so I'm gonna pretend to be your father. Ha 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 ha. It's just like that. So yes, it is a twist. I will give it to you that it is a twist, but it is. I mean, okay. Well, here's the thing. It may have been. I'm getting really like animated here. It may have been a good twist if he was funny. If he did, if he.
You didn't think he was funny?
No, he was not funny. He was annoying. Oh my gosh.
Well, Ben thought he was annoying. Ben didn't think.
Yes,
at least
I am on board with Ben. But in my opinion,
so you
wasn't
didn't
fun.
enjoy the jokes.
No, I didn't enjoy the jokes. I thought the alien effects were cool, except the dad with the arms coming out of his head, just sort of flailing around. I didn't really get that. I mean, I know he's angry, but I thought it looked too. Yeah.
Well, he's an adult. That's what adults have: arms flailing about.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah. You can't judge someone by their looks. It's like, what's with that guy with the curly hair? Why does he have curly hair? It's all like curling and stuff. Why doesn't he have straight hair? That's the way God made him.
Good point. Okay, that's fine, but the way I don't know. It just seemed
you gotta accept the aliens as they are, I guess.
All right, that's fine, but the thing was, for me, it didn't look. It looked like it was a puppet. At that point, it looked like it was just puppeteering that they didn't know what to do, so they're just like, "Oh, let's flail this."
Okay,
it wasn't. It didn't seem real from
but
that perspective.
But the fact that they were just telling jokes and they wanted to meet him, to me, it makes sense for the twist to be that they're kids.
That's a good point, and I had actually completely forgotten when he said like space pirates. I'm like, I don't remember that, but okay.
Yeah, Space Pirates was a movie that came out in the early '80s.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I had no idea. So maybe that was another thing. I didn't get some of the comedy because I wasn't aware of other movies around that time or older movies.
Okay.
And even at this point, I'm not. A lot of those references, I got that he was like doing, I think,
he did Bugs Bunny, and he did
I got Bugs
W.C.
Bunny.
Fields, and he did.
Yeah, I don't know him. I mean, I've heard the name, but
But I mean, what a great way to introduce aliens! Your first alien contact, and then how does the alien responds with, "Yeah, what's up, Doc?"
that was interesting. I think it just went way too far. They just totally tacked that whole thing. Is way too much. I thought the idea of them saying how humans just want to destroy aliens. I know.
Yeah.
My memory of it was like there. That's all it was. I don't know. I didn't remember any of this comedy part of it. But I thought
the singing, the rock and roll.
Yeah, I didn't remember any of that. But I thought that would have been an interesting avenue to go down, to have these jokes, but then to sort of couple it with this serious tone of, you know, we wanted to meet you a lot sooner, but you all just really hate us. And I wish they would have gone further into that.
What's to go further? They did the comedy and they did the serious. We wanted to meet you, but you guys just like to blow things up, and look what happens when you have the idea, the prospect of meeting other aliens, you kill us. I thought they did a good job of both. And then once he realizes, I was like, hey, we're not like that. Oh, well, then what do? You have someone come in on the side, like a raptor you didn't even see, just on the side, and boom, in comes the father.
Okay. I was like, I'm not sure where Paul's going with this Jurassic Park reference. Oh, okay, I got it.
Clever girl.
Clever co-host. Yeah, I totally didn't see the father coming. I thought it was a cooler twist that the aliens were kids, that they're using TVs to communicate. Well, okay, here's the thing with that. Say they are kids. Human kids don't just like spout out TV references. At least the kids I like from my church that I see, they're just not talking in TV terms. They talk about silly stuff, but nothing like that. And if these alien kids are more like teenagers or middle schoolers, again, they don't. And I know they're aliens, so I can't really say that they act like humans. But if they're enjoying human pop culture, I would think they'd be more human-y, I guess. I don't know. You don't.
So none of the kids that you're around talk about zombies or anime.
They do, but not. It's like, here's the thing. Whack, in my opinion, his sister, I assume they're brother and sister. She seemed fine. Her dialogue seemed totally fine, and I thought it was great. But Whack seemed like he was only talking in references, and it go from like one reference to another reference to another reference, and I was trying to follow what he was trying to say through just sound bites from several things. Very similar to Bumblebee from Transformers. It's hard for me to understand him.
Yeah, I don't think. Okay, Bumblebee he was trying to make a complete thought with all those.
Yeah.
I don't think Whack was. I think he was just having fun using references.
Really? Okay. See, I wasn't getting that at all. I thought he was trying to, just talk in references essentially.
Oh, I never got that.
I mean, maybe he was just making jokes for joke's sake because he's a silly alien.
Right. That's what I always took it as.
Okay. But why does he go down this whole serious road then if he just wants to be silly of humans hate aliens?
Because he's a kid and he was like, hey, why don't you come to Earth? And he was like, well, this is why. I mean, it's a real interaction.
Oh, yeah.
Interaction.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why... Yeah. And that's, I think Ben has your approach. And he says, well, don't you get it? And Ben's like, no.
Yeah.
I mean, here you are. You do all this. And so you were probably just as disillusioned as Ben. Which
yes.
I think is...
Yes.
I don't see... That is such a... It's amazing to me that a movie could enable a person to go through the character development with that character.
Paul, Don't say stuff like that, because that type of talk makes me think about going back on what I thought I'd rate this movie. So no.
I'm just saying that's amazing.
That is a pretty remarkable.
You can still
component.
call it whatever you want to call it, but I find that's cool. But in a way, but
that's true.
By the end, as Ben is reflecting on that, like on the way back, and he's reflecting on all the things that have passed, he's intrigued and wants to meet him again. Where it sounds like you don't.
No, not really. I would probably be more interested in the father and like adult aliens, seeing what they would do.
But you're an adult.
Yeah, good point. So yeah, probably as a kid, I'd be like, yeah, I totally get that. My dad yelling at me.
Yeah, so why would I want to go back and meet somebody who kicked me out?
Yes,
and yelled.
Good point. Good point.
I'd rather go back to the jokesters, the fun rock and roll singing. Let's have a good time.
All right. So that was a lot of my dislike for Explorers, was that whole culmination, anti-climax, I guess. But there were other things I didn't like, but I will give you the floor, Paul, because I went off.
Oh, thanks. Here, I'm going to do a little dance on the floor.
Oh my gosh.
Gonna get down tonight. All right, sorry, what?
Just other things you didn't like or even hated about Explorers after you watched it again.
Things that I didn't like. One of the things that I did like, can I say one more thing that I did like before?
Sure, that's fine. Will it help illustrate the thing you don't like better?
No, it'll help illustrate what I do like.
Go for it, whatever.
I really didn't. I mean, the things that I didn't like about the movie. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of unbelievable. Some of like Wolfgang's family is kind of. I mean, they are sure destroy the basement, but hey. Doesn't matter. I found the bug bomb.
Yeah. It's like, okay.
Some of the things. I mean, I know it's a silly movie.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I think that they did get right was the whole kids versus parents theme. You definitely felt like, okay, this is the kids' movie. And they're always like, oh, the grown-ups, we gotta hide from the grown-ups.
The adults don't understand.
Right. Even with it was kind of nice, like with the cop, with the helicopter guy. I was like, I used to be into that stuff when I was a kid. That whole adult versus kid thing. I think I enjoyed the theme of that. I thought they did a really. I think I was amazed at the end of this how. At least to me, the movie makers were able to capture a movie from the kids' perspective. Yet, adults made it.
Yeah.
How to go back from let's tell it from the kids' point of view. And so they were able to get like all that. Oh man, like look at those grown-ups yell, kind of a thing. Like things that as an adult I forget. Like, oh yeah, as a kid. Yeah, there. As a kid, you think there is a definite separate world between us and them.
Yeah, totally.
Where as an adult, I really don't think about it all that much. So, I enjoyed that theme.
Okay, I would have to agree with you that the filmmakers certainly did a good job of showing us the kids' perspective and what that's like.
Yeah.
Okay, so something you didn't like now, since that's the section we're in.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Things I didn't like besides Wolfgang trying to be a pimp with the girl alien.
Oh yeah, that. And speaking of that, what's up with Ben? Like, oh, we got this cool alien technology. Let me go stalk a girl with it. Because essentially,
that's something I totally would have done.
Well, wow. Okay, now
no. If there was a girl that I had a crush on, and I knew where she lived, I would be riding my bike over there sometimes just to see if I could catch a glimpse of her, like, walking outside the house or something. Like,
yeah.
That kind of
I get
thing.
that. Yeah.
Okay, now climbing up to her window, that's a bit stalkerish.
And just like hovering there, that seems like it'd be really creepy.
Well, I don't think he meant to, but I thought it was pure silliness. It's like, oh, what are you doing? Oh, I thought I saw a cat in your tree. And it seemed like she bought it.
Yeah.
So there were some silly things like that. It's like, all right, you gotta how did what?
Well,
alien technology. That's
how.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm just gonna go through a few sort of quick things that I didn't like. I thought they spent a little too long showing how the blue sphere was destroying stuff. Like I think
thought it was cool.
Well, I think it was cool, but I felt like they were just trying to prove how cool their special effects were. It sort of was getting to that point for me. Like, look at what we can do by just destroying all this stuff invisibly. It's amazing.
I thought it was funny. It was like so unexpected when that other kid, the junkyard kid, I forget his name. Darren, he's such an unbeliever. He's like, oh, I don't believe any of that kind of stuff. And then it goes through and it destroys. It's like, so does everyone fall for this that comes out?
that was definitely a funny line. Yeah.
It's something I didn't pick up as a kid.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, that scene was a little long of the destroying stuff.
I guess that's what it was. Let's see. Oh, and you said one of your likes was that you liked how, or from what you remembered, them building the spaceship and building it out of junk. I was really frustrated because this is one of those movies that made me think that putting together a spaceship or like some sort of vehicle of some sort as a kid is just easy peasy. You just gotta cut some wood, find the right frame, and you can weld. That's fine. Because I tried to do stuff like this. Like I tried to convert a toy car that my brother Katek had into a time machine with remote controls and wires and stuff. It did not work.
Well, no, but you didn't have the alien technology given to you in dreams.
Good point. But I don't think I would have been able to put together something like that. I feel like I may have wanted to, but I would not have been able to put it all together.
I think I would have if I had help with the, there were 3 of them.
Yeah.
And you had somebody who knew, okay, first of all, how to build a motor for a little mini bike,
Yeah.
So, but it would have taken longer than a night or 2.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I will give you that.
Okay. All right. So that was my little nitpick with it.
Oh, sorry. It gave you hopes and dreams, and then
exactly.
They were destroyed, much like Ben's was in the movie. Coincidence?
I think not.
Yeah.
I don't know why it wouldn't be a coincidence. Anyway, I have only one other thing that I really disliked about the movie. I didn't think that the movie really had a point. I got to the end of it and I'm like, why did I watch that other than doing this podcast? It seemed like it was inspired. Here, I'll just read what I wrote because I thought this was pretty good. Was this an example of following your dreams taken really literally? Like Ben literally had this dream about this circuit, and that's what gave them the alien technology. And then they followed that dream to go up into space because he wanted to be an astronaut. Okay, so is this movie just taking your dreams literally? If that is so, then it seems like this is inspiring you to follow your dreams, ultimately to find out that your dreams are just mediocre experiences and that it's, in the end, your dream is just cut short by this big alien dad guy.
No. My goodness. Oh my gosh. There's so many things wrong.
I am right, Paul.
No, I'm not trying to say that your point is invalid. I'm trying to say that there are many points that are invalid. I'm going to have to disagree with you.
On many points.
Yeah. First of all, what is the point of this movie? To take an awful line from an awful movie It's the line from the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movie with Johnny Depp. He said, "What's the point of candy?" It's like, there is no point. It's candy. It doesn't need a point. Something like that. The point is the fun story. It's kind of like, what's the point of Lord of the Rings? Oh, let's go drop this ring in the lava. Everyone's fine. What's the point?
The point. Oh my gosh.
It's the same of any story.
Gosh. Well, okay, if you're going to take just the idea of what's the point of telling a story is to, there's lots.
So
well,
you're
lots
asking, what is the,
there's
what
lots
is,
of
you're
reasons to
asking,
tell us.
okay. Let
Sorry,
me clarify this.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So are you saying, what is the point of telling this particular story?
Yes, like I go to other movies and I'm like, wow, I'm so glad I saw that movie. It really, something about it really spoke to me, or man, that was really entertaining. It didn't have much of a plot, but it was a really big sight for the eyes.
I can see that. As a kid, I would have agreed with you.
Mm-hmm.
But as an adult, I see 2 points to this story.
Okay. Well, tell me what you think. Yeah.
1 point, even one I would have saw as a kid, is that if aliens may not reach out to us because we are so violent towards each other and towards them. So it's one of those things that it makes me think, okay, if we were to meet aliens, how we embrace them or how we treat them does matter.
Okay. Yeah. I'll give you that. Was there another point?
Yeah, that you should go after your dreams. It's not just mediocre. Because at the end, they had that alien technology, that gem,
Mm-hmm.
that's the stuff dreams of.
Oh,
that enabled them to. At the end, I don't know if it was a dream or I guess it was a dream.
Yeah, it was.
Where the girl was involved and they were all flying because it says, "Oh, look, they're contacting us again."
Mm-hmm.
Because it enabled them to have more adventures. It's kind of like the never-ending story, where after that, Atreyu had more adventures.
Yeah, I kind of see how it's similar to that in that regard. So I agree with your first point that about having aliens, it being a sort of a cautionary tale that when aliens do arrive, if they ever do, that we shouldn't just blanket hate them. I know,
or blanket accept them,
or blanket accept them. Yes, we should. You know what? We should be cautious, but not just assume that they're here to destroy us.
Right.
Your second point, though, that it's sort of if I understand right, it's like it's supposed to be this fun lead-in to more adventures. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine, but I feel like if I want to have a fun adventure in this first movie before I'm going to desire having adventures in the second movie. So because it wasn't fun for me, really, at least
it's not fun to fly around in a bubble, going through space. And
that part was all fun, but the aliens, I'd be like, why would I want to go back? That was such a not a horrible experience, but that was such a lame experience. Why would I want to go have another adventure with an alien? I'd rather if I take it and become like a superhero on Earth because I fly around in my Thunder Road thing, then that'd be cool.
Okay, there's helicopters for that.
Not that can fly like that.
Okay. But okay, here's the fun adventures before the aliens took over their ship.
Okay.
That you have on Earth is like, oh, let's fly around and we'll hover in front of drive-in theaters, Ooh. That's kind of fun, just the idea, but when the aliens take over, boom, then the adventure really begins.
I suppose, yeah, the adventure does begin, and it goes nowhere fast.
All right.
I don't. Yeah, you keep bringing it up, and I think that's a very perfect way of saying it. That I very much am in line with the Ben character, except at the end when he's like, "Oh, I have another dream. Let's go back." I don't get why he would want to go back, given how his disillusionment with how the first time went. But yeah, it did not that I was, I guess, let down by the movie. I mean, I didn't have a lot of expectations going into it. I was actually, maybe this doesn't help, I was expecting not to like it. And I was actually, honestly, as I was watching the movie, I was trying to tell myself, Francisco, give this a chance. Give this a chance. You may like it. You may like it. And I kept feeling myself pulled toward, man, I just do not like this movie. But without finishing watching it, I felt like that wasn't fair. So I do want to, as unfortunate as that is, I guess you could say I was biased throughout watching the movie. But I tried.
A lot of people are.
Yeah.
So should we get right to the chase? What we said.
Here's one more point of contention, and then we can move on. But okay, remember this scene early on before they've built their spaceship, the Thunder Road, and they're testing out the orb on this hillside, and Wolfgang gets trapped in the orb. And as soon as he gets trapped in it, he starts spinning around it, and then the orb starts moving around, and that's how they discover that there's no inertia or something in the orb. How is it then that when they put the Thunder Road inside it, it doesn't start spinning immediately? There's
because it has wheels.
What? What? Why would that make a difference?
Okay, there's two ways how it would make a difference.
Okay,
let's say that he was trying to, let's say the orb actually spun as it moved.
Okay, could be.
And
sure.
Wolfgang was trying to stay still and was trying to hold on to something. So if the orb is spinning, he will spin too. But the Thunder Road has wheels, so as the orb is spinning, it is not, because the wheels are spinning.
I would give you that, except that the wheels, if you look at it, the wheels are not low enough to be touching the bottom of the orb. And the wheels are like flat. They're not like curved.
All right. I didn't buy that point.
Okay. Okay, point number two.
Point number two. Alien technology.
Done. Alien technology. No, go ahead.
If I see that, and I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here.
Okay. I mean, I would expect you to be the one who's like pointing stuff like this out, but
yeah,
no, but please be devil's advocate.
Turn your brain off, because it's all under the name of alien technology.
Okay. All right.
But let's say that he didn't feel a sense of gravity.
Okay.
Then he would essentially be weightless, and he could spin himself when he feels out of control. But if you're not moving around your arms trying to maintain control, if you're just sitting still, then it would make sense that the Thunder Road wouldn't move all that much.
I could see that as long as they don't themselves move inside the ship. Because if they start moving around, I could see that starting it spinning.
Yeah, I'll give that one to you at this point of contention. Yeah, you have a point there. It doesn't line up. It doesn't make sense.
Okay. No, I appreciate you giving me that point. Thank you. I also do want to say,
because it's candy, it doesn't need a
point. Nice. Caution to any kids listening to this that think that if you find alien technology like this and then go up into space, be forewarned. Do not turn off the shield to let air in if you are above 8,000 feet, because you will start suffering from something called hypoxia, which means essentially there is enough pressure to get the oxygen into your blood vessels or something like that. And you'll start getting lightheaded and feeling maybe nauseous, and then you'll eventually die if you let it go on too long. So do not do that.
The ship was obviously the spaceship that they landed in before they turned off their bubble.
Go ahead.
was obviously pressurized. And,
Oh yeah. I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about when they get up really high.
When he unplugs
exactly.
from the computer and they
Yes.
fall down towards the earth.
Yes, exactly. They would not get this rush of air in. I mean, they might, but it wouldn't do them enough good because they're at too high an altitude. That's why in airlines your cabin is pressurized to prevent that. Unless the alien technology would be off, so I doubt they had a pressurization in that thing.
Well, how high did they go? And
it seemed like they
long?
would be high enough. Maybe it wasn't long enough, but I don't know. I thought that was a little sketchy. Come on. It's a little sketchy for this 1985 kids movie. Come on. No, that's me asking way too much of it, but just I wanted to let the kids know, don't watch this movie and think you can do that. So just be aware. Bring plenty of oxygen with you when you attempt to contact the aliens that are gonna let your dreams down.
I think you're taking this too seriously. See, it's all about having fun, telling jokes, singing rock and roll songs.
Anyways, I think that about sums it up. So, Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
Alrighty, Paul. The moment of truth is here. Classic or second class, and why?
Well, we all know it. I think we can all take a fair guess at what you're going to say. But,
fine.
For me, like I said, I had seen this movie over 20 times without exaggeration. For some reason, this last viewing, I enjoyed this movie the most this last viewing, more than any other viewing.
Oh, cool. Wow, that's awesome.
And it really reminded me of, how some people say, like, oh, a movie is a work of art because, and sometimes I go, what? It's not like a painting. It moves. There's dialogue. How is it a work of art? Well, because it can inspire. It can bring a sense of emotion.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it can mean one thing to one person and mean something totally else or something different, completely different to somebody else.
Just like in this case.
But I was really inspired by
wow,
the character Ben and his optimism and that enthusiasm, that childlike hope, that so much that I was just really like,
that's awesome.
So I enjoy, which I'm surprised because as a kid, my brother enjoyed this movie more than I did.
Oh,
I
interesting.
thought it was
Okay.
all right. Just kind of average. All right, it's kind of a fun movie, but certainly then I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to all my friends. Like, oh, have you seen this movie? You should see it.
Yeah.
But if the way I felt after seeing this last time, if people were over who hadn't seen it, look, if you want to be inspired by the childlike enthusiasm that you used to have, I would recommend watching this movie.
Okay. Wow.
So for me, I have to rate it a classic.
All righty. Wow. Well, that's really cool. I think you nailed it on the head when you said, you probably know what I'm going to say. And I will have to rate second class or Explorer second class. But before I get to why, I do want to say that that's awesome. I love to hear when movies, and I do think that movies are a form of art, are an art form. We'll love to hear how they can inspire and enrich other people, even if they don't do that for me. I love hearing how it does it for other people.
You're right, which goes to show you that it really depends on one's mood when they view art.
Oh, absolutely. And really, one's whole, everything you bring to the art piece matters just as much as what the art piece brings to you.
So who are we to critique when our opinions will change depending on our mood and circumstance?
Our opinions are completely subjective. We just give them in hopes of helping helping you, listener, know whether you should watch this movie or not. So
it all depends on their mood.
I don't think that's always the case, but I think that certainly can play into it.
All right. So apparently I was in a really good mood when I watched for a mood just right for this particular movie.
And that's completely fine. All right. So you rated classic. I rated second class because there was, I totally agree with you with Ben's optimism. That was a really fun element, a really enjoyable element for me. But on the vast whole, this movie was not enjoyable. There was too much about it that irked me and just bothered me. And the way it's tied up at the end, I think if all those things were still there and at the end they culminated in some like crescendo of awesomeness, then this movie would have been worth it and I would have rated it classic. But it very much fizzled out for me in the end. And I did not like the alien characters much. And they were a big sort of what you were leading up to. Yeah, I wouldn't
climax.
Yeah. So I would not recommend this movie to Sophia, my daughter. I wouldn't recommend it to my friends either. I would say just leave it in the past if you've seen it, and if you've never seen it, I wouldn't bother with it. Were you going to ask what would I recommend instead of this? Yeah. Star Wars is way too obvious, I think.
When was the last time you saw E.T.?
If we were to do E.T. now, my prediction would be second class because I don't remember liking E.T. even though I watched it a lot.
We should do E.T.
Oh, has it been a while since you saw it?
Yeah, I have it, but it's been years and years since I've seen it.
Okay. And listeners, we have a plan for our next episode, but let us know if you'd like us to, for episode number 19 or even 20. If you'd really like us to do ET, let us know, and we will shift our schedule around and cover ET. So find us you could let us know on Facebook, facebook.com/Retro Rewind Podcast, or email the show, feedback@retrorewindpodcast.com. Oh, I can't believe I didn't think of this. Of course. I mean, we haven't done this movie yet, but I would predict to be a classic. Last Starfighter. I would totally throw that one up there as one I would recommend. So we do plan on doing Last Starfighter in the coming weeks. So we'll find out if that holds water. But at this moment in time, I'd recommend that one.
Okay, fair enough.
So with one classic and one second class, we are disputed, which means listeners, I've just recently started putting listener ratings at the end of each episode post. So please go there and let us know. You can vote whether you think I was like, The Last Starfighter. No, whether you think Explorers is a classic or second class, and we need your help this time because me and Paul, we can't just come up with. We can't.
No, it's a draw.
Well, it's a draw, exactly. So we need you, the listener, to be the deciding factor. So please go to this episode, which you can find at Retro Rewind Podcast /RRP17, and then at the bottom of the post. Next to you'll see it say we're a draw or something like that for our final assessment. Right next to that will be a place where you can vote for whether it's a classic or second class. So please help us in determining whether Explorers is really a classic or second class. Is Paul right? Is Francisco right?
Would you have to have seen it in the last 5 years?
Or just no, I mean anyone can vote. So it's really.
Even if you've never seen the movie.
Even if you've never seen it, yeah. If you like me, listener, and you've never seen it, just go ahead and click that second class.
No. And if you want $1, vote for me.
You're gonna pay people. Nice bribery.
Yeah.
I do want to say though, I should have done if I had planned better. I would have done this for all the previous guest hosts. I would have asked them all their opinion and had one sort of like guest host opinion from like our Destructicon from all our guest hosts. Anyways, I did ask Kyle from our Super Mario Brothers episode, and he said he would probably have to give it a classic. So
Super Mario Brothers Kart
episode?
Oh, the movie,
yeah, which was RRP 6, I believe.
All right.
Yeah. Alrighty. Paul?
Yes, Francisco?
I don't know why I'm addressing you because I really need to ask Alice. Can you find out if there's anything new on our tubes?
New tube systems engaged.
So, Paul, what is new on your tube, and does it relate to Explorers in any way, shape, or form?
Oh, that's a good question. What's new on my tube? Lately, I've been playing this game on my phone called Tetris Blitz.
Ooh, okay.
Much like the regular Tetris, but it's faster. And you can point where you want it to drop, boom, 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 and there's different power-ups and everything.
Oh, really?
So yeah, I think it's free right. Yeah, it's free right now. So if you enjoy Tetris and you enjoy the challenge of the speed, like when it gets faster on those faster levels, and see how many you can get, and it doesn't drop faster, but you can place it faster by using the touch screen.
Okay.
And so, you can actually build faster and rack up points faster.
Oh, interesting.
And each game is limited to 2 minutes.
Oh,
so
wow.
it's how many points you can do in 2 minutes.
Okay.
So it's a lot of fun.
Okay, cool. So Tetris Blitz, and that's you play it on an iOS device?
Yes, I play it on my iPhone.
Okay. So we don't know if it's available for Android. Maybe it is. But definitely if you have an iPhone or an iPad, check out Tetris Blitz. For me, I have recommendation is actually from YouTube. And I don't know, have you ever heard of the channel Soul Pancake, Paul?
Why does that sound familiar? I don't think so.
If you know the Kid President, he's a member of that. Okay. Well, anyways, so I've been watching videos here and there. Rainn Wilson from The Office, he's one of the co-creators of it. Do you know that show, The Office?
No, I only saw the first couple seasons of the US version.
Well, then never mind. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the US version, but he plays Dwight on The Office.
Oh, yeah, I know that character.
Okay. So he co-created this Soul Pancake channel, and they do lots of videos. One of the videos, though, is he's not in or anything, but it's called The Forge, and essentially, it's this just really well done this real well done short about this brother who writes a letter to his sister who committed suicide, and how that affected him and what he wished he could have done. It sounds, I'm sure me saying it like that sounds sounds
like a good time in town. Sounds like a party.
It sounds very somber and sad, but the way they do it is very cool and very gripping, I'd say. So I will put a link to that as well as Tetris Blitz all in the show notes, which you can check out. Thank you, Paul. And
you're welcome.
And Alice, can you bring up the communication satellites, please?
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
Thank you, Alice. All right, Paul, do we have any feedback? Nice. I know we have feedback. I'm guessing you don't have any. Other than beep.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we have one comment from our Fly of the Navigator episode, which was episode number 4. Tricky commented saying, "Is a great review." He was actually watching the movie. I'm paraphrasing now. He was watching the movie as he typed his comment with his kids, which I thought was cool. He thought it had great memories of the movie. It was an old classic, and he says, "I must say that the effects are pretty good considering it was made in '86," and I think we all agreed on that. And he noticed that the term downloading that NASA used. It was the first time he remembered a movie using that term, which was pretty cool. And so he said, "Thanks for all the inside info, and you are definitely welcome, Tricky. Hope you're still listening." And his email is from Australia, so very
international.
Cool. Yeah, very glad you found us, and hope you're continue to listen.
I did have feedback. My wife saw this movie Explorers with me. She said she didn't really enjoy it all that much. This was her first time seeing it. She didn't see it as a kid, but she would have much rather watched A Flight of the Navigator over this movie.
Oh, okay.
So
agreed. I agree with you, Valerie.
Yeah, I don't. But anyway, moving on.
Cool. Thanks for sharing that. Then I want to say I recently, this is another little plug for our Facebook page. I recently started saying thank you to everyone who's liked the page. That if I haven't met you in person and you've just liked the page, we really appreciate that. And so I've started thanking people by name. What?
But if we have met you in the person you like the page, we hate you. We don't want to spread the hate. So we just have been silent about it.
Oh my gosh, Paul. No, I'm sure I hope that I will have thanked you in person if I knew you in person. Anyways, please, we'd love if you liked our Facebook page. And I would love to say a special thank you for that. Also, and then why this is in our feedback section is because I recently said that to, let me bring up the person, which was really awesome. I thanked Tim Itbach recently for liking our page, and he just said, "You're welcome, loving the podcast, and keep up the good work." So thank you so much for that, Tim. Yeah,
that's a cool name. That's the same name as the Time Machine and Chrono Trigger.
Really? That's awesome. I don't remember that. Well, his is spelled with an I. I assume that's with an E.
Yeah.
Yeah. But probably it sounds the same.
Okay.
And
Epoch.
Yes. So that was not related to any particular episode, but thank you very much, Tim. Also want to say that Sharon Collins wrote, this is in reference to our Labyrinth episode, and she says, "All right, in light of the fact that I listened to the Labyrinth episode, which she loved it, and I'm currently listening to the Anne of Green Gables one,
she loved the episode or loved the movie?"
I'm going to assume she loved the episode. I mean,
okay, that's a good fair assumption.
Yeah. She had a little trivia question for us that she posted on Facebook, and she said, "What phrase do both Anne and Jareth use at least once?" And so there's a long list of comments. Do you remember this, Paul?
Oh, yeah. No, I really appreciated it for her bringing that up, because as I was watching the movie Labyrinth, I noticed that he said that the same phrase that Anne Shirley used. And so that's very good of her to bring that up. You're not going to tell it, are you?
I was planning on telling it, but
No. I think you should not tell it. And so if people want to know what phrase, they have to go on Facebook and like the page and see the comment below to see if what the answer is, what phrase both Jareth from Labyrinth and Anne Shirley from Anne of Green Gables,
correct,
both use.
Yes.
Or maybe the listener is smart enough to know.
Yeah, maybe they do. And if you do know, please tell us at the bottom of that comment, or just post to our page and say, "Yeah, I knew the answer all along. It was," and fill it.
Yeah, go to the Facebook page and post there and brag.
Yes, exactly. I believe that was all the comments we had. So thank you so much, listeners, for writing in and commenting. It's always good to hear from you. Paul, what are we going to be hitting next time on the Retro Rewind podcast?
Well, next time we're going to, I don't even know the words, but basically we're going to be playing... Replay the classic arcade game of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yes.
Not the Back in Time one, but the original one, right?
The original one that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 on the NES was based on.
Yes.
Yes.
The one where the character, and you put the quarters in and you select the characters and it blinks, appears, and says, the character says, "Let's kick shell."
And you can
That
play
one.
as all 4 turtles.
Yeah, 4-player op. Yeah.
Yep. So we're going to be covering that one. Yes, it's a return to the game. Unfortunately, Keithos, my brother, won't be guest hosting. I know he's our usual game correspondent, but we have another guest lined up that we think you'll like.
Ooh, mystery guest.
Yes, mystery guest. All right. Thank you so much, Paul. Awesome as always. To have you on, I mean.
Oh, thanks for clarifying that. And you're awesome as always. That was not a Freudian slip, I hope.
Nice. This should. I'm gonna say,
Sorry.
I don't know if you listened to the last episode, and
Yeah,
listeners,
of course. I
I'm
listened
curious.
to all of them.
All right. Did you notice the point where your audio cuts out and it sounds like you're saying the F word?
No.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, that's what my mind fills in. I guess it could be anything, but
Wow.
so that's probably
I'll have-
speaks more to me than anyone else.
Okay.
Listeners, you could look for that and
Yeah, Easter egg.
and tell Paul, "Oh, I can't believe you said that," because you're saying it to me too. I'm like, "Oh, wow." I want to give the most special thank you to our listeners for both Ryan and just listening. It's really, really cool that you take time to put us in your ears and listen, whether you're on your way to work or coming home from work or at the gym or just eating an apple or doing anything. Whatever you do when you listen to podcasts, we really appreciate you giving us your time. If you'd like to show that appreciation back,
You can give me $1 instead of me
you
giving
can,
you
you
$1.
can give Paul $1, yeah. No, but we'd love it if you share our podcast with your friends. Just tell them, hey, check out the Retro Rewind podcast. It's a fun podcast about movies and games. I think you might like it. If that's the truth. I mean, I don't want you to say that if you don't believe it. And you can also leave us a rating and review on iTunes. That's a great way for us to get just exposure to people searching for old movie podcasts or old game podcasts on iTunes. The easiest way to find that is go to retrorewindpodcast.com/iTunes RRP. All one word jumble thing. And Paul is just going crazy in the Google Hangout. I don't know why. I think he's telling me we have to finish. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
no.
it's so hard to keep a straight face. Sorry.
That's fine. And as always, you can comment on our post when it goes up at retrorewindpodcast.com or email us. Send your emails to feedback@retrorewindpodcast.com.
Oh, that's a totally different address.
Yes, it is. All right. And thank you for sticking this long with us. I know we got a little zany here at the end of the episode, but hey, that's part of the fun.
Yeah, that's what happened at the end of Explorers, and apparently that wasn't good.
Wow.
Unless you want to change your rating.
All righty, everyone. Well, until next time, listener, like a Pokemon, we'll catch you later.
Bye-bye.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to Nav Point Omega and return to base.
You know, this podcast is the stuff dreams are made of.
Like we're in a tiny dim.
Oh my gosh, Paul. See you later.
Wait, what?
Let's be Heroes in a Half Show with episode number 8. Wait. What, Paul?
Katek's not here.
What? Katek's not there?
No, he's not here. Look around.
He's going to be our guest host. What are we supposed to do now?
Well, he's your brother. Where is he?
I don't know. He's on the phone. Let's hear what he has to say.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Katek, can you hear us?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Hey, sorry about that.
That's okay. Let's be heroes in a half shell for episode number 18 of the Retro Rewind podcast.
Wait.
Oh my gosh. What, Paul?
Wait.
What?
Katek's not here.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. Never mind. He's right here. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
I'll kill you, Paul.
Retro Rewind podcast initialized. Mission identified. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game, 1989. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
It sounded like she said composts online instead of co-hosts.
Well, what can you do? She had to fit in a really long name. Anyway, hello, everyone. Welcome to the Retro Rewind podcast. This is the podcast where we look at movies and video games from 15 or more years ago and let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I am a dad, a designer, and a diehard Donnie fan. Yeah.
Oh, Donatello's your favorite?
Yeah. Hold on. I haven't introduced you yet, Paul.
Sorry.
But since you heard him multiple times now, that is the sound of my co-host, Paul Powers. Welcome, Paul.
What's up?
How are you doing today?
Doing good. We're ready to kick some shell.
Exactly. Your question for the day, which you probably guessed, was what Ninja Turtle did you play as a kid?
My favorite was Donnie as well.
But I'm Donatello. You can't be Donatello.
Doesn't matter. He was still my favorite to answer your question.
All right.
I don't know. There's something goes around beating people with a big stick. I mean,
I like they made machines and stuff and made the blimp and the turtle van and stuff like that.
All right.
Yeah. And joining us this time is my brother, Katek Ruiz. Thank you so much for joining us today, Katek.
Cowabunga, dudes.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Katek, why don't you tell us what you do for a living and also what was your Ninja Turtle growing up? I mean, I know, but tell our listeners, please.
All right. So basically, I'm an editor, visual effects, motion graphics artist, visual effects supervisor, producer, photographer. And lately I've gotten into textile manufacturing. So that's pretty much what I do now. And let's see here. My favorite Ninja Turtle, which I was talking to Paul with the other day, is Raphael, which we couldn't play.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I couldn't play Donnie, so I feel your pain.
Yeah, I was stuck with Michelangelo. Of
but
course,
he's a party dude.
He's good.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just like Raphael's, anger issues. his hot-headedness and temper. It really, really speaks to me.
Well, we're going from foreshadowing into just shadowing here. So, Paul, why don't you tell us how the podcast is going to shake out today?
Just go for it. Cover Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the classic arcade game, the first one, not Turtles in Time.
Yeah.
And then we're going to give you our rating, whether we think it was a classic or second class, and then we might do a new tube segment.
We will do a new tube segment.
All right.
Oh, new tube.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
So, Alice, have you found our Ninja Target?
Alert. Target located. Spoilers incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
Oprah's improved your favorite arcade game. First, we added 2 new levels, then packed it with bigger, stronger enemies and a ton of extra foot soldiers. Next, we punched up the action with knockout new attack moves and crime-fighting scenes like the Ninja Castle. If that doesn't swell your shell, we made one more small adjustment. Introducing the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game, today's biggest hit. For your NES. Free personal pan pizza coupon from Pizza Hut in every box.
Oh, that was the NES version.
Yeah, that was the best I could do for a trailer.
I'm all about that 3 Pizza Hut coupon.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
So, Paul, will you please read the technicals of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Nope, not going to do it. I know Donnie's like the smart one with all the technicals, but...
I meant of the arcade game.
Yeah, I don't have any of that in front of me. Sorry.
Okay. Alrighty.
I am totally ill prepared this time. All right, do you have the technicals?
I do not. No.
Good thing I'm prepared. The technicals are: it was an arcade game, and it had 4 players that you could choose from.
What year did it come out?
It came out in the year of awesomeness, the year of our Lord, 1989.
And do you know who made the arcade?
I believe it was Konami Interactive.
Okay. And awesome. Do you have any idea like how much it made when it was in the arcades?
Yeah, it made quarters and dollars.
Oh, gosh. Okay, let's go ahead and get on with our memory synopsis. So this time, Paul and I pooled our memories. We did sort of a memory mind meld, if you will. And so this is both me and Paul's memories. We remember at a pizzeria in Texas, Katek and I played this game with our cousins, being totally under the Ninja Turtle spell at that point in our lives. Paul recalled being able to pick his turtle based on the slot you stuck the coin in. I don't remember a lot of the game that wasn't later superimposed by the NES port that my brothers and I could never beat. Paul did recall the styles and characters matching close to the cartoon series of the day.
Oh my gosh. Do you remember oh, hold on. You mentioned the Nintendo. Do you remember that they said there was a code that you could put in and it required both controllers and you can play as Simon Belmont instead of one of the turtles?
I had no idea of that.
For Castlevania? Oh my goodness. Me and my friends were trying to do it. And I read like last year or a year or two ago that it was published. This trick was published by a magazine. Turns out it was an April Fool's joke. I was kind of frustrated because we spent hours trying to do that code because you had to do it in a certain time. It required both controllers.
Wow.
Anyway, so you brought it up. It was a memories that anyway, continue. With the arcade game.
Yeah, I'm surprised that with our mind meld that didn't actually seep in. But well.
Was that in Texas? I don't remember that.
So I don't recall getting far into the game. Just past the first building that is on fire and into a street stage. The stage Paul remembered that you are rescuing April from Rocksteady and Bebop. Both Paul and I seem to remember fighting against Baxter Stockman, the Flyman, and the Stewards with his white robotic Mausers. But given that this level is pretty far in, that might be an Inception memory from the NES, which it kind of is because he's not in his Fly form in the arcade game.
Right, but he was still Baxter Stockman, not the Fly.
I wasn't made of quarters after all, so but I do bleed Donnie Purple. I think that first time playing was the only time I got to play with 3 other people, which was the best.
Yeah.
Neither Paul or I got very far in the game, though, in the arcade game.
Well, how would you... I would say that, I don't know, far is a relative term.
Yeah, especially because that game is designed to make you lose your lunch money.
Well, it's an arcade game, so... Before we get too far into it, let's go ahead and give our quick-fire predictions for whether we think... Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, is a classic or second class. Let's start with Katek.
Oh, before we replayed it, I would imagine it to be a classic because I remember it vividly. And before playing it, I would have said it was a classic.
Okay. Paul.
Yeah, I want to take this time and do a callback way back to the beginning of this podcast. Why do you want to kill me, Katek?
Because I couldn't play Raphael.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, little arcade port.
Yeah, the emulator there. Okay, fair enough. So, with that being said, I will say that I thought this would be a classic.
All right, and I thought it would be a classic as well. So let's see, as the roundtable goes on, if that pans out. How the 3 of us played this game. I'll go ahead and start. I played it with a Wii Classic controller using a program called WJoy, and I played the game itself on MAME OS 10. How about you guys?
We played on the MAME PC XP2 Windows XP, I was on a Xbox 360 wireless controller, and Katek was on a Logitech Rumble Pad 2.
Okay. Very cool.
I have to say, I'd much rather prefer a 2-button arcade-style joystick. That would have been fun.
And it was nice using the classic controller, even though that's more Super NES-like. It was nice to use that. Though I had to use the analog stick, I guess, since that mimics a joystick as opposed to the D-pad.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's go ahead and talk about, after replaying it, the things we loved about the game and maybe how they compared to our memories of it. Paul, let's start with you. What's something that you remembered from, or that you really loved when you replayed it?
The cartoony feel, it reminded me of the cartoon series. The style of the character. And I like beating up robots.
Yes, seriously.
Very nice.
I kind of missed it was 2 buttons, like hit and kick, or jump and hit or kick, depending on, it was a 2-button combination. I kind of missed not having more buttons, but on the other hand, it was also, it kept it simple.
Yeah, totally.
So it wasn't too complicated. I enjoyed it not being too complicated.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to agree with Paul on that. Sorry to jump in, but I just have to say, like, it was nice and refreshing to just have 2 buttons, but at the same time, those 2 buttons limited anything I could do, because I'm so used to video games today where I can actually do a multitude of things. But in this instance, I found out towards the end of the game, if I hit jump and attack at the same time, I can do like a swipe move, which has the radius of like 1 pixel, so you can't hit anything anyway. So it's kind of pointless to have. It just looks cool. But
I wonder if it's funny you bring that up, because I use that playing just the first player, which is Leonardo. He actually had a further radius with that sort of jump swipe. So I'm curious if with Michelangelo and possibly Raphael, if it was physically shorter just because their weapons are shorter.
Well, Michelangelo has some reach because of his nunchucks, and I'm sure Donatello has a gigantic reach because of his bow. But Raphael, I remember actually, anytime he does his jump move, it's so like insignificant, and every single turtle's jump kick sucks. Like, you can't aim it anywhere.
You go right through the blinking boss.
Yeah, seriously.
But Katek, I'm curious, what did you think of the overall style of the game? Did it like live up to your memories? Do you really like it how it is given today's games?
Okay, you know what? It's funny because that game in particular, I was actually pleasantly surprised at how similar it was to my memory, because like I'll watch a show that I used to watch when I was a kid, or I'll watch a movie that I used to watch when I was a kid, and I'll be so greatly disappointed. But in this game, I was pleasantly surprised that it was exactly pretty much how I remember, like graphics wise and everything. And I even asked Paul, I was like, wait, what is this? What's the quality of this game? Because it's actually not that bad,
no,
like
not at all.
graphically. So I was like, wait, what is this? Is this Super Nintendo version? And we were unable to determine it. But after you talking about your Super Nintendo port, I guess it is Super Nintendo. So, yeah.
Wait, this was a Super Nintendo port? This came out before the Super Nintendo.
A remake. No,
yeah. But I'm saying they put it on Super Nintendo eventually. So
no, they put it on the Nintendo eventually.
Oh, I thought it was Super Nintendo. No.
The regular Nintendo with not as good graphics.
Yes,
okay.
much diminished graphics. In fact,
so then the arcade was way better looking.
Yeah, and when I actually went to play this, I had forgotten that the arcade looked this good. I was very blown away, because most of my memories are from the very grainy 8-bit NES version, which was still fun to play. But this was far and away way beyond that.
Well, I have to jump in here talking about the graphics. I enjoyed the style, but from my memory, I remember it being very much like the cartoon. But when I saw it, I was like, this is a little more pixelated than I remember. It's not as crisp as the cartoon.
They didn't have cell shading in 1989? What?
Well, I mean, it was good for its time, but compared to I guess I'm comparing it in my head to the graphics of games today a little bit more.
Yeah.
It does look 16-bit, but I was hoping that it would look a little more than that, but it didn't. But I still enjoyed the style, the character style.
Yeah, totally. I really liked that it was very in keeping with the 80s 90s cartoon. It looked like it was a game of the cartoon, whereas a lot of game versions of movies or TV series, they do completely different things, which is always annoying. This totally stayed true to the game to the cartoon, which was really fun. From the music to the art style.
You know what? I think this is a good example. When we covered the Super Mario Brother movie, it's like that the game and the movie should be compatible. Like you can tell one came from the other.
Yep.
I think this is a great example of how a game and a cartoon are compatible. They go hand in hand.
Absolutely. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I feel like it stayed true to what it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It wasn't some sort of like, oh, let's just make some kids lose their lunch money real quick.
Yeah,
exactly.
And,
which actually made the kids lose more of their lunch money because it was so good.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm curious. I did a playthrough. So I did a playthrough 2-player with my wife, Christy, who you've heard on this podcast before. And I did not keep track of how many quarters or lives we went through, but I'm sure it was on the order of 20 to 30 lives spent in the game trying to beat it. Did you guys keep track of how many lives you used?
I mean, Paul and I, we try to keep it, honor code and everything. So we each did it in one life. So,
we were there for each other.
We had each other's shell.
Honestly, we jacked it up to over. I put mine over 100, and Katek put his over 200. So by the time we finished the game, we still each had our over 100. So we kind of lost. Honestly, I lost track.
Yeah, I think it was something on par of like maybe 20 to 15 lives, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe more. Maybe it was like more like 40 or 60.
Yeah, I just remember dying a lot towards the end.
Yeah.
Like, I even asked Katek, how could anyone afford to play this, get this far?
Right.
My one grievance about this game, my real one grievance.
Well, we're not there yet.
Well, I got to say it now because
All
right. Is that you play this game, and let's say you were at an arcade and you dumped, like your whole Christmas savings or whatever and birthday money into this game. You're like looking at like $60, $70. And then at the end, after the credits, what does it say? Game over.
Yes. I would have liked a thanks for playing at the very least.
Don't need to say game over.
Didn't this game also at the beginning, like in the arcade, like didn't it start off with like winners don't use drugs, something like that? You remember that?
Well, I don't know if it was this game, but I do remember that sort of dare.
I thought this game had that, but maybe it didn't.
Speaking about dare, you know what they don't talk about these days? Because I was approached on the street in Pasadena the other day. Not that I'm in Pasadena, anyone listening to this podcast.
Probably stalkers out there.
Yeah, right. So I was in Pasadena the other day walking around, and I see the Dare T-shirts, people like trying to promote Dare, and I was like, oh, they brought Dare back? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, so what is their stance on marijuana? And like, we don't talk about it because it's like too controversial. I'm like, what? That I can't support your BS program. I was like, I did Dare back in the day when they scared us not to use drugs. That's what they should do.
Yeah, scared straight.
Exactly.
Look at this guy ODing.
You want to end up like him?
Yeah. Drugs, but kids, if you want to swim in some green mutagen, go for it because you'll turn out really cool with awesome ninja powers
and no cancer.
Yeah, no, that doesn't happen. All right, back to the things we loved about this game, though. What did you guys think of? I really loved all the sort of environmental way. All the environment pieces, I guess is the way to put it, that you could affect. Like you could hit the parking meters and they'd fly, or the fire hydrants and they'd shoot off and have water draining. And then I liked how
sign fall down on you just when you're walking casually.
That totally got me. Yes, that instance.
And it was funny mentioning that because Paul and I were playing the street level, and there's like all these parked cars, and of course these cars are like more than half the size of the screen. So you walk forward a little, and this blue car comes like shooting out, and we were trying to guess which one would do it, and it was a shinier one.
Nice. That old trick, eh?
Yeah, but you know what's dumb is these guys, but then Paul kind of like made sense of it because I was upset that we were playing and the characters, when they hit like something, like a street sign or whatever, Paul can hit it and it can still hit me. But if those the enemies hit it, it can't hit each other. And like they don't have friendly fire, but we do.
I actually found the opposite when I was playing through. I actually played it again, and I just, not to get off on a tangent, but I was curious if I were to have just put in 8 lives or $2 worth, how far I would get, and I got a little bit into the sewer stage, but so not very far at all. But anyways, I did notice, you know, in the first level, the balls that come down the stairs, that Marble Madness ripoff, that actually hit one of the foot soldiers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it may not be everything.
Yeah.
But it is some friendly fire for the enemies, which I appreciated.
I guess. I mean, I didn't notice that when we played through, but yeah, I was just kind of like, oh. But then Paul's like, yeah, but we can't hit each other. And I was like, oh, yeah.
That is true.
So I was grateful for that.
Yes.
Yeah, right? Because we would be like on top of each other trying to kill them off.
What other things did you guys like or love, Katek?
You know what? I really just like the music and the feel of the game in general. It kind of brought me back to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle days, the good days, not these new like 3D terrible animation and movies that came out that just suck.
Yeah, side scrolling.
Yeah, like I mean, it's nice. It's a good feel, and for those of us who did grow up in the '80s, it's a good throwback, and I highly recommend playing it. Although we did beat it in like less than half an hour.
Yeah.
Wow, really? It took us like an hour, I think.
Well, and how many lives?
A lot.
Exactly. One of the things that I enjoyed, though, was the music and the sound effects, or especially the sound effects with the talking. And at the beginning, like, it's a total, I don't forget the right word, but it's just like the opening of the cartoon with the song and the sewer blasting. And then throughout the game, they had the people talking, which it sounded similar to the cartoon.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Say your prayers, turtles.
Yeah.
Very nice. Well done.
And that he'll
be here all week, folks.
I will. Can't get no respect.
I wonder why.
Wow, Rodney Dangerfield, no one knows it.
Of course we know why.
Yeah, we know why. We just don't want it.
I guess you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah. Rodney's dead. So are his jokes.
Paul, what was something else you liked about this game?
I already mentioned the style and the music, the sound effects. It's a fun play, especially when you have unlimited lives. If you were looking quick, well, relatively quick compared to games today that takes months to finish.
Mm-hmm.
I can go on what I didn't like.
I thought you were leading into something else.
That's it.
Okay. Katek, did you have anything else that you loved or liked?
You know what? Okay, I'm kind of changing the subject a little bit, but what I did like about the game is, like Paul said, it's kind of a quick fix compared to games today. However, it is kind of a little too easy if you just dump quarters into it. But a game like, I don't know, Star Wars Shadow of the Empire on the Super Nintendo, which is an impossible game to beat in reality because that game is so difficult. But it's like, even if I play it today, and it's like, how do they expect a 6-year-old or 8-year-old to beat this game? I can't even beat it. I'm 30.
Yeah.
Like, it's near impossible.
Younger kids would have a better chance of beating it, I would think.
Why?
Yeah, but I do like the way this is designed, that if you're rich enough that you can pour enough quarters into it, you can beat it.
Just throw money at it.
Yeah. That's kind of an ingenious way to design games.
It would be nice, and I think there are actually Let's Play playthroughs of people doing this in like a single life, but it would be nice if there's a little more strategy, and that it sort of goes back to what you guys were saying about if there are more than just 2 buttons. It'd be nice if there's some way to combo attacks or something like that.
Well, you know what I noticed with Michelangelo is, and I mean, I don't remember any of the turtles, and I didn't see Paul doing this at all. But if I'd hit like a guy once with my nunchuck, and then one more time, and then he'd throw him, and I ended up just throwing everyone.
And I didn't know how to trigger that. I was trying to do different things.
If you get close enough before you hit, if you hit while he's far away, so he's barely within reach, it's one hit. But if you get where there's like 2 pixels and then hit him, you throw him.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Right.
That was annoying because I was like, I'm not doing anything but throwing.
Which is good because you do more damage while throwing.
Yeah, but it's just not fun.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like hit him in the face more.
You're getting too close to your opponents.
The last thing I wanted to bring up is I really liked and this kind of goes back to what Paul was saying, but the sprites, the sprite sheet for the Foot Clan.
Yeah.
So most games like this, like if you've ever played the X-Men or the Simpsons, actually I don't remember Simpsons so well, but X-Men I know. They use that Sentinel enemy.
Yeah, the tiny robot.
Yeah, and just colored them lots of different colors. And it seemed like it was very samey the whole way through. In this, I really liked how they did that with the Foot Clan where they're purple, white, red, rainbow color, what have you. But they all had different weapons and attacked in a little different ways. And I found that very interesting that continued on the whole way through the game.
If you're comparing it to X-Men, the animation of the sprites, so how the characters walked, it was a little more fluid in the Turtles version rather than the X-Men. It was a little more stiff.
Okay. Let's move on to the things that we hated about this game, if there are any, or just things we disliked. Let's start with Paul.
How you go to attack a boss, and then he just knock you out.
Yes.
Yeah, I second that.
Yeah, sometimes there was nothing you could do to hit him. It's just like, all right, you just have to wait in time. It's like there's like I don't know.
Something I didn't try this with Rocksteady, but in my single player playthrough with Bebop, I did the strategy of hitting, like walking up and down, walking vertically and going past him. And as I passed him, I'd hit him and then keep walking up and then do the same thing back down. And that would work. And I pretty much only got hit a couple times doing that.
Well,
and was able to beat him. So I don't know if that would work with every boss, but I'm curious if there are certain strategies to certain bosses like that.
I'm sure there are. But like the rock people, they were like impossibly long to beat because they were so tough.
Okay, the rock people, are they from the cartoon? Because I did not remember them at all.
Yeah, they're from Dimension X that Krang came over with. He is their foot soldiers. Like Shredder has the foot. Mm-hmm. Those are his foot soldiers from the cartoon.
Yeah, because I was like, it seemed like so much of the cartoon was true, or so much of the game was true of the cartoon. I'm like, did they just fill these in because why not put in Leatherhead? He's a much more memorable.
Because I think this game came out before Leatherhead. I think this game came out in the first season before Baxter Stockman was turned into the Fly. I think that's why you don't see him as the Fly, because I think this came out before then.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
All right. Katek, is there anything you shared some of the things you didn't like about the game, but are there other things that really ground your gears?
Well, I mean, this is mainly because I played on an emulator, but I couldn't play Raphael.
Yeah.
But also, the bosses, because I mean, boss fights today in games, they have different stages, so to speak. It's like, okay, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3.
Yep.
And then I thought actually on the very last boss, Shredder, because we kept killing him and he kept separating and
reappearing.
Reappearing. We're like, wait. And so then I noticed that always he'd keep separating when two of them had their helmet off and one of them didn't, and we killed one of them with the helmet off. And so I thought, hey, Paul, I think we have to hit all the helmets off and then kill them all in that mode.
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Katek was very smart to pick that up quickly.
Good job, Katek. Wow.
Yeah, but that was the only boss that had that, and I wish there was just more of that, because then it's like you have to kind of figure out, you know, like how to beat the game, because then it's more of a challenge, and then it gives you longevity, and it's like, oh yeah, that boss was so fun to beat because I had to figure it out.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
That's a really good insight.
You can take more of kids' quarters.
Exactly.
Exactly.
You're rich quick.
You want to figure this out, little Timmy. You got to put in the dough.
You got to pay.
Yeah, come on.
Oh man, you know what game I really love?
Is it Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
It's
arcade game?
Sunset Riders. Oh my gosh, that game is so fun.
It is fun. Let's stay on point though.
Still game I really love, Pinochle.
Did you guys find that?
Anyone ever play Bocce Ball?
Oh my gosh.
Bocce. I thought he was only fluent in English. You speak Bocce?
Did you guys find that the enemies got cheaper and cheaper as the game progressed? Like the foot soldiers, I felt, got cheaper, and then the vehicles they use, like those helicopter things shooting at you while you're on skateboards, I thought was just totally impossible, and yeah, totally designed to eat quarters. But what did you guys think? Did you find strategies for facing them?
Jump kick, jump hit.
Yeah, I think it was pretty much the strategy is, jump kick, enter more quarters, jump kick, enter more quarters.
Nice. I did wish, though, with that stage, sorry to interrupt you, Paul, but I did wish that I thought it would have been funner if they went with you're like in the turtle van or in the turtle blimp, and you have one player controlling the vehicle, and then the other players are like actually doing the shooting the guns or attacking or what have you. I think that would have been really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
those skateboards were unusually large.
Yes, they were.
And they moved everywhere you moved.
Yeah. Without pedaling with your foot.
Thought powered.
I think we were just downhill the whole time.
I think. Well, I do seem to remember in the show, Donatello rigged them with some sort of fan or propeller thing so that they would go on their own.
Yeah, but those weren't the same design.
Oh, fine. Fine, Paul. Fine.
But that was a good callback. That would have been awesome.
Yeah. I had some other little things that annoyed me, but how about you guys? Were there any other either little things or big things that bothered you about this game?
Crane should have been bigger.
Yeah, he was so small, and that big guy, I don't remember him looking so dopey in the show.
Yeah,
he was exactly how I remembered, and I actually liked how Krang, when his robot suit would attack, Krang would throw out his little hand like he was attacking with him. I thought that was a cool little.
Oh, I didn't notice that. I think we beat him before he could do that.
The other thing that I have listed is I thought it was weird that Shredder broadcasted in the second level on like TV. Hey, I got April. I'm like, okay, thanks for sharing that. I saw you take her away.
Why interrupt the TV stations for that?
Exactly. Or
you're talking.
Why? I mean, why even
creates more drama?
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a classic bad guy move. You know, you gotta give away your plan so that the heroes can come get to you.
That is a really good point. I did not think about it from that perspective. I also thought that this isn't so much something I didn't like, but I was actually surprised to see Rocksteady with machine gun. I don't know why. It seems like it's more of a kid's game, and I know the show had certainly. I remember our mom being worried about the show having too much violence and whether or not she should let us watch it.
What? No way.
Yeah, she did. At least this is what I remember.
She
ultimately let us watch it. But
speaking of being too violent, just out of curiosity, do you know what this cartoon and game was called in the UK?
No, what?
It's Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, because they thought Ninja was too violent, and they did something with one of the weapons. They changed one of the weapons, I think.
Really?
Of one of the turtles.
Probably the thigh.
I don't remember. Anyway, but yeah, Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles.
Oh.
Are you sure? Because I was just looking at the wiki and I didn't see that.
Yeah, let me go. Are you, if you have it up now?
Oh yeah, it is Hero Turtles. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Oh, and I was right. It was released by Konami and in 1989. And I literally just made that up.
Good guess.
Good guessing, indeed.
Oh, but Ubisoft was the publisher.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
cool. So that's all the things I did not like about the game. Kind of short list. Last chance for you guys.
It would have been nice to have an animation at the end, like Katek said.
Actually, yes. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, it was. I really liked how they sort of, you go from New York and the skyscrapers all the way down into where the Technodrome is. I thought that was a really cool progression, but it was very anticlimactic that you didn't have some sort of ending scene to sort of cap it off when you have invested so heavily into this. Speaking of which, I was thinking while you guys were talking about how many quarters it would have taken to beat this, I think it would have been cheaper to probably just buy the cabinet outright, and then you could just do free play, and then you could beat it that way.
It would be cheaper now because when the console, or the game unit itself first came out, it cost around $2,000.
Let's see. If you multiply that by 4, that's $8,000. That's a lot of quarters. Yeah, it probably would not have been cost effective.
Yeah, you mean 8,000 quarters? It's still $2,000.
8,000 pesos. Yes, 8,000 quarters. Thank you. All right. Well, if there's nothing else from you guys,
let's kick show.
Let's move on to the moment of truth. Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
Alrighty, yes, it is that time whether we, after discussing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, tell you whether we think it is a classic or second class. So I think we tend to start with our guest host. So Katek, tell us, do you think TMNT, the arcade game, is a classic or second class, and why?
I'm going to have to go with classic. I really enjoyed playing it, albeit a bit, easy, so to speak, because I had infinite lives, but it was still fun and entertaining and a really good memory that I enjoyed. So I would say it's definitely classic because for me, it really was a classic. And I remembered exactly how it was. So nothing changed, which is the kind of pinnacleness of classicism.
Well, so I was about to ask, how do you define a classic? And let me see, you can tell if I get this completely wrong, please let me know. But it sounds like a classic for you is something that essentially lives up to your memories of it.
Yeah, because if I go watch a movie and it sucks now and I'm like, what? Why did I love this when I was a kid? Then it's not a classic because it was just like my childhoodness that like enjoyed it, but then I can't enjoy it in my adult life, which is not a classic.
I don't know what I was going to say, but thank you for sharing that you think it's a classic. Well, I didn't know where to go with that. I was just going to spin my wheels, and instead of doing that, I thought I'd just move on.
All right.
Paul, classic or second class?
I would say classic.
And why?
That's a good question. It's because I still enjoy side-scrolling games. I'm not really into these 3D ones that is all the rage these days. So I know I'm one of the few in that, but it's classic characters, well done, and character design and animation and sound effects and a story you could follow. I liked how there was the kidnapping of April and you went and saved her and then you went after the bad guys themselves. Granted, the ending was kind of anticlimactic, but I think if you really beat it, you would feel such a relief after spending $60 in quarters. It's like, oh, finally, I don't have to spend $80.
And it would kind of be a badge of honor, I would think, especially if you could put your initials in and have the proof that, you. I would assume if you got the most, you beat it. If you beat it, you'd have like the high score or something.
Well, we found out that that's not true.
Oh, I didn't get the high score, so I was I was sort of just hopeful that it was different for the actual cabinet, but I guess not.
No.
No, it's based on kills, and Paul beat me by 5 kills.
Oh,
4. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
We should do a rematch sometime. We got to remember that.
Right?
No more of this co-op. Everyone for himself.
That's funny.
Very cool. So classic from Paul, and classic from Katek, and I also would have to rate Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, a classic.
Boom.
And the why is because how I rate classics is just things that I really enjoy playing, and I would want to watch if it's a movie, or in this case, play, since it's a game, with Sophia. And it is really fun playing it again with Christy, and I would totally want to play this with Sophia. I don't know if she would so much want to play it, because I don't know how appealing the Ninja Turtles are to the youth of today. But
well, they relaunched it, so I'm sure it is actually really appealing.
Yeah, but they have a different design. So it's like, oh, these turtles. Because I had some a middle schooler tell, because I was wearing the
Why are you out of middle school?
It was at church. And
I was hanging out behind the Max. Oh wait, that's high school.
He said, "Oh, those are the weird old turtles."
Weird old?
Yeah.
You mean the best?
He's like, no. So I guess it's whatever you grow up and what you're used to. Because I think that the new ones are weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look dumb. They, with the white eyes and character personalities. It's just so plain.
Yeah. But anyway.
Anyway. Fortunately, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game, is just the type of game that you would want to practice.
Yes, I agree.
Anyway,
though the graphics left a lot to be desired. Anyway, so according to the Retro Rewind podcast, we would say go out and find Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game. Alrighty, guys, let's move on to the next segment. Alice, have you found anything new on our tubes?
Yeah, who's this Alice chick?
New tube systems engaged.
I think she's the maid, at least in the Brady Bunch.
Alice is our Retro Rewind podcast ship flight computer.
She's pretty hot. Let's set up a date.
Anyway, so this is a segment where we talk about what's new, what we've been watching in sort of new media, and whether we would recommend it or not. So, Paul, let's go ahead and start with you.
What's been new on my tube? Well, it's not really a tube. I went with my wife Valerie, and we saw Pacific Rim, based on a lot of people's suggestions. Because at first, when seeing the previews, I'm like, okay, this is. They spent a lot of money on special effects. Mm-hmm. But the idea of monsters coming out of the sea and giant robots to fight them with really no A-list Hollywood actors in it really didn't look good to me. But after several people said, oh, you got to see it, it's actually good for, the summer movie, we went and finally saw it.
And would you recommend it?
That sounds like a yes.
It's I ever heard one. Because it is a big screen. It's a kind of movie. The special effects are well done. There are some great moments in it. On the other hand, it is a total Independence Day ripoff, and the robots in it are kind of slow moving. It's not as action packed as some of the Transformer fighting scenes, as in the movie's Transformers. So to me, I was hoping for a little bit more, but maybe that's because of all the hype that I heard from a lot of people that kept saying, no, it actually is really a good movie. But so I if you have nothing better to do and you want to see that kind of movie, yeah, I think you would enjoy it. But if you don't see it, I don't think you're really missing all that much if you've seen Independence Day and Transformers.
All right.
But I know other people disagree on that.
Katek, did you see Pacific Rim?
No, I have not. And I actually, I've been out of like the movie circuit for a while, so I still want to go see World War Z, which I haven't seen, so I got to see it before it leaves theaters.
Okay.
But NewTube, I'm supposed to talk about what stuff I do.
Well,
like,
we're not to you yet, but
okay.
Yeah, essentially just.
Wow, you called on him and then said, "No, not you."
I was curious what his thoughts on Pacific Rim were before I shared mine.
Well, I've lived on the Pacific Rim, but
was it nice?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Wait, don't all three of us live on the Pacific Rim?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I was talking about the Japanese
other side of the Pacific Rim.
Oh, fine.
Yeah.
So I was actually one of the people that recommended it to Paul on Facebook.
Yeah, good Francisco.
Yeah, I'm sorry you didn't enjoy it more.
But actually, I'm glad I went. Now I know what everyone's talking about. And if I was going to see it, I'd rather see it on the big screen and get all the details. Sound
is a movie I'm trying to talk Christy into seeing. And for Christy, it's more like a Redbox movie. But I totally think that you really want to see this movie on the big screen for just the theatrics of it.
Yeah.
But I actually enjoyed it. And again, not to repeat everything I said on Facebook, Paul, but I thought the main actor's accent got on my nerves because he's, I think, a British actor, and I think
Australian, maybe British.
Maybe it was that, but it seemed like he just got lazy with trying to do his American accent sometimes, and it's like, are you American?
I didn't think he was trying to do American.
Oh, I totally thought he would. Well, he certainly didn't sound like his country of origin then. But anyway, I liked the characters. I liked what they did with them. I liked that it wasn't complete like romantic interest between the main guy and girl. That I felt like they were more just friends, which was I appreciated. It seems like every movie wants to turn that type of relationship into lovers. So
yeah. Well, there was definitely the open possibility. Well, we lost most of the audience, apparently.
But and just to speak to your point about the action scenes not being as much, I actually
are we still talking about this movie?
Yes, just that I think because of the mechanics of building things that big.
Are we still talking about this movie?
You're just dragging it on. If I could get my point out, we can move on.
Oh my gosh! All right.
I think that's probably why it wasn't as action packed and as fast moving, just because of that.
Lame.
All right. Katek, what is new on your tube?
Well, I have actually been downloading a lot of social media apps lately because I just feel like I like to stay up to date. Although by the time I've downloaded, it's already the old thing. So I've been using Flipboard a lot, which is really
nice.
Cool.
Yeah,
I like Flipboard a lot. And then I kind of like was standing in the Starbucks line and I was looking over the shoulder of this girl and I saw I was like, what is this app? And it's like all these just videos like in a line like Twitter. And
Vine, right?
Yeah, Vine. Yeah. And I downloaded that and I got annoyed with it in about 3 seconds, so I deleted it.
I love Vine. I post very cute Vines of me and my daughter.
Well, I guess if you have fun stuff to post, I just don't, because I have Twitter and I have all that social media stuff, but I don't really post as much as I probably should.
Oh, okay.
But Vine,
but you got the apps.
Yeah, I got the apps because I just want to see what all the rage is about, and I still don't understand. Like for Vine, I guess it's okay, but I don't know. It was just start streaming all these videos of random stuff that I guess people thought were funny, but it was lost on me, and I was like, why is this funny to anyone? So yeah, and then I guess what's that other app? Let me look at my homepage real quick.
MySpace.
Oh yeah, MySpace, a new one. Justin Timberlake, he bought it, right?
He did, yes.
Oh yeah, I downloaded this thing called Path, which is actually really cool.
I've been thinking about getting Path, so yeah, tell me about
awesome.
Path.
Okay, so Path basically is I've been talking about this for way too long.
I assume Path you haven't gotten, Paul.
No, I have never heard of Path.
Okay,
So
well,
I'm.
So give us a brief summary of Path.
Okay, so Path is basically it's another social media outlet, but with this, you kind of it's only really for your friends because it's not like you can add random people. You can only add your friends, which I like because I don't care about adding random people on Facebook or anything.
I thought you were going to say I don't care about anyone but my friends.
And I think it's family too, Kajak. I don't think it's just
family, friends, like anyone, like your email contacts or whatever. So people you actually talk with, and what you do is you can chat or like post posts to a quote unquote wall and just stuff like that, and you can check in and do fun things like that because I'm really into geocaching. Like I'm a Yelper. So that's my thing. So I really like this because then I can go here and say, oh, this is great, and check in, and then it shows your location, and like people can also go to that location too, and it's just a fun little thing that you and your friends can all like look at.
Doesn't Facebook have those things as well?
Yeah, but the setup and design of this is really clean and nice and fun, and I always have like it has this little clock every time you have like checked in, so you can see like the time of day and all this stuff. It feels so personal. Where Facebook feels like I see this incredibly long, never-ending feed of people that I don't care about, and it's just like I'm lost on Facebook. That's why I don't use Facebook as much anymore because I just don't.
You've added too many friends.
The people that I guess my friends just post the stupidest things, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I don't care that you're at the beach. I'm at the beach. It's hot. Well, yeah, it's the beach. I mean, come on. You don't need to post that.
So you wouldn't post that to Path?
No, I'd only post if I go to interesting places, which is I feel like the whole point of Path.
No, I mean your friends. They wouldn't post that to Path?
No, I mean my friends only post like interesting things like, oh, I went to this restaurant, or oh, I went to this new place. It's always like new places because then they like where I see new places that I could go eat or go on a date or anything like that, which I really like.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
I think the other thing, I'm curious if you give stickers to any of your friends or get stickers, because isn't that a thing on Path that you can do?
I literally downloaded it 2 days ago, so I'm still been like getting used to it. So, but I mean,
are we still talking about this?
Yeah, seriously, Francisco, you love to drag everything on. I was done with this already 10 minutes ago.
Oh my gosh. Well, before we get on to my new tube, I do, since it is topical with social media, I do want to say that I have recently started a Pinterest board, a few boards for the podcast.
I love Pinterest.
So you can find our podcast boards at pinterest.com/retro rewind cast. Retro Rewind podcast was too long apparently. So, and if you do a search for Retro Rewind podcast, I'm sure it'll go up. We have boards for cool art and posters, fun toys, and iconic characters. So check that out.
Hey, Paul, did you make my character yet?
Yeah, I thought you were going to just do Ryu. That's already been made.
No, I thought you were going to make me one.
Are we still talking about this? Okay. So what's new on my tube? What's new on my tube is Paul, what was it? Remind me. What was the trivia?
Wow,
High school. Oh yes. Have you guys heard of Video Game High School?
Oh my gosh! Please don't bring up Freddie Wong.
Oh, I love him. Well, I mean, I've never met him, but
I used to really like his videos because I was heavy into like visual effects and stuff. That's part of what I. And his early videos were so well crafted, and you could tell he put so much time into them. And now I'm just like, please stop, just stop.
I really enjoy. Well, he's put out this web series.
Yeah, I know. Video Game High School. I know.
It's my new tube. I'm describing it.
No. We already talked about it too long.
Did you help fund it on Kickstarter? Because I know he did that.
I did not.
Then you're not a true fan.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, it's a fun web series for me, for anyone that enjoys video games and nostalgia. It's a really cool concept. I'd go check it out.
The only character I like in that whole show is the epic food guy, the principal. He's hilarious.
Okay,
yeah.
So we will have links for Pacific Rim and for Path and Video Game High School on our website, which you can find at retrorewindpodcast.com. And this episode will be /RRP18, the number 1 and 8. Alrighty, let's move on to... wait, I actually totally forgot. I wanted to recommend another podcast because I haven't recommended him in a while. You've heard him before. It's the Upper Memory Block podcast. So let me do that real quick.
Do you remember playing great PC games like King's Quest, Command & Conquer, and X-Wing?
Nope.
Do you remember spending hours tweaking your config.sys and AutoExec bat files to eke out just one more K of conventional memory?
Yeah.
If you do, then you may be interested in my show, The Upper Memory Block. Every 2 weeks, we talk in depth about a game series, company, or technology from the DOS and pre-Windows XP gaming era. We'll discuss the story, gameplay, and technology of the games of the time. But more importantly, we're going to focus on what made each game special, interesting stories from their development, and how they shaped what PC gaming is today. If you remember gaming in the late 80s and early 90s, or you're interested in finding out more about it, come join your host Joe in the Upper Memory Block. That's the Upper Memory Block podcast at umbcast.com or find it on iTunes.
Go check out Joe's show. It's really awesome. I enjoy it a lot. Alrighty, let's move on to Alice. Will you bring up the communication satellites, please?
And also your number.
Comsat online.
Alice.
Receiving incoming transmission.
So,
alrighty, so we don't have any feedback this week. But so we'll just go ahead and go into how people can contact us.
You need your digits.
Katek, how can people get a hold of you if they'd like to reach out to you?
Okay, you can do at Katek, KATEC _RUIZ on Twitter. You can also do, let's see here, email. Nah, I'll just do Twitter. Or I guess if you want to search for me on Facebook, you can, Katek Reese, and then I'm a picture of a chocolate cake.
Not that you'll add any more friends because you're never on there.
Yes, exactly. And then I don't know how you would add me on Path if you really wanted to. I'll give you my email. What did I even use?
You got to know you in person.
Yeah, you have to know me in person, and then you can add me on Path. But other than that, I have a website if you want to check out some work I've done for ABC and stuff like that. It's, again, www.katek-ruiz.com.
Wow. So hyphen or underscore?
Hyphen.
Okay. The underscore is for your Twitter.
Yeah, because you can't use hyphens on Twitter, right?
Gotcha. I don't know. I haven't tried.
Hashtag Katek is awesome if you want to get a prize, which I just made up right now. So
sweet.
We'll see if that,
I'm tweeting that right now. I want a prize.
Yeah. He'll add you on Facebook and ignore you. That's the prize.
Yeah, prize is TBD. So we'll see.
All right. Thank you, Katek.
Yeah, thanks.
And thank you so much for being on the show.
Yeah, let's do this again. I feel like I'm adding some flair to your show here.
Alrighty. Paul, how can people reach out? How can people contact you if they'd like to?
I'm at Paul J. Powers for Twitter. And people can go to pauljpowers.com, and there's a list of different social medias that I'm on, and you can find me through there.
Perfect. And you can find me on Twitter at FXRUIZX. And you can reach the show. You can send emails to feedback@retrorewindpodcast.com. And as always, you can find our site, retrorewindpodcast.com, and find us on Facebook, facebook.com/retrorewindpodcast. See, it all ties together like that. Well,
except for Pinterest.
Yeah, I know. Google Juice, so. Anyway, thank you again, Katek. Thank you, Paul, for being on the show as always.
Well, thanks for having me.
You bet. And thank you, listeners, for not tuning in, but downloading the podcast and listening.
And listening this long.
Yeah,
and listeners, if you want me back, send a message to Francisco, and I'll yell at him more.
Yeah, email me, and we can get Katek back on. Just let us know.
Yeah.
What if they don't? Is he not invited?
Well, I guess we'll let the listeners decide.
All right.
Let's see.
I think Katek is going to email bomb you now.
So thank you so much, listeners. We really appreciate you. And if We'd love it if you would support the show by just sharing it with a friend. Say, hey, I like this show called the Retro Rewind Podcast, and I think you'd like it too. You could also, if you want to go a step further, you could subscribe to us on iTunes or Stitcher or Miro or any other. You could just listen to any podcatcher you have with our RSS feed. All those links are on the sidebar of our website. And thank you again, everyone. And Alice, I'm sorry. Go ahead and take a second.
Yeah, give me your digits.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
Quackaroony! Let's crack open the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook for episode number 19 of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Retro Rewind Podcast initialized. Mission identified. DuckTales the movie. 1990. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
Welcome, everyone, to the Retro Rewind Podcast. This is the podcast where we look at movies and video games from 15 or more years ago and let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. You can find the show notes for this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/RRP19. And on that site, you can find links to subscribe to the podcast, to us on iTunes, Miro, lots of different places, as well as where we are on Facebook and soon Pinterest. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I am a dad, designer, and DuckTales fan, and I am joined, as always, by my friend and co-host, Paul Powers. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you, Francisco. Good choice on the D word. I thought it was going to be DuckTales this time. I was wondering if you were going to do something else like dynamic but anyway.
I was just going for on the nose so that I wouldn't trip up on it.
Or on the beak.
Exactly. Paul, so here is your question this time. Do you prefer DuckTales or Darkwing Duck?
Oh, hands down Darkwing Duck.
Okay, I'd have to agree, but you never know. We are joined today, as we have been several times now, by Paul's brother, Josh Powers. Welcome, Josh.
Thank you. Hello.
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 La, la, la. Josh, since the listeners probably know you fairly well, why don't I just ask you the same question I asked Paul? DuckTales, or actually, let me change it up a little bit. Darkwing Duck the hero versus Gizmo Duck the hero. Which do you prefer?
Hands down Gizmo Duck.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he's got like cannons, and he has a helicopter that comes out of his head, and he's like a real, like, Gizmo Duck is kind of the Superman style, like he's got all the powers, where Darkwing Duck's got the, like, Batman.
Oh, I'd say Gizmo Duck's more like Iron Man, but...
Oh, there we go. That's much better. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be cool if Tony Stark would say blather and blatherskite and his suit would come on.
That would be pretty cool.
There's still time.
Yes, Avengers 2.
But, unfortunately, Gizmo Duck isn't in the movie we're going to be covering tonight. Paul, will you go ahead and tell us what we're going to be covering tonight?
Why, thank you, Francisco.
You're welcome.
We're going to be having our roundtable discussion with our first class or second class rating. Then we are going into a new tube segment after that, and then wrapping up with feedback, contact information, and show announcements. Back to you, Francisco.
Thank you, Paul. Alice, why don't you tell us if we found our target for tonight?
Alert, alert, target located. Spoilers, incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
Now on video cassette, a brand new animated adventure from Disney. I finally found it! DuckTales, the movie, Treasure of the Lost Lamp. It's a treasure trove of animation in the classic Disney tradition. filled with your kids' favorite Disney characters in their first big screen motion picture. And best of all, it's a treasure you can give to your whole family to enjoy together again and again. DuckTales the movie, Treasure of the Lost Lamp. Yours to own for only $22.99. It's the next great Disney collectible.
Alrighty, yeah, the next great Disney collectible is here. Paul, will you please share the technical details of DuckTales the movie, Treasure of the Lost Lamp?
It's DuckTales : the movie - Treasure of the Lost Lamp, according to IMDb.com.
Well, alrighty.
All right, came out on August 3rd, 1990 in the US of A. It was directed by Bob never mind, it doesn't matter. And
Bob
of course
Hoskins?
stars... no, not Bob Hoskins. Hathcock. It has Alan Young as Scrooge and the same voices as the DuckTales, but in here we have Christopher Lloyd, who plays a Klingon in Star Trek 3. Plays Murloc here in as the main bad guy, and June Foray makes a unlikely appearance as Mrs. Featherby, which I don't think was ever in the TV show, was she? His assistant in his office, that old lady.
Oh, I think
she was definitely like in the comic books. I remember that.
Right, but not in the cartoons, right?
I don't remember.
I don't either.
She was not prominent, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Rip Taylor was the genie.
Shaboy!
Yes. The box office gross was just over $18 million. And it costs just under $18 million, so they barely made it.
By.
Unfortunately, they didn't make enough to warrant more.
Aw, that is unfortunate.
Yeah. The runtime is 74 minutes. It's in color, and the aspect ratio is 1.66 to 1.
Wow, that is quite technical. Thank you, Paul. All right, and as we've been doing the last few times, Paul and I engaged in a Vulcan mind meld of sorts and shared our memories, and from that, you will get our synopsis for what we remember happening in DuckTales the movie. So here it goes. We remember when this movie came out in theaters, Paul was really excited to see it, having enjoyed the show so much. He was also pleasantly surprised that there was shading on the characters. Who would have thought that? Like in Roger Rabbit. Francisco recalls the story being like this. It was about Huey, Dewey, and Louie in their room showing the boy genie, Duck Guy, their toys and asking him about being a kid genie, because apparently I remembered him as being a kid. Then they wanted to hide the genie from Scrooge since they didn't want the genie to be used for making just more money for Scrooge. The genie / lamp then gets captured by the villain, and I could not remember who it was, so I took a stab. That was the leader of the Beagle Boys. Not the case at all.
Interesting.
Ma Beagle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. But I did remember that whoever it was ran amok and wishes all of Duckburg essentially into darkness. Paul, however, actually remembered who the villain was, and it was voiced by none other than Judge Doom, Christopher Lloyd. Yes. And he was disappointed first because this is a new character, not from the TV series, and then is a villain that never showed up again. So he was kind of bummed about that.
Showed up again in the TV series.
Yeah, showed up again in the TV series. Excuse me. The last scene that Francisco remembers is Scrooge on this floating stone slab thing, like a big platform, trying to get to the lamp and stop the villain. And then Paul's final memory, which is a good memory, is the theme song playing at the end of the movie, and some of the audience in the theater he saw it at started singing along.
Hooray!
Hooray! So,
although the shading on it wasn't as prominent. In fact, like the first intro, like the first little story arc about them finding the lamp, I would say most of them are shaded, but after that, it's just like the regular cartoon.
Yeah. Actually, I was wondering about that because rewatching it, I know some of them were a little nicer. Some of the scenes were a little nicer. But let me go ahead and play this for us.
Yeah.
Maybe that was mostly for me, but anyway. All right, guys. Before we get into discussing, what we thought of the movie, what we loved, what we hated, let's give our quick fire predictions for whether we thought we would rate DuckTales the movie classic or second class. Let's start with Paul.
Second class.
All right, and Josh?
First.
What's first?
Classic,
I don't know. Oh, okay. All right.
First class. It's a first class classic.
There's no first class rating on the Retro Rewind podcast.
Sorry.
I had one job.
It's okay. You're not the first to think first class and classic are the same thing. So I assume you mean classic. And then for me, I was super torn, but I think... I
was super torn too.
Yeah.
I should say I was torn as well.
Nothing's
I think I remembered it being a classic. That's what my prediction was. Let's begin with the things we loved, because that's nice to start on a high note. Josh, what was something you remember or something you loved about this movie? And how did it compare to... So after you rewatched it, what did you love? And how did it compare to your memories of DuckTales?
I loved the style of adventure. Like, it really... It wouldn't go 2 minutes without something really spectacular happening. I was very impressed by that, just
the plot twists and story turns.
Well, sure, but just from an animation perspective, there's a scene where an elephant is running around or trying to climb up a library wall of books. Just think about how complicated that would be to animate, There's just these little moments, but just something's always happening. I think that the nature of the story of just all these wishes just really just gave them, they really capitalized on that,
Mm-hmm.
And just even when there wasn't, wishing involved, there was always magic happening, or there was, they were just, something was always happening. And it kind of reminded me of Lord of the Rings, where it's just this constant adventure where you just keep on stumbling upon all these great adventurous things.
Huh. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, but Paul, would you agree?
That's a nice slap of the wrist.
Did you feel the same, that there's a lot of adventure in this movie? How did you feel about that?
This movie definitely had adventure to it. Dead silence is bad for a podcast. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. I can take it.
I wouldn't say that it's at every minute though, but there is something always happening, much more than the TV series though. It's not thrilling adventure, if you know what I mean.
Maybe you're sort of in the camp I'm at, Paul, where I did love especially the adventure in the first act and the sort of closing. I don't know if you'd consider it the third act or the third and fourth act, but the opening act with them finding the lamp and escaping from those weird lizard scorpion things, and
who could apparently fly because they're only halfway down and they're on the platform.
Yeah, they're like chimeras. Don't those fly? No, I guess they don't.
Or maybe they jumped.
Yeah, I think they did jump.
All right.
Anyway.
A wizard did it.
Yes. Murloc did it. But I thought that was really adventurous. Then as we get to the end of the movie where they're trying to get into the vault and then trying to get the lamp from Murloc, I thought that was very, very high on the action sense. But for me, the movie totally nosedived in terms of pacing when they were at the mansion and the kids were wishing for stuff.
Really?
But we'll get to that's more a low point for me. So we'll get to that later.
But I agree with Josh. That had some incredible animation in it, like when they wished all the toys were alive. That scene was probably expensive to do because they don't make more scenes like that. Anyway,
certainly from an animation perspective, yes, I would agree that those are really interesting because there's so much going on, and just the having to animate those hand drawn, because I think there was a little bit of computer graphics work based on, I think the credits had said something to that effect, but I'm sure it wasn't anything like that.
When they're walking through the when they're trying to break back into the money bin towards the end, the lasers that were going that they had to walk through, They're definitely computer generated, and
okay.
you even see, I think it's Huey, just kind of profile walking through, and the floor is kind of a 3D style.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if Casa de Cuckoo, the big castle at the end, if that may have had a little bit too.
Yeah, quite
Maybe.
possibly. All right. Well, Paul, what is something you really loved about DuckTales?
I liked the character of the genie. He was fun. A little bit when he first appeared. You're like, I don't know about this, but as he grew on me as the shortly after them, playing around, and so that was fun. I thought the idea of the villain having the talisman to live forever, and well, I guess that was one of his wishes.
But to have unlimited wishes?
Unlimited wish. Wait, which is kind of weird because what did he say was the one wish that you can't have?
He had several of those, but
I know, but it was like what he didn't say that. He's like, I want unlimited wishes. I was like, oh, sure, everyone wants that.
No,
but he didn't say you couldn't. He said like, I'll wish for the talisman. He said that's the one wish I can't have. It was like, oh, so when he wished for unlimited wishes, you could give it to him, but you talked him out of it.
Well, he also talked to him about out of world peace.
Yes.
Yeah. There's all these other wishes that apparently they could have used. Anyway, that's
very much
technicality.
what the heck,
That's, I think, because you fast forward a couple of years and you see Aladdin and you see it done right. Just like, here are the rules.
I can't bring people back from the dead.
But I guess we can get to that when we talk about what we didn't like.
Yes. But you like the genie, and I want to say, go
ahead.
Okay, I was going to say, I got several more of the jokes that, especially the genie made in this, rewatching it as an adult.
Oh yeah,
like the whole he's reading the encyclopedias. Oh, Caesar, Las Vegas must have been some great place if Caesar moved his palace there. I never understood what that was as a kid, but watching it this time, I'm like,
really
that's
quick.
pretty funny. Yeah. Nice. So I did like that part of the genie. I don't think he was Robin Williams quality as genies go, but
no, he was Rip Torn quality.
Yeah, that's true.
Not Rip Torn, Rip Taylor.
I was going to say,
Rip Taylor,
I don't
yeah.
think he was Rip Torn.
Rip Taylor quality,
Yes.
which is it's so weird. The analogies to Aladdin, which came
it's
out
hard
too
not
easily.
to compare.
Yeah, actually,
which is good that Aladdin came afterwards. If it came before, I don't think this movie would have done as well. But anyway,
I'm curious though, not to get off on a tangent, and we'll get back to that.
Too late.
Yes, but when we're speaking of comparisons, did you guys feel like, especially in the opening scene where they're finding the lamp and all that, it was very reminiscent of The Last Crusade?
Jones.
Yes. Even the title.
I think it was done on purpose as like a nod or an homage to that genre.
Yeah.
Sure.
Which I think the Indiana Jones is based off the serials and the adventures that DuckTales as a comic book was having before Indiana Jones came out.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
And
so
the font,
it's an homage to homage to an homage.
and the font to DuckTales.
Inception.
Yeah. Yeah, the font of DuckTales with the red fading to yellow.
Yep.
That's an homage to Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
Well, it's just the Indiana Jones logo in general, yes. Okay, so Josh, what did you think about the genie?
Rewatching it?
Yes.
I thought he was a lot of fun. I know who Rip Taylor is now.
I still don't. So,
which
anything
really
else
helped,
he's been in?
Batman.
I can't. Nothing's really coming to mind.
Okay, no worries.
But he just has his. It's like saying, "What has Richard Simmons been in?" It's like, well, he isn't like in, but I can't. I'm sure.
Gotcha. He's a personality.
He's a personality. And
he was more famous back in the day,
right.
It.
He's been in like Wayne's World 2, but
oh wow.
And like Sweet Life with Zach and Cody, but before that he was famous for
Confetti.
Yeah. It's kind of weird because he's one of these celebrities that would make appearances like on the Monkees TV show or the Brady Bunch or
okay.
Things like that where he's more known for back in those days. Back one of those kind of entertainers.
So
interesting. Go
you were
ahead,
asking
Josh.
me about So I had the same experience. Like I could enjoy the genie as well. Another kind of looking back was like Dijon.
Oh,
the mustard.
Yeah, how did you guys feel about Dijon? Josh, since you brought him up.
So like I remember when I watched as a kid, he was just like even then I was like, wow, they're really kind of crowbarring this ham-fisted kind of or hammy kind of character here.
Mhm.
But he was fun for what he was used for. But rewatching it, I kind of had a different reaction of like, wow, they're adding a lot of humor and a lot of character humor and a lot of animation humor that's really subtle that I think adults could really appreciate. A lot of small moments with him.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta stop those pants.
At the end.
No, but I would totally agree. My experience was a little
Do you
different
think,
as a kid. Okay, Paul, you
Do you
could go
think
ahead.
Scrooge was saying "stop those pants" at the end because he was jealous because Scrooge doesn't wear pants?
No, because he is taking all his money.
It has you think about the pants, Paul, when
he didn't say stop my pants. I mean, he didn't say stop that he has my money. He said stop those pants.
It's funnier to say it that way, though.
All right, what were you saying, Josh?
He's hiding the gold in his pants.
Yeah.
And you're
Anyway, sorry to derail us by just mentioning that. But as I was saying that for me, Dijon I really was annoyed with him as a kid. He was like the one guy I was like, I hate him in this movie. But very similar to you, Josh, rewatching it, I really enjoyed him and thought he did add a whole lot of humor to the movie.
You know what's weird?
What?
I thought the exact opposite.
Oh, really? Interesting.
I enjoyed him as a kid, but this time I was like, he reminds me of Khalil from the VeggieTales movie, The Caterpillar.
Oh, okay.
And they're both kind of they play. I hate to say it, but in my head, it's like they're playing the race card too heavy-handed with them.
Interesting. Could very well be the case. I don't know where to go from there, but okay.
So I was more annoyed this time than as a kid who was like, oh, this is a fun character with a fun voice.
Okay. Thank you for wrapping that thought up. That's much better than what I was going to try to go to. Something else that I want to share that I really loved from the movie was, for some reason, I don't know if, for some reason, so much of the dialogue in this movie, like just the inflections or the beats of the dialogue, I just enjoyed so much. Like rewatching it, it's almost like this was an old friend or something. And I don't know if that's just because I watched it so much as a kid, and so it's not really that the dialogue's all that witty or sharp or good.
Oh, it had some good lines, like Launchpad never went to pilot school, or he had a crash course in pilot school. There were cute lines in there.
Oh, sure, but
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, but just like the whole Murloc, don't wait. Oh no, don't wait. Whoa, mama! Just little things like that, like with Dijon or stop those pants.
Another Dijon line reminded me of like where he yells like Murloc, and then under his voice says Scrooge, Murloc, because he didn't want Scrooge to find them. Or no, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was like, I wouldn't have thought that was as funny as a kid as I do as an adult. That's pretty funny.
But I don't know. I think there is definitely a sharpness to some of the dialogue, but I wonder if it's more like I watched it a lot, so it's like I'm slipping into really comfy old clothes or something more than the dialogue's just really rich.
And I definitely have that same sense, but in a different way. That I think the trailer, like I don't know if I recorded it or just I watched it every time or I paid attention every time, but or maybe the trailer, the commercials were just on all the time. But I could definitely tell you which moments were in the commercials.
Yeah, I could too.
Just because I watched those so many times. So like when Webby's crawling through the air ducts towards the end, getting into the money bin, and she says, "That's easy for you to say." That was like in every commercial, you know.
Yeah, and Murdoch yelling, "Where is the lamp?"
Yeah, and Scrooge saying, "I finally found it." Yeah. There were just all these like
exactly
heard them a million times. You know?
Yes. This again is kind of a tangent, but I'm curious. Do you guys find that with when you rewatch other Disney movies that's the same case, that they're movies you watched a lot or had lots of ads on, so when you rewatch it, it's like all these lines just come back to you like nothing?
Not necessarily Disney movies. There are some movies that I definitely remember the trailer more because I saw it more, the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
That's for me. I don't know about Josh.
Yeah, I'll say there's definitely like movies or TV shows, especially if I haven't seen them in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Something will just like resonate really hard or really strongly.
Exactly.
But this particular movie was a unique experience. I can't remember. I mean, maybe Nightmare Before Christmas. A lot of those commercials came on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like some of those lines. So there are a few times, but maybe it's just Disney that's doing that. Yeah. They really know how to market their movies.
Yeah, it very well could be. All right. Was there anything else either of you really loved or liked that you wanted to share?
The animation. I guess you guys kind of said that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree with Paul that some of it's very like, oh my gosh, this is like top quality Disney, and then it's like, did they run out of money? Maybe they should borrow some from Scrooge because this animation is not so good.
Right. Yeah. I was gonna say for the not so the part that I liked.
Yeah. We should segue into the not parts we didn't like with that. I was disappointed that even the cell shading wasn't as good as I remembered it. It's like
sad.
I mean, when you compare it to like those of Roger Rabbit that have highlights and shades on both sides, and it's like, okay, this is really well done, and then it goes like, all right, it's not as good as Roger Rabbit, but I could see where they're putting a little effort, and then other scenes are like, there's no effort. It's
are we
flat can be?
I thought we were animating for the cartoon series. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops.
But even still, it's like a grab bag of animation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the good side and the bad side of that is that it really comes down to ambition. Like this was like a really ambitious movie. Like I was saying about what I was really impressed by the animation, like all that they had to do. And there were just times that you think about the movies that came out around that time, like, Rescuers Down Under and Beauty and the Beast. Yes. That's flawless, absolutely flawless animation.
Do you know, since you brought this up, about Rescuers Down Under, it was the first movie that was colored digitally.
Oh, interesting.
Do you know if they used that same technique in this movie?
I don't know. Probably not, because I would imagine that was an expensive process then, and this was not. They kind of failed in a lot of departments.
I could have sworn Rescuers Down Under came out after this movie.
Maybe.
But, I believe it did.
I know we are just on the cusp or already transitioning into things we hate about this movie, guys.
Oh, I thought we did. Sorry.
No, we did. But I did want to say before we got there that we had some a response to a Facebook post about. I just posted that we're going to be reviewing this. If you have memories, please share them. And a couple people responded back, so I wanted to share those because they're things they really liked. Matt Anderson, who, if you've ever heard of the podcast called The Sci-Fi Christian, he's one of the main hosts of that podcast. So thank you for chiming in, Matt. He says, I remember loving it. It felt like an epic when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And then Sharon Collins said, "Love what Matt said," or I'm sorry, "Love what Matt said."
Okay. Different voice inflections.
Yes. So thank you very much, Matt and Sharon, for commenting on the show.
Yeah, I agree with both of them.
Yes.
Oh,
totally.
Here's a throwback all the way back to Rescuers Down Under. It actually came out 2 months after this DuckTales the movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So it wasn't colored digitally because Rescuers Down Under was the first.
Well, there you go.
Well, and also this DuckTales was animated in France and Australia. So
Yeah.
As part of the animation for television division.
Oh, which brings me to another point. Thank you very much. This was produced at the beginning. It says Disney Toon Studios. So I got excited. I was like, oh, yeah, Movie Tunes. It's like, oh, cool. That means they're probably going to do Chip and Dale Rescuers Down Under. Sorry.
You have derailed. Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers.
Yes, or any of the other Disney afternoons.
Tailspin. Darkwing Duck.
Yeah, we'll have movies, which makes sense. I mean, Star Trek, they did TV shows and then movies based on their TV series, and now it's time for the Disney afternoon, which had a huge following. Everyone that I talked to in school watched.
Oh yeah, I love all
these cartoons.
Yeah.
So there was a big following, so it made sense that they would have movies for it. So it's sad that we didn't see any of the other Disney cartoons to have movies, except I don't know if you count Goof Troop and a Goofy movie.
Since I don't care for Goofy, I do not count them.
Oh,
wow!
No.
Laying down the gauntlet. Sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
I actually have the answer for that. That was the same animation division, animated in France, not Australia, I believe. I think it was like technically the Movie Tunes production, but it wasn't under that name. But it was the only other movie that was kind of in that same category as DuckTales the movie.
Which was animated much better, more fluid. But that was also a couple years after this. At least in my opinion, it was animated better. Anyway.
Well, 5 years later, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was definitely a lot of failed ambition in the animation in DuckTales, but I got to hand it to them that they tried. They had a lot that they went for, and they even did, they tried to make it, like the shading and everything looked.
Yeah.
It looked. It looks different than the cartoon show. So, and I also wanted to mention the score. I thought the score was very sweeping and added a lot of epicness to it. I don't know if anyone else picked up on that.
Yeah, I didn't notice it, but I didn't notice it as distracting either, which is good.
I liked it, and it was by David Newman, and the reason that name always pops out to me is because he's the person who scored Serenity, which is the Firefly movie.
Oh.
Josh, what was something? It sounds like you're kind of hard pressed to think of something else you didn't like, but were there other things you didn't like about the movie?
Like I said, this was still a close call for me.
Okay.
As far as the, I really wanted to when I was rewatching it, I wanted to love it, but it was like there's something missing. Like it didn't there's the adventure, but there's not I had gone on this journey and back kind of epicness to it. There was this. There was definitely something lacking. Something I think even the TV show had, which was like a lot of heart and character, whereas this maybe the adventure overtook that element of it. So, I think it failed there. The animation, like I said, yeah.
Okay. Paul, you agree? Okay. Did you want to add anything to that?
No.
The wishes. I said we would come back to that when we were.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Like that, Aladdin did so much better. They set clear rules.
Yes,
about how the wishes work in this movie, and this really, really bugged me as a kid. Was okay. I just naturally assumed that everyone has 3 wishes. Rewatching it, I noticed how many wishes are never stated.
Right. So you see him playing with all the toys.
Right. So I'm wondering. So like, he casually wishes for like ice cream, or who was it? Like Dewey.
Yeah, the largest sundae ice cream. Yeah.
Right. So it was like
But not
one
too
wish.
large.
The train, that they're on. There's a lot of toys. There's a lot happening. And I calculated, maybe it's like 5 wishes each, and that would be, between the 4 of them, the 4 kids, that would be 20 wishes. So it was just like, why couldn't they just say you have 3 wishes and just be like, they're saying, oh, I have 1 wish left. It's like, well, how many did they use already? They just have to tell us?
Well,
Yeah.
I could.
But then Scrooge, he only uses 3 wishes. He has 3 wishes. And it's like, I've made my final wish, and we see his other 2, so.
So I think in regards to that, like the kids' wishes, I think that you could sort of, you could say something like maybe one of them wished for, I want the entire FAO Schwartz catalog. And then you get all the toys in one wish.
I get that, but there seemed to be so much variety there, and they had to have used. Yeah, I just thought there was just kind of a.
Yeah, they could. It could have been a fun little segment to keep the audience in, but maybe they thought it was running too long.
But something interesting now that that we're talking about the wishes was, it was very realistic. Intentional or not, of how all the kids just blew away their wishes really fast.
Yeah.
And you know what? That so annoyed me. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I thought it was. I wasn't annoyed. Before we get into why it annoyed you, Francisco, I'd like to make a social commentary here.
Sure.
Basically, I was really impressed with how they portrayed the kids growing up in a wealthy home, because movies done today and even TV shows, they would show that they grow up in a wealthy environment by already having all these like giant toys and everything without the lamp. But with the lamp, then they got the toys. It showed that they lived in a more structured, less frivolous home environment, which I applauded.
Yeah, I totally remember from the cartoon, Scrooge being very like, you want money, you gotta work for it, and that being very much or you want toys, you gotta work for them, whatever. But
Scrooge was a good uncle.
Yeah, unlike today, it's like, oh, if you want to show a kid growing up in a rich mansion, then they have to have like all these like trains and basically everything that these kids wished for with the lamp. Yeah. But anyway, so I say bravo to them on their social comment, or is that my social commentary on them? I don't know.
I'm gonna piggyback on your social commentary by saying I do think that Scrooge is a good uncle to a point, but the whole idea of hoarding this big vat of money, I think that goes a little too far.
Hey,
let's be a little bit honest. Everyone has their vices.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Scrooge is definitely
we are all
the
1%.
Flawed.
Alrighty. So what I was going to say about the kids is, yes, it is true to life that they would just be very frivolous with their wishes, but it was still really annoying to me. I think the thing that annoyed me the most was Webby, who I think wished for this elephant, and she saw all the kids could see how poorly that went, and then she wishes for all her toys to animals
come to life.
Yeah. I mean, I guess kids probably I'm not sure what age they're supposed to be. Maybe 8 to 10 or something like that. So maybe you don't give much.
5.
Maybe that young. So maybe you don't. I guess you probably don't just give that much forethought to those things. But I did think it was a good way of reflecting what kids would be wishing for, and in that way, it was very, again, true to life. But watching it as an adult, I'm like, oh, why are you doing that? You could be. But I did. Well, though I should say, Webby did wish for world peace, which is awesome. But then I'm like, oh my gosh, G or Genie or whatever you're going by, you can't do that. Ugh. You can make someone live forever, and you can make this big castle, but can't do world peace.
All right, let me impart some wisdom here from Proverbs 22:15. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child,
Oh. So DuckTales was just trying to do the Bible with this.
If you want to take it like that.
Alrighty. Let's see. So I shared Josh, I think we're back to you. What's something else you didn't like about the movie? Unless, Paul, you have something that's burning on your heart that you have to get out.
No, I shared my burning.
I can't really think of anything else, maybe other than sometimes I thought as amazing of a job that I think Christopher Lloyd did voicing the villain. I think like his mouth, it was almost like, was he reciting lines to try to like, did they have an original voice and he had to go back and they hired him to redo the voice? Well, I had that thought a few times.
Did you think it was just like cold reading, or
he did an amazing job, but the animation and his
voice
and his performance, it was like
didn't quite line up. It's like the animators didn't really know what they had, or
you fool! Too bad you will never know the true treasure you have found. I totally blew that line.
Which actually, come to think of it, the way the French speak, the way they have their lips, the way they speak are very pursed. And so they animate mouths very differently than Americans. And the DuckTales production only had one American on their team in France. So that actually, but that doesn't really explain why. Well, everyone else had bills, I guess, but duck bills.
I felt the same. Actually, I thought a lot of his Christopher Lloyd's readings were a bit on the less dramatic side, and then the ones that had more drama to it, the animation depicting that voice was less dramatic. So I felt very frustrated by that combination. I don't know. I thought, all in all, I wish honestly they picked somebody else besides Christopher Lloyd to do I think Pete would have been great. The guy who does Pete, Jim Cummings.
Yes.
Like from Pete and Pete?
No, from like Goofy movie.
He wouldn't know that because he doesn't like Goofy.
Yeah.
But he's another Mickey. But he has a great menacing.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Paul, because I mean, you compare Murloc with Christopher Lloyd's Rasputin in Anastasia. Very similar characters, but Rasputin was pulled off much better.
Yeah.
And I think Murloc is much more of a Jim Cummings kind of character.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really thought he was, and maybe this was actually just an outcropping of what you said, Paul, because as you said that, it made total sense to me about the duplicity. I don't know if that's the right word, but just the juxtaposition of the performance and the animation from both angles. Mm-hmm. But I felt he was like this very overpowered villain, but he at the same time he was very underwitted. Like he should have been way more cunning, having lived forever and just been way more guarded with like his talisman. And
well, that's the thing. If you you can't create a villain that the heroes cannot overcome.
Well, that's the thing, though. If you create this villain that's amazing, and then the heroes overcome it, then the heroes are even more amazing for overcoming them.
But it also has to be believable that the heroes can overcome it. So one of the way is, he has his amazing powers, but he doesn't have this amazing mind.
I mean, I guess that's his fatal flaw, but it just seems like you would... If he can have all these wishes, why wouldn't he wish for like amazing smarts or something? I don't know. I'm probably trying to make this into too much of an adult.
You probably thought about it more than the screenwriters did.
Yes, probably. All right.
Speaking of screenwriters,
okay, go for it.
And the way the script went, that was my last little rant. Is that it's as soon as he wanted to go to the society to show off his treasure, for some reason, my interest plummeted.
I don't know why. That's where in the movie it
Same
went down
here for me, but I want to hear why.
I don't know. My attention level just dropped dramatically.
I've been thinking about that because, like I was saying about how there's something always going on. Because what I remember as a kid was like, okay, before watching it, it's like, when does the adventure really stop? It's like, well, when they get back to the mansion, it kind of slows down from there. But that's actually about 15 minutes into the movie, and you're ready for a breather. But about a minute in, they discover the genie, and next thing you know, a whole bunch of chaos is still going.
Right.
And then we get to, and it's not until about halfway through the movie that, you get to that the convention there, and it's just like you're not invested in Scrooge out to prove a point at this point. Part, you don't want to see that. It's just like you want to see more adventure, and you spent all this time with the kids and other characters. It's like, okay, you've proven your point, and it's more kind of a plot device than actual like.
Interesting.
That's the way I saw it.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't know how to if I was a screenwriter, how to get around that.
Can I drop some fan fiction on you guys that I think will solve this?
No, we have to not fan fiction. Come on, it has to be
brief.
Oh, you want a solution?
Yeah,
your own person. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, offer a fan fiction solution.
All right. So, you guys will have to help me a little bit with this. What was the name of the Irish, or was he Scottish? The villain.
Oh, sorry.
From the DuckTales series. Do you recall?
Glumgold.
Yeah, Glumgold.
Glumgold. Now, was he Scottish and Scrooge was Irish? Okay. So Glumgold is after Kalibaba's treasure as well. And you see him, come in and try to take it, but both Scrooge and Glumgold are thwarted by Murloc. And so Glumgold tries to, just lay on the heat at the society. Gee, yeah, look at this Scrooge guy. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't even have the treasure. And then I'm not sure how this transpires, but somehow they realize, you know what? We need to join forces because Murloc is like just totally taking us out. And
because Flintheart, Glumgold, and the Beagle Boys sometimes would team up to when Scrooge was on a quest.
Mm-hmm.
So if they were both if they had all those characters in this movie, I mean, it's a movie. Why not?
Yeah.
Then the ante could have been up there, but I still think Josh is right. You had all this excitement, and then to do the society convention for whatever reason just doesn't seem as exciting. It's kind of it loses the momentum.
Totally.
But I do think for fans, I think Francisco's onto something here because it's about halfway into the movie, and you really don't have you only extra characters you're really given after, it's just you have Launchpad and you already have, you start getting Dijon and Murloc, but then halfway through you get like Glumgold and it's like, oh my gosh, I know him, and it's like, that's an interesting turn.
Yeah, exactly.
And I like that, and I'm a sucker for the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of plot stuff. That's very intriguing to me.
Yeah, if they could have teamed up, I agree.
I think that would have really kicked up. You're talking about why can't Murloc be more of a villain?
Mm-hmm.
Having to team up with your sworn enemy to beat a bigger enemy is very interesting.
And then you could get the Beagle Boys with those big giant robots they use for construction and do the hockey and they come after Murloc,
Like if that was a climax, oh my gosh, you just lose your mind watching that.
Because one of them gets the lamp and they wish for those robots again, and I could totally see all that happening. And then there's all this extra tension because Scrooge is always wondering if Glumgold's gonna just stabbing him in the back at a moment's notice. So let's remake this movie, guys.
Yeah, you can have Magica Dispel distracting them, and they could have like a wizard's duel.
There you go. And then Gizmo Duck comes in, and
you have Gyro Gearloose, helping with build the robots and repair them.
Yes.
And then you can have Bubba
Bubblegum Trip.
He comes in with a
Fried
time machine
shrimp.
and fixes everything by just going back in time.
It was all to get Scrooge's #1 dime.
Yes, you can tell that we are fans of DuckTales here on the Retro Rewind podcast. At least us three. But are there any other things about this movie that we did not like? Josh?
I think I said everything. I wished for it would have been more epic. Not to say that it wasn't already. I wish the animation could have been given the care that Rescuers Down Under would have been.
Yes. Paul, were there any other things you didn't like about DuckTales the movie?
No, I think that's about it.
Okay. Yeah, and that's about it for me as well. So with that, it is time for the moment of truth. Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
Alrighty, it is that time. And let's start with Josh for whether DuckTales the movie, Treasure of the Lost Lamp, is a classic or second class and why.
I say it's a classic and but not a instant classic. It's a contemplative, let me think about it. Yeah, have to say classic for its overall adventure and ambition.
Well, alrighty, cool. And is that mainly what makes a classic for you if a movie is ambitious and
Yeah, because it was satisfying. It gave me some good memories, I guess it's just like, is it a classic? I think it holds the true spirit of DuckTales that we all remember.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. All right. Paul, how about you?
I'm going to unfortunately have to disagree with my brother and go second class on this. It just did not hold my attention after the middle part. And my second, it bums me to say that because I think DuckTales, I really like the franchise DuckTales. But if somebody hasn't seen that movie, and I can't say in good confidence that, you'll like this.
That is, I totally understand that. Like, if somebody wants to disagree with me, I'm not going to be like, oh no, it's definitely. It's like, no, I understand.
Yeah. So unfortunately, that's my criteria that I set for a classic. So unfortunately, it's not a classic in my opinion.
And I am curious, Paul, not to make you change how you rate things, but I am just curious as an added. If someone had watched this as a kid, would you recommend they spend the time to watch it again as an adult?
No.
Okay. You can leave it at that, but I was just curious.
Yeah, for me, it doesn't hold up. I enjoyed it as a kid, and watching it again was more disappointing than fulfilling for me. Maybe because I had high expectations because I liked the franchise so much. So maybe it's my own expectations that I put on it.
Yeah.
Oh, and I wanted to say one other thing.
One more thing.
Sorry.
Those pants.
It is. It is the movie's only slightly longer than an hour. So I think if you're recommending it to somebody, or for kids, even if it's not super great, it's only an hour long or roughly thereabout. And I have to give credit for that.
Yeah, but even at the 50-minute mark or 45-minute mark, I watched this with my mom, who's also Josh's mom, and she
not my
commented after waking up because she fell asleep in the middle of it. How long is this?
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of that, I was kind of dozing toward the end, and I had forgotten exactly how they defeated Murloc, so I had to go to YouTube and see that. But hate to admit that, but
classic Disney death. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, pretty much. Where does he go in those clouds? I don't understand. Is he Loki?
He as he's falling, he grabs the talisman.
It doesn't
and
matter.
Then
It doesn't
see
matter.
him again in the sequel.
Oh my gosh! All right.
The search for more money.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thank you, Paul. So we have a classic.
That's really appropriate for DuckTales.
Yeah.
We have a classic. We have a second class.
So it's disputed.
It's disputed, but which way is it going to swing? Well, DuckTales the movie, Treasure of the Lost Lamp, for me, Francisco, is going to have to be, I'm going to have to say, a second class movie.
Oh.
Yeah. And that's not, this was quite the toss up for me. Like right after watching it, I'm like, you know what? I'm not so sure, but I think that might be a classic. I'm gonna have to think about it. Classic, yeah. I think that's a classic. It was enjoyable. I'd probably want to share it with Sophia, but then Christine, my wife, made this really glaring point. I don't know if that's the right word, but made this really, really good point that, you know what? It may be good, but if someone who has no acquaintance with DuckTales saw this movie, they would not get it at all. It doesn't
but that's not
introduce the
criteria
characters.
for a classic.
But the thing is, if I was to share it with Sophia, I'd have to share all of DuckTales with her and then share this movie. And I don't. It's plus the fact that
I get that.
Plus the fact that there wasn't it does sort of dip down halfway.
Wait. Are you saying that you're not going to share DuckTales with Sophia?
No, I am not saying that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's assume that she knows because you've shared DuckTales with her.
Oh man.
I'm just trying to go.
I get what he's saying is like, but on its own.
Yeah, and you know what? I think I have to do it on its own. I can't have this criteria of, if you've seen all of DuckTales, then this is a classic. I have to just go with it on its own, unfortunately. I definitely, my heart wants to give this movie a classic, but I think I'm going to have to say it's only if it was enjoyable through and through all the way, then I would say yes, it's a classic. But because it's not, there are those acts or those times where it just sort of falls flat for me, and some of the sequences are annoying. I'm gonna have to say second class.
Oh,
it does pain me. I'm sorry. Well, okay. Paul, you can change your rating if you're that worried about it.
No.
It still remains disputed. So
yes.
Yeah.
So with that, DuckTales the movie is a disputed second class movie. If you agree with Paul, with Josh, definitely pick this movie up again, watch it. I would even say watch it if you've seen this as a kid. I think it's worth watching again, just for nostalgia. Paul doesn't, but
he ruins Christmas anyway. So.
But I would say probably if you're more in line with me and Paul, probably don't pick up this movie up. Go watch the series. Go watch DuckTales the series and Darkwing Duck.
I recommend that. I recommend the series over the movie too.
Oh,
for the record.
There you go.
Yeah.
So just bypass this movie. Go see the series.
So Josh brought up a good point earlier before you came on and started recording, Francisco. He was wondering if we'll ever cover a TV series for the Retro Rewind podcast.
I want to. I definitely want to. I'm not sure what it would be.
Like DuckTales?
Or Full House?
Oh my god. Let's just leave the listeners. Let's leave the listeners just with that. We do want to do a TV series at one point, but we need to talk about how that would work.
Okay, because we have to watch the whole series.
Yeah, pretty much. We kind of did with Anne of Green Gables, but that's a little different. That's not quite.
No, we only saw the first part.
Well,
we didn't
yes,
cover all four,
and it's a mini series as opposed to.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's not go into it. Let's instead get to finding out what's new on our tubes. Alice?
New tube systems engaged.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and start with Paul this time around. What is new on your tube? I know, I'm changing it up.
Guest. Wow, okay. What's new on my tube is, I'll admit it, what's been filling up a lot of my time lately is a little English show called Downton Abbey.
Really? Really?
I have never seen this. I know lots of people who watch it, but Christy has certainly watched it. But
a lot of my friends love it.
Yeah, by the first show, there's so many characters. I was frustrated by the end of the first episode. I'm like, who are these people? What are they all about? I can't really follow it all. By the second episode, I was hooked, and I'm like, ooh, what's happening next?
Oh, interesting.
It's a soap opera, in essence, but it's some of the dialogue is really well written, and the characters are very interesting once you get to know them. So I highly recommend this English soap opera called Downton Abbey.
Maybe that was my problem because I only saw the first episode and I didn't have an interest to continue watching.
Yeah, my wife and my mother were watching it. All right, second episode. I'm like, all right. Now the third episode, I'm like, oh, well, what's gonna happen? And then, the end of the first season, it's because we went through and binged on the first season, and it's like, which is only 6 or 7 episodes.
Oh, okay.
And I was hooked. So, still going through the series in the middle of the just started the 3rd series. So.
All right.
Anyway,
cool.
I recommend, if you haven't, I'd recommend giving it a try.
So Paul recommends Downton Abbey. All right.
Oh, by the way, it's not Downtown Abbey. It's Downton, Ton.
That was actually a little jab at my wife, just in case she ever listens to this.
Oh, because I had heard all these people talk about Downtown Abbey, and then I watched it. It's not downtown.
I know. I mispronounce it purposefully. Because I'm antagonistic that way.
Yeah.
Josh, what is new on YouTube?
So I'm watching. There's a music reviewer online. The name of his show, his character or whatever, is Todd in the Shadows, and you see him. He sits at a piano profile in the dark. You see him in the shadow, and he does these really good, short but super insightful and interesting reviews on music. And he has basically he alternates between like pop music, like top 40 kind of hits. So right now, like his latest one is like Miley Cyrus's We Can't Stop, and comparing it to Selena Gomez's Come and Get It. But even more interesting for me and really relevant to like kind of retro rewind is that he does what's called One Hit Wonderland, where he looks at these one hit wonders that he finds out how they got to their big song and then what became of them.
Oh, interesting.
And then at the very end, he says, "Did they get what they deserved?" And so it's like, so I highly recommend.
Second class. All right.
Yeah, and I highly recommend starting with Come On Eileen, his review of Come On Eileen.
Oh, interesting.
You will never look at Dexy's Midnight Runners the same way again. You're like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. You get this entire kind of history lesson of pop culture. Chumbawamba's Tub Thumping is also really good. I bet you didn't know that they were like these political anarchists who were like making music for like 30 years. Who have been making music for like the past 30 years. And
everyone knew that.
Well, yeah, and Tub Thumping was basically their mockery of pop music.
Huh.
And then after they got really big, they went back to just making just kind of music for themselves again.
Which is why they didn't make it big.
Right, so each of these, I also recommend It's Raining Men is really good, and Play That Funky Music, White Boy. That's a really good one as well. But definitely, and they're only like 15 minutes long each, so
nice.
I highly recommend them. Todd in the Shadows. Start with Come On Eileen.
All right. What is new on MyTube? Thanks for asking, Paul.
Oh, you're welcome.
Is very much in the vein of what Paul's new tube was. Is this a British show called Wallander, which stars Kenneth Branagh? Christy started watching it. If you've watched any of the contemporary Sherlock Holmes with Benedict Cumberbatch,
and Freeman.
Oh,
yeah,
and he's Khan
and Smog.
Yeah.
Smog,
Anyway,
and con.
So how it's similar to Sherlock is it's essentially each season is something like 3 episodes, and each episode might as well be a feature-length movie because they're sort of like mini movies. So this show Wallander with Kenneth Branagh, he's a Swedish, I believe they're in Sweden, not Switzerland. Sweden. He's a detective and essentially just solving murders. It could be, it's almost procedural-esque, but it's a lot more gripping because of the long-form format. I haven't watched them all. Christy has, but she got me into it, and so I've been watching a little bit of that.
How do you spell it?
You would ask. I will include a link in the show notes, so check it out at retrorewindpodcast.com/RRP19. All righty, guys. Let us get to our feedback and contacts.
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
And it just occurs to me that we already read the feedback we got during the show, so there is no more. But I do want to say thank you again, Matt and Sharon, for posting to the Facebook. And actually, I have a little alert thing, so let me see if anyone else did. No, okay. Alrighty, let's just go ahead and wrap up where people can find us if they'd like to get in touch with us. Paul.
I'm at home.
You're home on the web, which is pauljpowers.com?
Yeah, and there you can find links to various social media sites where you can find me, like on Twitter at Paul J. Powers. So yeah, pauljpowers.com.
Awesome. Josh, how about yourself?
You can find me on Twitter at Joshua Powers.
And also Quip Tracks, correct?
Quip Tracks, you can check out some of my work there, some of my comedy there too.
When are you going to do another movie?
As soon as my life calms down. I'm going through a lot of changes lately. I'm getting married.
May I share? I was going to say, may I share congratulations that you're going to be
I thought you were turning into Teen Wolf.
Well,
my life is getting complicated.
2 weeks from now, I will be turning into Teen Wolf.
Very awesome. Or if you're listening to this in the future, Josh is, I'm sure, happily married. Congratulations to you, Josh, and also to Sharon. We're very happy for you.
Oh, and I also want to say that because Josh is getting married in a couple weeks, Paul will actually be down there celebrating, as he should be, but that means we're not going to have a regularly scheduled Retro Rewind podcast for you. We will be releasing more content into our bonus stage feed, though, where we have bloopers and outtakes and things like that. So look out for that at retrorewindpodcast.com/RRP bonus stage.
All right. And you can find me, Francisco Ruiz, on Twitter. I'm at FXRUIZX. And you can send feedback, send emails, or audio feedback if you want to record an MP3 to the show. Our email address is feedback@retrorewindpodcast.com. And you can also find us on Facebook, facebook.com/retrorewindpodcast. And the latest social media craze that I'm trying to invest some time in is Pinterest. You can find us, either do a search for Retro Rewind Podcast, or our Pinterest name is Retro Rewind Cast. So find us there.
I thought you were going to say Vine.
I do.
The latest craze is MySpace.
I know it's not technically the latest craze, but I do want to. I think it would be fun to do Vines, but I gotta find the time.
Yeah, well, you could do Snapchat. That's only 10 seconds.
All righty, guys. I want to thank you, Paul, for being on the show once again.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Josh, for also being on the show once again.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Yeah.
And thank you for hosting, Francisco.
You're very welcome. And thank you, listener, for not tuning in, but downloading, subscribing, whatever you do to listen to us, to listen to the Retro Rewind podcast. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much for listening. And if you want to share the podcast, we'd love that. Please just tell a friend. Check out this podcast about old movies and old video games. It's lots of fun. Or you could also leave us a rating or review on iTunes. Go to retrorewindpodcast.com/iTunesRRP, and that'll take you right to our iTunes page. And yeah, thank you again. We hope to catch you later like a Pokemon on the next Retro Rewind podcast.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to Nav Point Omega and return to base.
Wow, and we didn't plan that. That's awesome. Get ready to wax on, wax off for episode number 20 of the Retro Rewind podcast.
Retro Rewind podcast initialized. Mission identified. The Karate Kid, 1984. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
Welcome to the Retro Rewind podcast. This is the podcast where we look at movies and video games from 15 or more years ago and let you know whether they're still worth rewatching or revisiting today. You can find the show notes for this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/RRP20. And you can also find links to subscribe to us in iTunes, Miro, Stitcher Radio, or just there's an RSS feed where you can subscribe to us on the podcatcher of your choice. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad, a designer, and a Dojo Miyagi fanboy.
I thought you were going to go with defense. Something like defend. Oh, that's all right.
And you know him, you love him. That's my co-host, Paul Powers. Welcome, Paul.
What's up?
Hey. So my question for you today is cobras or vipers?
What? To eat? What do you mean?
To fight with the crane kick.
Oh, okay. Well, you got to defeat the Cobra Kai. So.
Okay. So vipers?
Am I on the
those
Viper
guys are
team?
second rate.
Yeah. Are you Team Viper or Team Cobra?
Well, I don't know.
This is a horrible question that I just thought of now. So let's move on.
All right.
Yeah. And we are joined today for the first time by my friend Bill. Bill, will you please introduce yourself? Tell us what you do for a living and what is your favorite type of movie?
Okay. I'm also a dad. I work at CDI as a QA analyst. I've been editor for about 15 years. And my favorite type of movie would definitely be suspense.
Okay, cool. Like
you're a QA guy for what? For what kind of editor? Like
web editor.
Web editor. Okay. What's your last name?
Lehman.
Does your middle name rhyme with Nye?
Gosh.
It doesn't. That would be pretty sweet if it did, but no, it doesn't.
Oh, because then you could be Bill Nye, the editor guy, or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
We like Bill Nye, the science guy at our place. So.
Oh yeah. I'm a fan of Mr. Wizard and Beakman from Beakman's World.
Oh yeah.
He's my homie.
Right.
Anyways, Paul, what are we going to be doing today?
Said anyways. Oh, today, yeah. Let's see. Today, of course, we're going to be doing our roundtable discussion whether we think this movie is a classic or second class. Yeah. Sorry, someone just chopped me in the neck. And we're going to have the new tube segment after that. And then we'll wrap up with feedback, contact info, and other show announcements, possibly, if we get around to it. Oh,
Yes.
sorry. Someone just swept my leg.
Alice, check the ship for enemies. And while after you do that, will you tell us if you found the target for today?
Alert, alert, target located. Spoilers, incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
Wax on. Wax off. Wax on. Paint defense. Wax off.
I can't hear you!
Wax on.
Hey, Mr. Miyagi, look!
Wax off. Don't forget to breathe. Very important.
As the new Karate Kid hits cinemas, introduce your kids to the original. The Karate Kid, Sunday, 7:30 on 7/2.
Paul, will you give us the technicals of that movie?
All right. The Karate Kid, the 1984 version, is rated PG. It's about 126 minutes long. It came out on June 22nd, 1984 in the good old US of A. It was directed by John Avildsen. Yeah. Do you know what else he directed?
I have no idea.
He directed the movie Rocky.
Rocky, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't. That's one of my secret shames that I have never seen Rocky.
Oh, I thought maybe we would do that on this podcast. I guess not. But he also did Karate Kid 2 and 3.
Okay, very cool.
Let's see. It was written by Robert Kamen. Do you know what Robert also wrote?
No, I don't.
He wrote Karate Kid Part 2 and 3.
How convenient.
Yes. Notice that none of these guys did Karate Kid 4. But he also wrote Gladiator and A Lethal Weapon 3 and The Fifth Element.
Oh, wow. Well, very
and
cool.
The Transporters. Transporter 1, 2, and 3.
That's some good scripts, son.
And he also wrote the Karate Kid movie of 2010.
Oh, okay. With Will and Jaden Smith. Not with Will Smith. Jaden Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, my name is blinking.
Oh,
why
my
you
gosh.
waste all our film? It's that guy. Why you waste our podcast?
Jackie Chan?
time? Yes.
Yeah, oh, wow.
Jackie Chan. Sorry.
And tell me, Paul, did Karate Kid make more than it cost to make it?
Yes. The budget was about $8 million. And in the USA, the box office was over $90 million.
Whoa, cha-ching.
That's a lot for that time.
That is, especially for an $8 million movie.
Yeah, almost 91 million.
Oh, very cool.
And it also made over $43 million in rentals alone.
Jeez. Oh, my. A
Yes.
good old VHS.
So it starred Ralph Macchio, Pat Morita, Elizabeth Shue. Elizabeth Shue was 21 years old when this was filmed, and Ralph Macchio was 24 years old.
Wow. They
He
looked
didn't look
very young.
24.
No, he looked like a teenager.
Yeah, he was the only one there that looked like he was in high school. The rest looked like they're in college.
Yeah.
Except for Mr. Miyagi.
Yes.
But Pat Morita was nominated for Best Supporting Actor.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Did not
That's
win,
awesome.
but he nominated.
That's
And
very cool.
for an Oscar and Golden Globe.
Very nice.
Former Happy Days.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, cool. Thank you very much, Paul. And now our usual Vulcan mind meld of a memory synopsis kind of short-circuited this time around. So this is just my memories. So I remember Daniel is a pouty teenager because he just moved with his mom from Pittsburgh to an apartment complex in Reseda with an empty swimming pool. Tears, tears. He hates it, but he meets a friend who acts pretty much just as a foil for him to meet Jennifer from Back to the Future 2 and 3 at a beach Winnie roast. Daniel tries to impress her with his soccer ball skills, but this raises the ire of Jennifer's ex-BF. This Donald Trump wannabe has it out for Daniel in a big way, chasing him down with his posse and bullying him several times. That is until the maintenance man of Daniel's apartment steps in and karate kicks this cohort of Cobra Kai keisters.
Wow.
This maintenance man Miyagi agrees to teach Daniel karate here and karate here after some slave labor, eventually leading to the climax at a karate tourney where Daniel finishes off Cobra Kai with the quintessential crane kick. Hiya!
Wow.
I love alliteration, if you could not tell by now.
Yeah.
But that is my memories. Some of those, though, were false.
Yeah. 'Cause they were from New Jersey.
Yeah, they're from New Jersey. And
even though he said the apartment's in Reseda, it's not. It's actually, I think, Canoga Park. It's on Roscoe. It's still there. It's on Roscoe Boulevard, just east of Topanga.
Oh, very cool.
I think it's either Roscoe or Satakoy. I forget. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Bill
This is me
listeners.
and Paul's old stomping grounds from college.
It's and it's my current stopping ground. So
there you go. All right, guys, before we get going, let's do our quick fire predictions for whether we thought we would rate The Karate Kid a classic or second class. Paul?
I never decided because I went back and forth. Does that count?
Undecided. All right, Bill?
Classic.
Yeah, and I thought it was going to be a classic as well. All right, let's go ahead and talk about what we really loved and or liked from this movie. Let's kick it over to Bill. Share something that you loved or liked about The Karate Kid.
Yeah, there were quite a few things I really liked. I saw this movie first when I was 13, and I liked the buildup of, you talked about it a little bit in the memory of, a kid from out of town coming into a situation where no one likes him, and just kind of the, inner fighting with himself. There's this one part where, after the beach scene where he gets ridden off course by the Cobra, and goes down that little hill, and
that was a big hill.
That was a fairly big hill, and he tumbles down a couple times, and he's so angry, like he throws his bike away, and Mr. Miyagi kind of notices. He doesn't make himself apparent, but then the next morning the bike is fixed, and just somebody looking out for him. I like the fact that none of the movie was very easy for him, that he kind of had a
it was a struggle.
Yeah, it was kind of a struggle the whole way through, whether it was his relationship with Elizabeth, whether it was,
I think her character's name is Allie.
Or Allie, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Sorry, Allie. I thought it really helped that Pat Morita was the one cast, because I felt like I found out later that he had some stand-up comedian background. He really had good timing. Like he had that sort of spiritual voice, but then he also has this great timing for his lines, and it seems like it flows. It doesn't seem like kind of forced in. It seems like out of a character. And so I thought it was really good character driven. It wasn't exceptionally deep or something, but for the kind of movie it was, I thought it was very, very good.
Cool. Yeah. So it sounds like you liked a lot of The Karate Kid for like the characters, and especially Daniel and Mr. Miyagi.
And I wanted Johnny to get his butt kicked so bad. Gosh, I hated Johnny. He was a good antagonist.
We'll get to Johnny here.
And his teacher. I was glad that was probably my favorite part of Karate Kid 2. Spoiler alert, just that he got his butt kicked right out of the gate by Mr. Miyagi. So,
Paul,
that actor did a great job. Both,
totally.
For the antagonists, they did really good. They did really good job.
You definitely love to hate both of them.
Yeah.
Paul, how did you feel though about Pat Morita? I'm probably pronouncing his name wrong, but Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah, I agree. As different as they were, they seemed relatable enough. Maybe not the first time you meet Mr. Miyagi, he seems kind of an old kook, kind of, oh man, what's this guy's problem? He's the maintenance man and doesn't want to fix the leaky faucets. Like later. Well, when's that? Or after. After what? After. It's like, oh, this guy's lazy. He just wants to catch flies with chopsticks. But then
It's like you have to dig deeper. There's like an onion with many layers.
Totally, yeah. I actually appreciated the sort of mysterious way he was introduced. You'd think this like karate master would be introduced in a very like on sort of a temple watching other people that he's training or something. But no, it's a very humble and sort of mysterious opening. So I definitely appreciated that. How did you feel about Daniel? Did you think or Ralph Macchio as Daniel, did you think he did a good job? What do you think of that character?
Oh yeah, I think Ralph Macchio did a good job playing a kid who has anger issues. I felt bad for Allie going from one abusive boyfriend to another who likes to get in fights. So
he was just defending her, Paul.
No, well, she probably has daddy issues. So
yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, yeah. We'll get there.
But as far as characters, I mean, these are well thought about characters.
Absolutely,
from my perspective.
Yeah, and one of the things I think it's not specific to the characters, but it's revealed from the characters. I really enjoyed the relationships between Daniel and Allie and Daniel and Mr. Miyagi. I thought they were so real. They just had so much depth, like with Daniel and Allie. Oh, you don't agree? Okay.
I don't agree.
Okay, hold on. Let me make my point.
Well, I agree with the Mr. Miyagi, but not the Daniel and Allie.
Okay. Well, I felt like their relationship really progressed in a very natural way. That's what
I didn't. I thought that I didn't see what she saw in him.
That's not what I'm talking about. I could see how she may not see much in him, but the way their relationship
did in the movie, I was like, why does she keep going after him when he's ignoring her and all that stuff and
it's high school,
being a jerk about it. It's high school.
Bill, what did you think?
It was that very first knight in shining armor thing. I think they really drove that. When he gave the radio back. After Johnny like knocked it out. Mm-hmm. But it's true. It's like after that first thing, it's like, I mean, it seemed like she thought he was funny, with the whole soccer thing. And, just in a way sort of seemed less threatening, even though he did have his anger issues, sort of like the rebel without a cause sort of idea of just like, well, playing hard to get. But yeah, for someone like her, it's a little hard to believe, but I think that's what the movie was trying to do.
Especially when she could probably get any guy in school.
Well, but I think what appealed to her was that this wasn't just another guy from the hills, which it sounded to digress a little bit. It sounded like they kept talking about the hills, and I thought they meant Beverly Hills, but then they live in Encino, so I was confused by that.
Yeah, which is next to Woodland Hills.
Yeah,
and West Hills.
Oh, that
which
makes
you don't
sense.
know unless you live in this area.
Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you. Moving back to the relationships. I'm sorry I digressed us that much, but I don't know. There's just something about it. I get where you guys are saying that it doesn't make a lot of sense what she would see in him, except I think that she sees this kid that isn't like all the other kids she knows at school because he's new in town, and the way he treats her, at least to begin with. I don't know. And then again, just the way their relationship progressed, it's not like they like one another and then they go out and they're boyfriend and girlfriend right away. It seemed like very, very natural progression. I keep saying that because that's how I feel about it. I feel like it felt real to me.
Another one that kind of sealed the deal, I think, was that Halloween thing.
Yeah,
where their dance. He's got that shower costume, and then he gets Johnny with I think the water or something like that. And I think that sealed the deal a little bit, like because she was saying nobody stands up to Johnny, and then he did, and then that's like her bud.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then she tripped Johnny and the whole group.
Yeah, I like
out.
that.
That was a good part. But what wasn't a good part, he said, look, I don't want to go to the dance because I don't want to stand out. I don't want to be noticed. And he wears this big shower curtain. He's like the most noticeable thing out there.
If you know who's inside, but until you do, you don't know.
You know everybody would be putting their arms in and like, hey, who's in there?
That's a good point. Yeah, they would be.
This is high school, remember?
Yes. Good point. What did you guys? I brought up the relationship between Daniel and Mr. Miyagi as something I really enjoyed. How did you guys feel about that?
Good.
Good, Bill.
Yeah, no, I thought that did. They didn't race through that, and whether on the karate side with the whole wax on or the sanding, the training part, but also I thought it was a really good scene when Mr. Miyagi is drinking because, the loss of his, which I hadn't remembered this, his wife and son.
Yeah, I didn't remember
in childbirth.
He had a child.
And he was wearing that uniform, and just that he saw that part of him, and it's like Mr. Miyagi kind of let him in there to see that. And it wasn't just like one big climax after another. It just, they had they had, of course, the time where Mr. Miyagi defended him, the first time with those guys, but it did seem like they were buddies, after a while. Like that's what I got. Like even as a kid, I got it, and even watching it again today, I got that they were buddies.
Nice.
Well, the fact that Daniel said that Mr. Miyagi's his best friend.
Yeah.
That was a little interesting, though.
Right, it's almost not as acceptable today, like to have that kind of like you can have mentors, but there would be something kind of weird, almost.
Yeah, which it's unfortunate because I think that relationship that they had was actually really special, and that's awesome that they had that, and
it's healthy, especially Daniel without a father.
And so that actually is a perfect segue into what I was just about to bring up. I felt like you guys felt like you didn't really get Allie in liking Daniel. I didn't really understand why Mr. Miyagi took the interest he did in Daniel.
He's bored. He has nothing to do but capture flies.
That's a ridiculous answer, Paul.
It's true. He neglects his work.
He went and fixed the sink.
Eventually.
He needs to fix
it. It was
that
like
pool,
a day
though.
later. What else was he doing? Trimming bonsai trees and trying to capture flies.
Maybe he does it for as a volunteer because he has like all those cars and probably he may just do it in his free time and not really get paid much.
Okay, maybe.
What
was the
I'm
question?
Speculating. Well, so I didn't really get why other than he's bored, I didn't really get why he took the interest in Daniel that he did. Like he looked out for him like he did.
Because he has a heart. That's one of the things that this movie has that a lot of movies today don't is heart.
And so what do you think about that, Bill?
I agree. And I think that heart kind of developed when he, I mentioned the scene a little bit earlier, but when he goes down the hill and slams the bike, it's like you can tell there's a decision there. If he's fixing his bike, he knows something's really, maybe not that he's getting beat up, but something's really going on with him. And a lot of times that's when someone's heart goes out to somebody as if, they can't defend themselves. And so I think that's, he kind of wanted to be a protector, and he never got a chance to be a dad. So maybe here's his chance to be a dad.
And yeah,
that's an excellent insight.
That's exactly where I was going to go. So great minds.
Karate.
Yeah, exactly. And it sort of, it came to me, that sort of line of thinking when we see that he had a son that he lost in childbirth. And that sort of keyed into me. Oh, maybe that's one of the reasons why he saw this boy that didn't have a father, because he's there in the apartment doing karate on his own, and doesn't seemingly no father figure. So it makes a lot of sense that, oh, maybe I should step in here and help him, and he would then gain that relationship that he didn't get to have having a son. Go ahead, Paul.
I was going to say, just as we're talking about relationships, I enjoyed the relationship between Daniel and his mom, how they solidified that early on, and I enjoyed how the way they interacted.
And I really liked, this goes to Daniel again, I really liked how he listened to his mom. Not like right away. Sometimes he had that teen petulance that we tend to have, but he would listen. He would fall in line with what his mom said because his mom's the authority, and he would do what Mr. Miyagi did. I mean, he had that one breaking point, but which that's another thing we can get to later on. But so much coming. but I really liked that he had really good, I felt, work ethic. He was told to do something, he would do it, even though he doesn't necessarily know why. Anyway, one last thing I want to mention about the relationship between Daniel and Mr. Miyagi is I thought it was an interesting. I'm curious if this was purposeful, and Paul, you might be able to tell me, since your parents live in Japan and you know a little bit of Japanese. So adding "san" to the end of someone's name, is that what is that supposed to evoke? Like he calls him Daniel-san.
Oh, great! You had to put me on the spot on this. San is usually, but not always, used on someone who is your junior or younger than you.
Mm-hmm.
And like the ending or the suffix "sama" is typically used for someone who's older than you.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah. But san can also mean someone who is equal to you.
Okay. Bill, were there any other things that stood out to you about the Karate Kid that you really loved or just liked in general?
Definitely. I like the whole feel of the 80s. It's like you are transported immediately. That whole trip, like from when they're first leaving.
Oh my gosh.
Like the receipt of that station wagon. We had a station wagon, not too, so except we didn't have to push it like they did, but just how she was in a software company and how like there was all these startups back then. And
that actually confused me. I mean, they said software, but then she's at a restaurant, so
I thought they just met there. Oh, did she change? Oh, really? I remember that scene.
Go ahead, Paul.
They had that scene at the restaurant where they had a manager opening position and that they were going to train her and she was going to get more benefits there, pay for all the benefits as opposed to working for the computer company.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay, I just totally missed that.
Okay.
But anyways, the 80s.
Yeah, and just the music that would cue in when Johnny and the motorcycle guys came in.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
But then also the music that was playing on the radio, they kept it California, but also kind of a soft early 80s vibe.
And I felt like all the music matched exactly what was going on. Like they matched it really well.
Yeah.
Paul, how did you feel about the music?
Oh, can we go back? Because I wanted to go to the intro first. You talked about the intro, how it's like this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Going from New Jersey to Reseda.
Right. So this movie begins, this is an 80s movie. When you sit down and there's a long credit sequence of nothing.
Yes.
So it's like preparing your mind. Okay. This boring intro. It has some nice scenery shots.
Yeah.
It has a couple character development shots where they're pushing the car out together, that
establishing that, yeah.
But for the most part, the title sequence at the beginning is long and boring. So your mind is going, all right, here we go. Let's go back to the 80s. Which can be a good thing or a bad thing, depending.
Yeah.
And you got the guy at the apartment, Ricky Rodriguez, when he's walking up, like his first kind of quasi buddy, but who kind of bails on him when he gets beat up.
Yeah, totally.
But just, but like a lot of those guys, I forgot what all the hairstyles were, but it screamed 80s.
Yes, definitely.
And just the soccer, like even even Cobra Kai hairstyles were not, they had some with longer beach hair, but then that guy,
Johnny was totally Donald Trumping it, I thought.
Donald Trump in it?
Well, that's what his hair reminded me of.
Oh, okay.
It was the Beatles, but a little bit longer.
I guess kind of Justin Bieber also, which is interesting.
Oh, that is interesting. But I'd like to comment on the music.
Okay, and then we'll go back to
some of the music. The songs that they chose, I thought were very appropriate. Some were obnoxiously loud, and I thought were inappropriate. But some of the score was really nice and really touching.
Yeah, totally.
Do you know who did the score?
The only reason I know is because I remember Josh, your brother, bringing him up on, I forget which, if it was Barry's Not Included or which episode, but Bill Conti as the composer.
Who did Masters of the Universe.
That's what it was.
Right.
Wow, way back in episode 3. Check that out at retrorewindpodcast.com/RRP3. But the audio quality is very poor, so be forewarned.
Yeah, but he also did the Rocky movies and most of the Academy Awards since then.
Okay. Very cool. Thank you for bringing that up, Paul. We cut off Bill, though, so I want to go back to what Bill was going to say.
Well, one of my favorite songs in the movie was not an 80s song. It's that song that's playing when Daniel's on the beach. And it's kind of more of a Japanese, I think, sounding song. It has like a flute in the background.
Yeah, I love that.
And I thought that captured, it finally was Daniel getting away from everybody and everything. It was just him practicing.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think about the sort of play that the music when he's sort of in the world, so to speak, of like high school and peers and all that. It's a very 80s music soundtrack, but then when he's away with Mr. Miyagi, it's usually the more score, more touching music.
Right.
That's really interesting. I didn't think about that.
That would be funny if they played the 80s music with him and Mr. Miyagi. Start doing Flock of Seagulls or something.
Oh my
that.
gosh.
Wake me up before you go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, got to get here early, Daniel-san.
Yeah.
Wake me up.
Paul, what was someone else you really loved about the movie? Or was there anything else?
I don't know. There was no epilogue. I mean, he kicked the guy in the face, and then he won in the end. Credits.
Which really contrasts with that opening that took so long.
Yeah, it was kind of like, but it left on a high note. I liked how it ended on a feel-good moment.
Yeah, totally.
Did you see that in the theater, Paul, that the first time you saw Karate Kid, or did you see it?
I believe I did. I don't know. I remember talking with somebody. This is either I think this is somebody else's memory who saw it in the theater. And when that whole scene of the wax on, wax off, and then as Mr. Miyagi is revealing to Daniel that he had been training him all along, and then now he can use defense moves. When that was revealed, the audience in the theater started clapping. It was like that was such a big reveal. It's like, whoa, that's so cool.
That is a really awesome moment, and that actually makes me think that we had several people post to Facebook about their memories of Karate Kid, whether they thought it was a classic or second class. So I'm going to bring that up. But Bill, while I'm doing that, what did you think about, or did you see this movie in the theater?
Yeah, I saw it in the theater. Actually, I have a pretty distinct memory of it. I did see it with my dad, and I think we both stood up after that kick to the face. We were like, yeah. And just because it was a nice build-up, of course, now I think we'd see it maybe as a little more predictable, because he's on the, on like after his leg gets messed up, in the semifinal match by that guy who, did it purposely, illegally, and Mr. Miyagi did whatever he did with his hands to,
Asian superpowers.
Yeah, that's like, I guess the Asian superpower includes some pretty incredible chiropractor skills, but
didn't he just like his knee was like knocked out of socket and he put it back in the socket, basically?
I think that's much.
Oh, is that what it was? It seems like the doctor could have done that, though, if it was just a joint out of socket.
As an adult watching, that's what I think. As a kid, I thought he broke his leg, and then Mr. Miyagi had these healing powers because he's like super Buddhist or whatever, and that he's able to, heal it back.
That was the sense you got because it didn't show exactly what he did.
Yeah.
And so it's almost like that whole flint and wood, when you make fire, like he's rubbing his hands together, like, oh, wow, some amazing happened.
Yeah.
But when he, that I think they did the sound effect of that kick to the face well, because you could hear that kick to the face so loud, and then he's squirming like a little snake off to the side. And then one part I didn't like right after that was, I mean, I sort of liked, but I thought it was kind of weaselish, was when Johnny said, "You're all right." It's like I want Daniel to smack him in the face again.
That was such a groaner moment. I didn't mind it as a kid, but as an adult, it's like, weak. Now they can all be friends. And I'm like,
Oh, interesting. Okay. That's really interesting that you guys feel that way. So let me close with this for our love section, unless there's something else burning that either of you have about something you loved or liked about the movie.
I can table it.
Okay. Paul?
No, I'm ready to say why I hated this. I mean, what I didn't like about
It's got a couple scrolls.
Foreshadowing here. So I want to say that I really liked how Johnny was a good loser. How he did go up to Daniel at the end and gave him the trophy. He didn't continue being like a jerk to him. He I don't know. I really like that. And something else I liked about Johnny is I didn't notice this as a kid, but watching it this time, after Daniel's gotten 2 points on him, I think he realizes, oh man, I got really focused in now. And he actually whenever their little bout is over, he's on the floor, kneeling away from Daniel, sort of like just, I presume, focusing. And then when it starts, he hops up and is ready to go. I really like that about his composure, I guess. Yeah, it's like, oh, this guy is a third. I can't just
yeah. He's Qui-Gon Jinning it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What?
That made me laugh. I thought it was really funny.
And I will say one thing too. At least there seemed to be some conscience with him when his coach was saying the crazy things he was saying. He did seem like he had a little bit of horror, as much of a yes man as he was to him.
Yeah, totally.
That I did enjoy, but I didn't enjoy the total flop at the end. I fine, handing him the trophy, I can understand. That's a good sport, but saying, "You're all right." No, this is the same guy who, when he saw him, totally started making out with the girl that he likes on purpose, So
I guess that they could have set it up a little bit better if they were going to go that route. That did seem a little flip-floppy.
But it is high school. I know people flip-flop a lot.
That's a good point. Yeah, maybe when he isn't showboating for everyone else, he feels like oh, he can just be more himself.
I think the closing music made him say that. It's like the closing music started, and that's when Johnny said, "You're all right."
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, before we get to the things we hated about Karate Kid, let me read pretty much all these Facebook comments are love for this movie. So Sarah Garcia says, "Yes, I used to listen to You're the Best Around before my karate tournaments and testing." Jake-Aaron Wallace, that's a couple that we know, said, "I loved that movie." And then Jules Jenksy, I'm pronouncing your name wrong, Jules, I'm sorry. "I love that movie. I say you do. No question. That's your part. Deal? Wax on, right hand, wax off, left hand." Ha ha ha.
Is that your Asian accent?
Bite me.
I'm sorry.
I thought we had
Your
Pat
Mr.
Morita.
Miyagi
here.
Don't forget to breathe. Very important.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
And then Paul
It's
said,
amazing that she remembered that.
I see a picture of you, Paul, for Valerie, but Valerie Powers says classic. And then, so that was just my own post. And then over on the Retro Rewind podcast page, which you can find at facebook.com/Retro Rewind podcast, please like our page. We'd love to interact with you from there. Anyway, folks there say, Sarah Garcia has a lot more to say. Let's see. Classic, still use the best. Oh yeah, she was prepping for her karate tournaments, and also before her EMT testing.
Wow.
Before my ride-alongs, when I have a bad hair day. LOL. That's awesome.
EMT, that's awesome. She's bringing people back to life. She's like, "You're the best. Wake up."
I wonder if before she starts, she slaps her hands together and does this.
Oh yeah, does the Mr. Miyagi superpower.
Let us know if you do that, Sarah. And then she said her favorite memory was the first tournament. Oh, this is just a memory for her, so I'll go ahead and read that. Actually, I'm going to save that for feedback. So remind me, guys, to read Sarah's comment. Christy Ruiz, my wife, said, classic. Top 3 moments was when Daniel has that I quit moment, which we just alluded to, which we didn't actually talk. We should have talked about a little more, but actually,
like how he. Oh, never mind. We'll talk about things we didn't like.
Yes. Here we go. But she said she liked that moment when Mr. Miyagi teaches him just exactly what he's been learning in that quit moment. Daniel and the shower costume she liked, and when Daniel wins. So those were her top 3 moments. Tim Ipok said, awesome. I love this movie. I haven't seen it in quite a while, but it is a classic for sure. And Edward Dacian says, first class. There's no first class rain, Edward. No, just giving you a hard time. I still quote wax on, wax off to this day. Plus, contemporary movies quote it. And I didn't realize this. This is very cool. Thanks for sharing, Edward. That in The Social Network, the Winklevoss brothers say that you don't want to chase Mark Zuckerberg in a skeleton costume around the gym.
Yeah.
I haven't seen The Social Network, but that's funny.
Oh, really?
No.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Okay. I'll have to pick that up. Maybe it'll be on a YouTube sometime. Anyway, thank you, everyone, for commenting on Facebook. And, all right, real quick, what was the thing you were going to table, Bill?
Well, as far as still things I liked,
because now actually I have ones too. So
okay.
Oh, everyone gets one more chance before we just trash this movie.
One thing that I was huge into just going into arcades at that age.
Yes.
And just having those games, whether it's the older shooting games or just console games. It's funny now because unless you go to a place like Ground Control in Portland, there's just no arcades like that. Yeah. Like, they're either prize games or they costed, there's still some decent games, but there's just not a lot of console games. And so it's cool to actually see real arcades.
Yeah,
totally. And not, and the feel I got was that it was a genuine arcade. It wasn't just like a Hollywood put together arcade.
Mine was that I actually learned to wear my backpack with one strap from Daniel in this movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
So did your parents ever teach you anything, or did you learn everything from movies and TV?
Well, they taught me to eat.
Oh, okay. Are you sure?
All right, guys, let's get to the things we hated about The Karate Kid. Did you have something else, Paul?
Yeah. So this is a good transition because what I liked, I also didn't like.
Okay, cool.
I thought for a movie that shows fighting scenes, like when Daniel was getting his butt kicked at the beach or by the guys in the skeleton, I thought they did an accurate representation. If you got hit or kicked like that, you would, at least I would go down pretty quickly. I'm not that strong, but I'll admit it in front of everyone. Sorry. But I thought it was realistic, at least when they were fighting Daniel. I thought was realistic. And I don't think movies show it that way. It's like, oh, the hero's got to be tough and last 20 minutes.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
But what I thought was unrealistic was when Mr. Miyagi came and did just a couple kick or hits to guys, and then they were down.
Especially since they've been training for who knows how many years. Yeah.
So Daniel would get kicked or hit like 3 or 4 times, and he was down. That's understandable.
Yeah.
Mr. Miyagi, 1 hit or 2 hits and a kick, and then they're down, and he's fighting all these guys. That's like, come on. I understand there's time and everything, but let's be a little more realistic. Those 5 guys would have easily taken that old man out.
Yeah, probably. Well, though you have to remember that they were probably under the influence.
Oh, I forgot
you saw
about
Johnny
that.
rolling. I assume
now that
weed,
but that still doesn't one punch and you're down. No.
But they sure seemed sober and lucid during everything up to that fight. Like when they were talking pretty straight. They weren't slurring their words or anything.
Yeah.
And then it's a movie.
So yeah, things that we didn't like. I didn't like how it was uneven like that.
Okay. Got it. How about you, Bill? What was something that you hated about this movie?
What I hated was the fight. Some of the fights in the tournament. As a kid, I was confused because there were a couple fights, like some of the middle fights with Daniel and Dutch, and Daniel and that short guy who always laughed like this. But he would win after what seemed like just 1 point. And I'd be like, well, what happened? And I guess they edited and tried to make it as you assume that he got another point. But at the time, I was like, well, how come his point counts as 2 points?
Mm-hmm.
It just, it seemed like sometimes they would get way, a much more forceful punch on him, and he would get sort of, one that counted, but not real strong. I mean, I did like the ones he got on Johnny, but up to then, it was sort of like, a quick, punch to the chest or something.
That's all it takes for points. You don't need
that's true.
That's true. I guess just in terms of satisfaction, though, I just kind of wanted him to smack Dutch bad. Like that guy was all moving his head around like this. I was like, oh man, that guy's got. And then of course Dutch gets the first big kick. But then another thing that I thought, to me, and maybe as 13 racial profiling, I don't know, but boy, that Asian martial artist looked way better than anybody else.
Yeah.
And how Johnny beat completely, shut him out in points and made him look bad. It did not seem realistic to me even as a kid. I was like, no way. And I thought they're just doing that for the movie.
That's interesting. I didn't really pick up on that. I totally bought into that Johnny had been training a long time and he was just that good.
That's what I thought as a kid. I picked up on it as an adult, but I thought even as an adult, I don't understand the technical rules. Like in the last one, there were several bouts between Johnny and Daniel where it seemed like there were no points counted because of technicalities. So I don't know the rules, but
so it's funny that you guys bring this up. So as I was watching that final fight between Daniel and Johnny, so Daniel gets 2 points. Then Johnny gets 2 points.
Quickly.
And then Johnny hits Daniel in the face. He punches him in the face.
Was it the side of the face?
Well, I think the side of the face. So
maybe it was the back of the head.
Well, here. No, it wasn't. It wasn't the back of the head. It was definitely either the front of the face or the side of the face, based on where Daniel was holding his head and just the camera work.
Maybe Daniel blocked it.
No, he didn't. He didn't block it. So I went to the internet because I'm like, okay, well, Johnny clearly won then because he would have scored that third point. The internet didn't reveal too much, but what I found, the only sort of rationale I could find was that it was possibly that just scoring to the face or scoring a punch to the face is kind of wonky. Like hitting the chin is sometimes okay, but sometimes not. But straight onto the face isn't okay, but the side of the face or the top of the head is okay. So
there's like areas of the face that don't count as points.
Apparently back then in karate tournaments or martial arts tournaments, that was the case. I don't know if that's still the case today.
So it's kind of like sweeping the leg. Like he said to sweep the leg, but he didn't get a point for it. Is that because it was a joint? Like you're not allowed to hit the joints?
Well, I think and this is another thing that really bothered me, was that how does Allie know so much about this tournament and what's going on? Because she says, so if you hit like the chest or any area of the torso or the or I think she says the head too, then you get a point, but everywhere else is off limits or something like that.
Because of the relationship with Johnny, I thought. Because
that actually makes sense. I didn't think about that. That's how she would know, because she might have gone to Johnny's tournaments.
Well, they only dated for weeks. Oh no, they were broken up for weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
She could have asked one of the judges.
That's true too.
I suppose.
That's what I assumed.
But anyways, I really feel like Johnny, as much as I hate him for being a jerk, I hated him for being a jerk. Though I did like him at the very end because of his flip.
He's a nice guy. He's a righteous dude.
I
just
do think
remembered
he
it.
should have won. Bill, what were you going to say? Or was there something else you really hated about?
Actually, there was a short thing that I really liked that I related to Johnny in that one of those last fights. Like after Daniel got his first 2 points, somebody from the crowd goes, "You're a cream puff, Johnny." I love that part. I love that part.
You really wanted to see Johnny get his comeuppance.
Oh man! And you don't necessarily notice that the first time, but that's something you could just watch again and again.
I thought they said he's a cream puff, Johnny.
Oh, he's a cream puff. That's actually funny in a different
get him,
way.
Johnny. He's a cream puff, Johnny. But
that
he might
makes
be
more
right.
sense. Yeah.
Anyway, I digress.
Yes.
But other things that we hated, is that what you were asking?
Yes.
I didn't like the whole where they're at that nice dinner place. Allie and the parents are just
yes.
I thought as three-dimensional at times as Daniel's mom was, the parents of Allie were very two-dimensional and just
what was
stupid.
Up with them? Yes.
With like, oh, okay, Johnny, just dance. I mean, the class thing too. Like it sounds like he maybe behind the scenes he just had kind of worked in there. I guess you could, but just they weren't supporting their daughter at all.
Yeah, totally. And wanting her to go be with a guy that she clearly doesn't like.
They didn't know that. I disagree. I don't think that they were up on the. All they knew is that they were dating off. Would go out. So,
go ahead.
No, and plus they want. Okay, Johnny comes from money. They want their daughter taken care of. This other guy, they don't look down on him like, oh, he's trash or anything, but they want to encourage her stability for her future. So if she's dating this nice guy who, by all appearances, it seems nice, then why not encourage that?
Well, here's the thing. They know that she doesn't like Johnny anymore because she went out with Daniel and she wants to go out with Daniel again by the time of this dinner party.
Okay. So when your daughter becomes, let's say, high school age, is she going to be allowed to date?
I don't know. I don't think we're going to let her date like one-on-one.
Okay, there are different philosophies in dating.
Yes.
Some, there's exclusive, or there's like, hey, we'll go out on date.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Some people go out on dates like every Friday night. And sometimes they're with the same guy. Sometimes they're with different people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think just because that she went out with Daniel doesn't mean that Johnny's off the table.
I guess I could see that. It just seemed like that what she was saying there during the dance was that she, does not want to be with him. Mm-hmm. And it just didn't seem heated. And yeah, there was that class thing where he definitely comes from the right stock or whatever. And so, yeah, no, I can see what you're saying on that. It just seemed, that they were pulling for it so much. Like I can actually see more why they didn't want her to be with Daniel, but it seemed like she had already communicated she didn't want to be with Johnny either to them. And so that just was a little puzzling how they were so like, all right, but I guess it's the whole stock thing from where he came from. But then the whole and then she agrees to dance with him, and I thought that was kind of weak.
Yeah.
And they're doing that to set up the whole Daniel looking through the door, falling down.
Which I hate that part each time.
That seemed a little more contrived.
It follows her character that she dates men who have anger issues, that she's submitting to those kind of circumstances.
I suppose. I haven't given it that type of thought, but I could see how you would think that.
But yeah I didn't really notice her telling the parents that she didn't like Johnny anymore. So I can see how that can come across as unsupportive. Mm-hmm. I didn't pick that up. But maybe it's there.
Okay.
So I will concede to those who picked it up.
Alrighty. Let's see.
But then after that,
go ahead, Bill.
Oh, I'm sorry. And then after that, like I thought her friends were, they were.
I hated her friends.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
To.
Good. Well, they did good. They did good at
the one redeeming thing was when related to that was when the friend said, "Well, did you know that she punched him?" But yeah, they were kind of with a really two-dimensional brush for most of it, like, you know, just bad attitude towards him the whole time. And yeah, I mean, not that they wouldn't, but it just seemed a little more like a TV character instead of a movie character.
But I mean, I think they're devoting. I agree. I just think they're taking the right amount of time developing Daniel and Mr. Miyagi's relationship, and
that's where I disagree.
Oh, you don't think they took it long enough?
No, I think they took too much time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because during the whole thing where he's like painting, now he's painting the fence. Like, what is going on with the mom and these other characters? Like, what is... I thought they spent too much time. Now, granted, there's a big payoff for that. And you see that this is more of a character development story between the two.
Mm-hmm.
But to go back on her friends, I thought they didn't have enough screen time to really dive into it, so they appear two-dimensional.
Mm-hmm.
But I felt that the screen time, because you had all these other characters going on, I was wondering what was going on with them, I guess. I remember thinking, like, with Daniel at Mr. Miyagi's house early in the morning to late o'clock at night, what does his mom think about all this? We never hear that. I was like, where's his mom? Yeah, she's at work, but at night and early in the morning too? It's like, what's... So I thought it was a little...
Kid.
Yeah.
Latchkey Karate Kid.
Even still, he was there way too late and way too early.
And that occurred to me because especially what the angle my mind took was that it seemed like he did that for several days in a row. And it's like, don't you have school, kid?
Yeah.
Maybe that was spring break
summer.
or something.
I mean, I suppose.
But yeah, they didn't go into it. So that's why I felt that their time together on screen was a little too long, because it made me question things like that.
Okay. Well, you actually brought up the reveal, I'll say, of how he really has been training Daniel this whole time.
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you guys, do you think that I know for us as an audience, that's a really cool thing, and that makes that moment all that much more powerful, that we didn't really know what was going on. But if this movie was real, do you think that would have been really that valuable for Mr. Miyagi to withhold that? I think it would have made much more sense to tell Daniel, hey, this is why I'm trained. This is like muscle memory, and this is why I'm training you the way I'm training you.
He's a kooky old man who's trying to capture flies with chopsticks, who neglects his work. So of course he's going to do it backwards.
Okay, I guess that makes sense from a character point of view. But Bill, what do you think about that?
I think even from the very first moment, Mr. Miyagi was teaching Daniel to be lazy. You know, with the pool thing to, like, you know, life set. I'm just messing.
Okay. What? Really?
Yeah, he never fixed the pool.
Boy,
Wow,
I did think that the mom really should have done a little more. You know, she must have seen some picture of the pool from a couple years before. But sorry, what was the question again?
Anyway, I was curious what you thought about, should Mr. Miyagi have told Daniel, this is why I'm training you?
To me, it was good that the reveal came later.
Okay.
I think Mr. Miyagi was testing his loyalty, Daniel, to see, how serious are you?
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Because if he told them, like, I think he might have been either just not as into it. Like, it was almost like Daniel was kind of doing this to get past it so he could get trained.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like, he was thinking this is like some step that he has to take care of. And that's why he started getting frustrated. Like, well, what else do you want me to do until I get trained? And then, boom, the reveal came. And I thought that was about right time.
I think that's
Go ahead.
I think that's a totally valid point. I think, though, that it's very, especially since Mr. Miyagi isn't like micromanaging him the whole time, it'd be very easy for him to just go through the motions and not really do it to the degree that you would need to do it to be trained effectively.
Well, that's true, too.
But I think he was so scared about getting his butt kicked that he was willing to do...
I'll do anything.
Pretty much. Like, I think, you know, one of the scenes that was prior to that was they were in that dojo, and he was just expecting him to kind of stand up for him, all of a sudden he's in this tournament, and it's like, okay, I better do whatever I can to get ready.
Yeah.
Even he knows Mr. Miyagi is a good fighter, but that's not that long of a time, and so the time's ticking away with all these tasks in Daniel's mind. When of course, it's helping him, but he doesn't know that. But
Paul, what is something else that you didn't like about the movie?
Slow. The beginning.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, if it were made today, and it was. There were parts that I thought were a little bit too slow. It had that nostalgic feel.
Yeah.
The timing of it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a slow pace.
All right. I only have one other thing that I didn't like, guys. So I'll give you guys a chance for one more thing that you either didn't really like about the Karate Kid or absolutely hated about it.
I didn't like that a bunch of college kids were all playing high school.
Isn't that always the way movies are typically, though?
Yeah.
They should have had Michael J. Fox play one of the characters.
Nice. Was that really yours, Paul, or did you, or was that just being silly?
It.
Okay. How about you, Bill?
I guess one thing that Paul mentioned before is something that I think you can look at both ways in terms of timing. I think the most recent Karate Kid movie, I'm sure, was edited better, and it was tighter.
Though it is actually longer. I looked it up.
Oh, really?
It was
longer
longer by about 20 minutes than this movie.
That's
really
interesting.
The music video at the end and the credits.
That may have been it.
It could have added some time, but to me, I don't mind if for certain movies to have it extend a bit, as long as it's just not completely wasted exposition. Like, to me, maybe it's just because I like that time period.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think there's other movies that I've seen kind of, filler space that it has been annoying. But for me, it seemed, I don't know, almost more organic that you're kind of going into the movie. Of course, I was watching it while I was doing something else. So maybe if I was just watching the movie solely this last time that I watched it, maybe I'd feel a little differently.
Okay.
All right.
So I was worried about